Illyria, Book 1, Betrayal of Angels, by Armin Shimerman. Performed by Ramon de Ocampo. Prologue. Phut! What sayest thou, thou naughty knave? I said, Phut. There is menacing reserve in his voice. Be that some untoward profanity? No, sir. A mild Midlands oath for i'faith or e'en so. Having forsworn much travel in his life, too dangerous, he has no way of knowing what country idioms are beyond London's walls. Hence, the youth's employer lifts an eyebrow and harumphs. Reaching across the tavern table and over stoops of beer, he snatches the foul papers piled between them on the table. Though the oeuvre has just been read to him, the theatre owner scans the pages perfunctorily for a second time. Perturbed by the risk this play presents to purse and reputation alike, the cheek of James Burbage twitches dangerously. I should fling you back into the streets for your disobedience. Have a care. You are my apprentice, my drudge, my menial, my non-entity who shovels horses' dung from afore my theatre. Damn me for looking favorably on thee. And his clenched hand waves the sheets perturbedly. This is how you repay me? Master Burbage, I'm also your poet who, penning lines that will live eternally, will render you celebrated. I am your newest playwright. You are too bold. Your ambition overweens too much. Perhaps. But do not think I flatter when I say fame and your name will be interchangeable. Men will praise the name of Burbage everlasting for giving me a chance, and that shall stand proof against the scythes of death and time, my good master. Boy, do not loose your purple language on me. I've heard it all before, and by your betters. You are no kid, nor Kit Marlowe. As though he were a lawyer at a trial, he holds up the ink-blotted papers he had just rifled. I tell thee, these words of thine will make the royal censor blush and prohibit our further performance. The censor? Edward Tilney? The boy frowns. His high forehead furrows. How say you by that? Instance. Conceive. As of this year, have we the crown's patronage, or have we lost it? Your loss, not mine, thinks the menial. We are still beloved. Strive not to confound my argument, rogue. Which company is Her Majesty's favourite? The Queen's men. Aye, boy. There you are in the right. The Queen, this past March, was mightily deceived by Master Secretary Walsingham, who, saving his Grace's pardon, stole the best of my players for the royal revels. God be praised I still have Kemp. But I digress. Master Tilney alone may license a play. Putting on his best face, the lad interrupts. He will revere mine and swear it has no equal. Burbage raps the wooden table with a rolled-up manuscript so forcefully that the tankards totter and nearly spill. Who bade thee speak? Know your place. His balding head rears back. He glares. What false angel bade me employ an upstart wretch and entrust him with the writing of a play? Your lack of funds, Master Burbage, which have thrust the more established poets from trusting your credit. Why, you impertinent toad-eater! You meaningless nog! How dare you answer me thus? Forgoing his sweet transitory moment in the sun, the youth presses his palms together. Good sir, I meant no disrespect, but thought you had posed the question to me, and I was required to answer. You are the finest connoisseur in London theatre. He lowers his gaze and stares at the ground. "It is an honor to stand in your shadow. I assure you, good sir, I never meant any disrespect." Burbage's eyes narrow, knowing he is being played for a fool. Yet the boy is talented, and the difficulty is that the rascal is, at present, the only playwright who will work for him. Swallowing the insolence, James Burbage clears his throat. "Sirrah, there is much in here that will not stand." He grimaces as if the paper smelled of rancid piss. His cheek twitches again. "If Tilney perceives aught that offends in this, we will lose all. You will have squandered your opportunity, and me, my money, in this play of yours, this Prince Amleth." "To what, good sir, do you refer?" "I mean this half-arse attempt at Seneca and his plots of revenge. With a ghost, no less." The hapless poet regards the theater impresario as if his employer seeks to desecrate a religious shrine. "Nay, Master Burbage, the language is lofty, the argument sententious, and the plot exquisite. It shall surpass." "Again in the right." Burbage feigns concession. The lad brightens. "It shall surpass. It shall pass gas, and be weighed as a fart. Being lowly in language, sentimental in feeling, and having a plot that is excrement. If you do not improve on this before the week is done, I swear I will sue you for breach of contract and abjure you from ever scribbling in London again, and so farewell your dreams of being a poet." "And your fame, noble sir, will be unborn. An unseen meteor, a nomination that loses the hope of prosperity." Burbage shakes his head at being interrupted, and at the flattery, but inwardly admits that the boy is not without spirit. "You reechy varlet! Were you born impertinent, or have the whores and the godless players corrupted you?" "I meant no harm. I ask only that you show me what needs correcting." "Then listen. What name have you christened the king's counsellor?" "Corambus." "A character as like the Lord Treasurer, Lord Burleigh," brays Burbage, thrusting 2 index fingers in the boy's face, "as these my 2 fingers." "I wanted to inject political tragicomedy, social commentary, if you will, to give the lordlings satiric understanding and the groundlings comic sport." "Comic sport, call you it? I am not a scholar, but my Latin is enough to tell me that corambus means cabbage. Do you call the Lord Treasurer, the Honourable Burleigh of Her Majesty's Privy Council, a cabbage?" "No, master. The nearest translation is reheated cabbage, good sir." "Do not mock me, boy, or by heaven I shall have thy thumbs broken. Consider scratching out words with such a disability. Speak thus again, and thou were best look to it." The fledgling dramatist is chastened. "The Lord of the Revels, Master Tilney," Burbage inflects sharply, "will not allow such a slander to shame the Queen's chief counsellor. So, rechristen the good man, and forego your sportiveness and your social significance. And this, above all, temper your anger against the character of the king. Give him a speech or two to justify his acts. We cannot show royalty to be utterly contemptible, or we shall all be hanged." "I cry you mercy if I have offended. I will mend what needs mending. My ignorance will learn from your tutelage, and I will repay you for whatever villainy I have done with current repentance and future magnificence."
"Do so. Or this,"
Burbage chucks it across the table at the boy,
"shall be your last, Will Shakespeare."
The pages flutter about the eviscerated wretch. Chapter 1. Having spent the better part of an hour keeping pace as amanuensis, The old scholar, Dr. John Dee, looks up from his frantic note-taking. Before him, Edward Kelly emerges from a trance. At dawn, the two necromancers had convened. A half-hour of fervent cleansing prayer prepared them for the séance well before the more sluggish members of Dee's household had commenced their morning toilets. The sun streams through the east-facing windows, yet the room darkens as the gleam of the polished Abyssinian showstone flickers quixotically and fades, stolid, upon its ceremonial plinth. Not daring to profane the divine ritual by realigning the black slab back into the sunlight that lingers on the far wall of his library in order to coax the Delphic angel to return, John Dee's only option is to reanimate the channel of conversation with the divine through contrite prayer. Spiritualist Dee invokes Anael, the angel of principality, who, for nigh on a full hour, has educated him of God's divine plans, conducted through the medium Edward Kelly.
Heavenly Anael, be my speed, and plead the following at the holy throne for me.
He lowers his head and voice in reverence.
O God of angels, God of principalities, God of reason, God of we, the seekers of thy truth, O Lord, be my help, that this my work be allowed to progress a moment or two more in thy instruction to thy glory, O God. Show me but one more instance that the world shall be reformed. Religious peace shall reign throughout Europe, and your servant, our royal queen, will lead humanity, and, as the imperial governor of all Christian kings, princes, and states. O Lord, remain in Master Kelly's mind, that I may learn of all thy works.
The shadows in the room persist, and the philosopher must accept the inevitable end of another session with the divine. The scryer, Edward Kelly, rubs his eyes, yet John Dee probes for more.
Edward, rememberst aught else?
Still dazed by both the light from the polished stone and the images to which Anael has made him privy, Edward Kelly shakes his head. No.
What did Anael share last, Edward?
What is on high dwells below. What is below dwells above, Kelly replies vaguely. Visions of the morning séance waft away like the diffused shadows in the room. Kelly nods weakly.
What do you make of it, Dr. Dee?
It further confirms the invisible golden chain of influences that stretches from our Father to his ministering angels and their celestial orbs to the sublunary world that we abide in. Aye, that chain of perfection has been iterated many times, says Kelly quietly, knowing his employer is now too busy to be aware of aught but the old man's chronicle in his worn notebook describing today's revelations. At 47, the ancient is still devoted to discovering the hidden truth in nature to better come into harmony with heaven. Having no organs for voice, angels, with God's permission, Dee believes, convey guidance through trance-like communications. These are initiated in the pristine sunlight of early day, and coalesce through focused light reflected upon a polished surface. Angelic inspiration, Dee further believes, is the cause of all inspiration in man, or what the vulgar blithely call an epiphany. John Dee's backdrop during that last week of September of 1583 is set somewhere in the middle of that exuberant period known as the Elizabethan era. Therein Europeans are conceiving fantastical theories and shattering the superstitious shackles of the Middle Ages whilst discovering hidden truths of the complicated existence in which they are enmeshed. Navigators are finding new lands. Astronomers reshape the celestial map. Optics, lens, and perspective are redefining art and how the mind perceives. To Dr. John Dee, the natural philosopher, everything is open for consideration and investigation, especially in this propitious year so close to the coming imperial conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. In Whitehall,
the home of Her Majesty's government, spidery men of power focus on freeing themselves from the continent and do so through extraordinary political skill and tactical prudence. The invasion of the Spanish Armada is a long 5 years away, but the groundwork for its assault is already being assembled in Paris and Madrid and Rome. Its viciousness and self-righteousness, forged out of the fires of religious controversy, is inflamed further by new ways of canonical thinking. England, at present a Protestant country, is at peace with the world, yet at civil war with herself. A tremendous sense of religious conflict hovers over all of the country. Its drama is grander and more pernicious than any historical shadow plays enacted in theaters or on makeshift scaffolds. Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth has constantly been the inspiration for theatrical intrigues, machinations by her mother to make her birth legitimate, conspiracies inspired by her half-sister to murder her, aspirations to place her on the throne, courtly cabals to keep her from that throne, and administrative infights to get her married. But now, late in her reign, there are designs to eliminate her. The culprits are reverend Englishmen and women loyal to their Catholic roots, who cannot bear the infidel Protestant queen any longer and would willingly martyr her rather than be ruled by her. Some have tried. None has succeeded. Nervous government privy councillors keep a constant vigil for malcontents who would lead dissidents into hellish sedition. The leaders of Whitehall, the Queen's foremost advisers, have put Mary Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's estranged cousin, the great royal hope of Catholics abroad and at home, under house arrest for safekeeping at Chartley. But in every smoky tavern of the English realm, whisperings abound around the likelihood of Mary's reign and of the possibility of uncrowning the aging, childless Elizabeth. Following the Thames River southwest of London, in the village of Mortlake, stands the home of Dr. John Dee. The doctor's interna biblioteca, his private study, is nestled in the rear of a 2-story split-timber house that watches over a small bend in the country's main thoroughfare. In this room, politics is forbidden. Not that the infamous scholar is immune from governmental policy and succession, which have affected his life and career more than most. But this is his sacred workspace, his sanctuary, dedicated solely to the acquisition and distillation of the arcane. While monks and their studies have been outlawed in the realm for a generation, Dr. John Dee's monastic cell is off-limits to all except the privileged, like Edward Kelly, who has just left their morning séance with the angel Anael. Dee's private investigations that have made him notorious cannot be compromised by political distractions. Books and pamphlets and the paraphernalia of erudition proliferate. It is here that he deciphers the language of the angels for his Enochian dictionary. In his secret and sacred chamber, the philosopher ponders the aggregate riddles of alchemy, astrology, literature, cryptography, mathematics, and geometry. Though nigh 70 in years, Dee, like his times, is a student of the Renaissance, that other era that found keys to true wisdom through the studying of ancient scholars. In those post-lapsarian times, man walked nearer to God and better intuited the deity's omniscience, the golden source of intelligence from which the present corrupted modes of wisdom are, deposits, only baser metals. In the sanctity of his interna biblioteca, lead-glass windows overlooking the busy river are never opened, and the room has the gritty taste of burned ash from a smallish stone hearth set in the middle of the northern wall. No magician's lair was ever as private or as unknowable. Though even in this dim room, English law expressly forbids investigations into the invisible world through reasoning, intuition, magic, as well as mystical experiments. Yet, the magus believes he is an agent of heaven. As another John baptized the Christ, so this John believes he will help bring in a new millennium of peace and ecumenicalism.
Presently, a woefully lost tree toad, no larger than a carpenter's thumb, makes its way indoors and across the parquet pattern of the floor. Entering through an unplugged crevice in the Tudor paneling, or through a momentarily opened door, the intruder's brilliant green coloring, camouflage in the nearby marsh, contrasts all too sharply here in the dull tones of the library's well-worn floor timbers and whitewashed walls. The meandering toad takes its time, leaps over the pocked planks splattered with drops of ink, and heads for the sooty throw rug that depicts the labors of Hercules. The frayed carpet betrays the doctor's mental labors during ruminative hours of pacing. It is badly singed, not from hellfire, though Dee's detractors would swear otherwise, but from wayward embers spat from the fire. And it is there the intrepid amphibian rests for the nonce to gather its bearings. Tarrying for a breath, it hops again with unwitting vigor. Circumnavigating the swells in the furrowed woolen rug, it pays no attention to the white caps of forgotten candle wax embedded in the Olympian's story, woven into the rug. For a moment, the toad is masked from the mathematician's sight by scattered pamphlets and scrolls cluttered at the legs of the pine reading table. Unhappy with the darkness, soon it leaps out again into the light, only to skitter away faster than Dee's young students from their books. Finding itself in a corner of the room, it vainly thumps against a rampart of esoteric volumes standing at odd angles on the floor. They are too fat, too weighty to be pushed aside. If the little beastie had the gift of analysis, it might be intrigued by their tattered condition. These hefty tomes, once bound in sumptuous vermilion velvets and brilliant tawny leathers, are now faded to rose and butter. Some are charred at the edges and appear to have just barely been rescued from the flames of intolerance. During the Tudor Reformation, Anglican worshippers had disapproved of such books that for centuries had been collected or hand-copied by monastic antiquarians. Considered a threat to the true faith of Protestantism, such like beautifully illuminated volumes with their meticulous calligraphy had been hauled away by the cartful to be blackened by bonfires. Zealots' axes had hacked mercilessly at forests of knowledge. The Reformed Church taught that geometrical designs appearing in these texts signified that the content was satanic, not fit for proper Christian minds. Since Henry VIII's dissolution of the Catholic friaries and cathedrals, those text pages had more often been used for wiping one's backside than for improving minds. In resistance, John Dee has become England's primary book collector, spending most of his pitiful inheritance and earnings on their rescue. He has saved whatever he can, though he prefers natural philosophy. The other collection of books in his house, the Externa Bibliotheca, holds the larger part of his archives, currently the largest library in England. Attacked for his actions, Dee maintains that he is a practicing Anglican dedicated to a life of intellectual curiosity. To him, books, and the knowledge and art they contain, are civilization's salvation. If, by the grace of the Blessed Trinity, he can unlock their secrets, the knowledge made manifest through him will be humanity's salvation, allowing the void between man's understanding and nature to be filled. A machina oraria strikes 3, its tin warrior bowing mechanically with each tinkling of the silver bell. With its tolling come shrill caws from the cupboard where a raven in an osier cage presently gives warning of an invader. The bird, all in black, like Dee himself, might be taken as his familiar, and indeed is a cherished, albeit captive, guest in this room. The bird is a gift from former student Henry Percy, 9th Earl of Northumberland, and one of the highest peers of the court of Elizabeth. Troubled by the screeching raven, the amphibian flexes its hind legs and leaps for the bright parallelograms on the floor cast by the sun. This light pattern in Euclidean forms neither interests nor intimidates the little toad. It is warmth that attracts it. There it basks, taking no notice of the velvet slipper that suddenly intercedes. The hovering shoe shifts position, and the intrepid toad, more disgruntled than startled, blithely leaps upon it. Discomfited suddenly, the creature effectuates its mightiest leap, and at the apex of its trajectory, a hand with ink-stained nails plucks it from the air. Rendered motionless by its incomprehensible loss of liberty, the captive's short life is thusly changed. Cupping both hands together, John Dee is careful not to crush his newly ironed wrist ruffs or snuff out the life of the intruder. With the loss of light, the little prisoner's panic becomes palpable. Continual thumps betray attempts to break loose. Freedom from dark imprisonment is an instinct instilled in all God's creatures. Alas, the vanquisher has no sympathy for the vanquished. After all, it is of lesser rank, all nature's chain of being, and the philosopher never considers freeing it.
"Fortune smiles upon me," thinks Dee. "I need but desiccate the specimen and remove the crapodyne."
By removing the toadstone from the cranium, Dee can cure the swelling of an envenomed bite of rat, spider, or wasp. Nature's antithetical temperament is not lost on the scholar. This soulless inhabitant of the marsh is both a loathsome thing and a precious source for healing.
But for now, the little villain has invaded my inner sanctum, interrupted my meditations, and must be dispensed with.
Retrieving a glass jar below his draw-top table, deftly he imprisons it. Peeping cheerfully, in roomy confinement, the toad is willing to accept its fate. The marsh dweller quieted, Dee returns to his reading of Bruno's Oxford lecture on divinity. In April of that year, Giordano Bruno, a defrocked Italian monk, now an advocate of ecumenism and currently a protected guest of the French ambassador Michel Castelnau, posited an astounding theorem. Bruno set forth that God is an actual sphere of which the center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. God's presence being infinite, there must exist an endless image of his divine presence throughout a limitless cosmos. There must be countless worlds inhabited by infinite beings, which in turn reflect God's majesty. If this is so, then in this unbounded universe, it is unreasonable to think of Earth as the center of God's creation. Originally, Dee believed Bruno had advocated an heretical, Copernicus-like heliocentric solar system ruled by mathematics. But, after several readings, on this very day it is patently clear that Bruno scorns numbers and calls such proof artless pedantry. A cosmology where man is not at the center is an overpowering idea quite at odds with all Christian theology. It is no wonder Bruno has been demonized throughout Europe. At his desk, Dee finds the conclusions, though fanciful, plausible. Though he opines the monk's disdain for mathematics to be a childish discredit to his argument. And yet, the Mortlake scholar wholeheartedly supports Bruno's principle that all religious intolerance is shamefully partisan, and that newer holy dogmas of radical Christianity often tear down the good works of inspired men who have come before. "We are taught certain doctrines and disciplines in our homelands," writes the Italian, "where we also are taught bigotry for the tenets of opposing views. Just as the roots of zeal for our own deployment are planted in us by the natural force of breeding, so in others an enthusiasm for their own different customs is equally instilled." John Dee's left foot has grown uncomfortably colder. Not without concern, he has noticed his advancing age renders his feet to need more wool to warm them. Looking about for his misplaced slipper, he spots it on top of the side table and absent-mindedly reaches for it. In so doing, a pewter salt cellar tumbles to the floor, losing 1/4 teaspoon or more of its cubic granules.
"Spilled salt is a wicked omen," he warns himself. "Best take precautions."
Bad luck exists in this world. Better to follow superstition than risk misfortune. He pinches the spill several times with index and thumb and tosses it over his left shoulder. Remembering the arcane proverb, he allows a sour smile to spread across his lips.
"It is wisdom to make the best of a bad thing."
Dee returns his thoughts to Bruno. The outcome is a sense of comforting pleasure at the oppression and slaughter of the detractors of our faith. From this grows the fervent thanks that the deity has shown the righteous the true path to heaven and salvation. Licking the few grains of salt from his fingertips, he turns the page. But there is a way out of this intolerance, says Bruno. A way out of the thorny, self-inflicting thicket that we build around ourselves. It is a persuasive argument that can weaken not only your enemy's convictions, but remodel your own. Success at this will lead men out of the abyss of blindness into the clear and tranquil light of those stars, in all their variety, that are scattered over the dusky blue mantle of heaven. Such men will lift up their voices for the unaccustomed gladness in their hearts. He glances at the toad, dappled in sunlight with its bulbous head resting on its folded forearms, seemingly on its way to amphibian slumber. Almost human, he thinks. Another artifact catches his attention. Disappointed, the scholar peers at the black slab of Abyssinian stone standing impotent on its pedestal.
If only the light had not faded earlier, and Anael had, like the Archangel Michael, confirmed an annunciation of the new era of ecumenical understanding led by Elizabeth Regina. Is not the truth of it foretold in the upcoming fiery conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter? Bruno and I are but worshipful men like the Baptist preparing the way. But the cynical world, will it heed what is in the night sky for all to see? Heed or not, Europe, nay, all humanity would in time know the truth of it. Though baffled, Dee's studies have taught him nothing, if not acceptance. The sweet nearness of Pax Britannica outweighs the morning's frustration. All things come soon enough, if we can have the patience to stay for them. Temporary setback is acknowledged and accepted. Sucking on his inner cheek, Dee becomes aware of the salty taste in his mouth, and craves more. Stepping to the buffet, he stabs at a silver of Stilton, a morsel left over from last night's late studies. Jane, his wife, had made sure the savory delight was brought before one more check on their little son, Arthur, and turning in herself. Momentarily breathing in its tanginess, recalling Jane's kindness, Dee finds the cheese runny from sitting fireside and savors the curdled richness. How he loves cheese, and wonders, if deprived, could he live without it? Certainly there must have been a time ere men knew the process to make it. God be praised, we live in blessed times. He then wipes his lips with the back of his liver-spotted hand. Port would be good right now, he considers, but it muddles the mind. It is of note that a neatly trimmed, pointed beard, designed to replicate a triangle, surrounds the scholar's thin mouth. The English D is the letter delta in Greek, and its symbol is the triangle. It is a ridiculous affectation, but it also has its purposes. It makes John Dee's long face even longer and gives it a sinister appearance. His fearful persona as a doctor of the occult arts has been a role that, at times, has served him well. By the light of this autumnal morning, the old man's countenance has the alien pallor of a drowned man at the bottom of the sea. His probing black eyes, deep set in their sockets, look as though they can pierce men's thoughts. It is sweet satisfaction that his unsettling countenance can prompt men to give way. He treats himself to another serving of blue cheese and continues reading. There is a particular passage that he can't help but read twice. The sun, the universal light, is reflected in its shadow, the moon, which is the world of universal nature, Diana, in which the enthusiastic hunts for the vestiges of the divine, for the reflections of the sun's divine light in nature, and by doing so, the hunter becomes converted into what he hunts after. He becomes divine. It is a pleasing conceit that touches his pride and self-importance, as pleasing as the salty taste of runny cheese in his mouth. Nodding in satisfaction, he reads on, finding less pleasant matter. Therefore,
Now that we have been in the dregs of the sciences, which have brought forth the dregs of opinions, which are the cause of the dregs of customs and of works, we may certainly expect to return to a better condition. Dee shoves the book away from him. The central premise that science is bad is a conclusion that is wholly irrational and unsubstantiated. Not to mention, it does precisely what Bruno had accused others of doing: tearing down good works. It is often thus with Dee, spending time weighing an unwieldy argument or statistical conundrum that cannot easily be confirmed. There is great satisfaction in struggling with mysteries until their complexity is mastered. This he might define as the highest state of the human reason, the quest for an answer. Too often, lofty sentences and fantastical figures, though difficult, are not as profound as they seem. So the philosopher reminds his students, "Though the line is sonorous, the sentiment may not be sound." As he rubs his woolly chin to puzzle out how Bruno can be so right about some issues and utterly wrong on others, he finds crumbs in his beard. It has a nasty habit of collecting the refuse of meals: breadcrumbs, porridge, and pudding. Like a nursing baby or a consciousness lost in second childhood, it often demands attention. He glances again at Bruno's text, but has not the frame of mind to focus longer. Moreover, with the unsettling numbness in his feet in the last 2 years, he finds it harder to distinguish the smaller print so prevalent in current publishing. Infirmity brings a world of woes, but perhaps it's not the smallness of the print, but that he is always restive. Whatever the pretext, the scholar decides to give his beard a proper brushing and searches for a boxwood comb he had recently bought from an East Indies sailor inbound from the remote Bermudas. With no particular patron in mind, he had purchased the comb with the thought of giving it as a gift. It did not matter. A unique gift could always be counted on to be a Trojan horse to a future benefactor's Ilium. The question remains, where has he put it? The room is surveyed. It is not on any of the library's shelves, yet he knows he most definitely had seen it on one when dinner was brought. Did he put it in a safe place, now totally fled from memory? It is not lost on him that lately newer memories are the sooner forgotten. Knowing it cannot be anywhere but in front of him, he is determined to find it. Careful to topple neither the salt cellar nor anything else, he lifts the trencher on which he had cut his meat that still lies uncleared on the parson table. He seeks high and low, in drawers, through books, under his sable-lined cloak thrown over some books. Magically, the beard comb has disappeared. Perhaps a group of cherubim is playing blind man's buff with him, and like Proteus, one of the deities has taken on the image of something other than that which now mysteriously blocks the comb from his vision. He lifts the 2 or 3 mummified animals scattered on the floor. Nothing there. The toad watches through his glass. Is the doctor's futile search any less senseless than its own had been? In frustration, Dee gets down on his knees to peer beneath the standing celestial globes, a present from his fellow student, Gerard Mercado. According to Bruno, there must be an infinite amount of such orbs in the sky above them. A throbbing constriction around his lower legs where his skin-tight nether stockings, fastened by garters, pinch him painfully. Blast French hose, he thinks. Fashion is an enforced livery, wearing out more clothes than a year's work. One must either refrain from the ink stains of work or give up all finery. Then, beneath the curio cabinet across the room, he discovers the comb. Or rather, he sees the boxwood case wherein it resides. Fallen from the cabinet where Dee put it when Mr. Marley jostled it with a serving tray the day before. He congratulates himself as he crawls toward it. The plot line of our lives is constructed of mingled instances, tragic and comic. For Dee, on hands and knees, smarting from his exertions and his tight stockings, this is not an auspicious moment to start an adventure. Nevertheless, one starts. For at that moment, Ludovico, A resident scholar from Padua, who has come to Dee to further his studies in engineering, shambles into the library. "One fount, newly come from London, is asking for you, master," the boy, Ludovico, announces. Unperturbed at finding his learned mentor like a crab scrambling on the floor, Ludovico yawns, readjusts his scholar's skullcap, and then, turning his back on his teacher, picks his way through the bookshelves for a needed text. Small for his age, the lad stands on tiptoe to peer at the titles on the spines. This is only his second visit to the inner sanctum, and there are so many wondrous books in the room to peer at. Uncomfortable that his ward finds him in this awkward position, the master of the house scolds, "Have I not told you to forbear entering my study when the double doors are closed?" "The outer one was open, signore." "Oh." The old philosopher belatedly recalls having forgotten to fasten the second door as Marley left. It is becoming a mistake he often makes, forgetfulness being another symptom of advancing age. "I know no font," replies the flustered doctor as he stands. "Might it be Fanto? Fanto from Salzburg?" "Forza." The boy can't be sure. "He is un uomo. Skeleton," replies the Italian as he moves the ladder to search. Spotting what he needs halfway up the bookcase, he asks, "Signore, can I borrow your geometry book for my lessons?" Permission granted, but only after a grammatical lesson is given. "In English, we use may I to make a request." A dutiful nod is given. Dee retrieves the book, a newly printed adaptation of Dee's Euclidean Geometry. It is handed over, and the lad fingers the pages carefully, searching for a forgotten hypothesis or a spiritual inspiration. Studying mathematics, after all, is one and the same. "The brutto yanked me as I stepped outside, demanding fortemente to see you. Signore Font has a Machiavellian humor. He wants kindness." And then under his breath, "and liberality." The young scholar's thoughts then drift to some arcane reality where only numbers and symbols exist. "From London?" questions the doctor. His heartbeat quickens. "Was he of the court?" Still transfixed by what he is reading, Ludovico murmurs, Si, forza. He is of the court. He was from London." Looking up from the text, and in a louder voice, the student continues, "Signore, explain to me ancora, what is the spiritual meaning of the monad? I know it is the marriage of the sun and the moon, but how affects it sublunary? Is it a mystery, maestro?" "Not now. Via to this font. Show him in. Wait, is he alone?" A sudden concern overtakes the scholar. "Speak, boy." At Dee's urgency, Ludovico shakes off his schoolboy haze and remembers his obedience. "See, he come alone. I see him come from the high road, right against the church. Enter your field at the great gate, no others." Dee's first thought takes root. "Mayhap it is a courier from Her Majesty. Go at once and bring him to me. Tell Mr. Marley to make sure the liquor cabinet is supplied. Oh, and tell him to serve a salver of cheese." Salver is too difficult for the young foreigner to understand. Dee explains, a board of cheese. Waste not a moment. Usher him to me. We will hear this Fanto, this font. Adesso." Ludovico scurries out the door, mindful of his master's fearful authority, his student gown swinging about his ankles like a clapper in a clarion bell. "Have a care, boy, in the future," scolds Dee. "Be quick about London guests." "I will do all, signore," rings the reply as it reverberates from around the corner. Dee walks to the footstool where Ludovico has unwittingly abandoned Euclid. He looks at the forgotten book and thinks of the trembling expression on the student's face and laughs. He's a good boy, and, though he is from Siena, knows his manners. Yet such an untidy mind. Dee tells himself he must spend more time with a boy who, after all, wants nothing more than to understand the world he lives in. But for now, the schoolmaster lifts the oversized text and hugs it in his arms. He had once presented Her Majesty with just such a copy of his work of Euclidean geometry. She had seemed pleased. Did she deceive him? She is certainly good at that. Were her blood not royal, she would have made a convincing player. His unspoken hope remains that Her Majesty might be sending word to grant him the chair of philosophy, that he so covets at Cambridge University. Dee had spoken to Sir John Cheek about it last spring, and the court scholar had then promised to put in a good word on Dee's behalf at his next royal interview. Has the hoped-for cynosure come at last? Elizabeth is, he knows, much taken with the good Sir John, but her favourites, like her humours, are as changeable as weather in March. Had not her long-time royal favourite Leicester fallen? He reminds himself it was not her wont to bestow such suits speedily. Blast her! He lifts a finger to his lips in forbearance. As Ludovico has reminded him, authority must be respected. With a sigh, he scolds himself for putting the cart of his ambitions before the horse of proof. There is no proof for any of his speculations. Man being a reasonable creature, there can be nothing more worthy than the employment of one's thoughts. But alas, one could too easily overthink a thing and worry it to death. His predilection isn't helped by the queasy state of his wretched finances. The flow of students is presently no more than a trickle, and his current books aren't as popular. His investment in the Muscovy Trading Company is a shambles. So much for being the premier scholar of the realm. He needs employment soon, especially now with another child on the way. Even at the advanced age of 47, he has never learned to patiently abide things in their due course. Patience. Patience is what I need. For decades, Elizabeth has promised him personal advancement, even as long ago as their first meeting in remote Woodstock, where her reigning half-sister Mary had imprisoned her. The mewed-up Elizabeth had been fascinated with Dee's astrological powers to peer into the future and make predictions. He had tutored her for an hour on the mathematics of it. She had politely laughed and clapped her hands when he showed her how her dominant planet, in conjunction with the hour of her birth, affirmed that her fortunes were auspicious and that she would lead a long and eventful life. And she had roared boisterously when he had shown her Queen Mary's inauspicious charts. Later, her ladies would tell him that they had been very startled by the unfamiliar sound of her ladyship's joy. King Henry's bastard child, Elizabeth, they would confide, was too solemn for her youth, and spoke too often of the peril of her position. Sick with melancholia. In hushed tones they would share that her ladyship will prove a hard wife. But Dee's prognostication soon had proved the more accurate. He reminds himself that now, decades later, unlike many of the Queen's privileged courtiers, including those solemn ladies, he has been blessed to hear that deep, commanding royal laugh for these many years. Basso, at times. Where others had vanished, he lives to listen to her mature basso playfully execute wounding flouts and jests of biting wit. He must bide his time. She will reward you one day, that's certain. But when? Chides his inner voice in a pique. He sighs in resignation, and, before the arrival of his courtly guest, reaches up to return the Euclid to its proper location. The velveteen book slips comfortably back into its niche. Neither his charts nor his scrying has ever given him an answer to that question. Nor, for that matter, has she. Knowing that, in moments, the Londoner will be presented to him, the aging scholar studies his personage in the long glass. He adjusts his stiff ecru ruff so that his graying beard will fall handsomely over it. His fingers comb it into a carefully shaped isosceles triangle. The entire learned world knows that there are occult secrets locked up in the inner nature of triangles, as there are in other Euclidean figures. In his youth, the world eagerly waited upon him to set those secrets free. But as yet, the geometric forms stubbornly refused to relinquish their complex meanings. While he had mastered much of the known occult mathematical illusions, he had contributed little to the storehouse of what is already known. He prays daily that, in time, a vision might be granted him. One last look in the mirror confirms his hairline recedes above his patrician forehead, and deep wrinkles fan his eyes. Time is not on his side. Chapter 2. Despite the early hour, refreshment is served to Nicholas Font. Hospitality and plentiful drinks are the hallmarks of a good house and a man of means. At table, Font sloshes in his mouth the raspberry wine that tingles his palate. Forcing his cheeks inward, he funnels the liquor down his throat. This is so much better than the tavern swill he is used to, watery dregs of ale that force one to nose through a cloud of froth and foam to sip but a lady's thimbleful of beer in an entire flagon. This justifies the 2-hour journey from London on a nag with thick wind and a chink in the chine. Burrowing in, young Font bleats, "Ill luck and abandoned hopes are my boon companions of late."
"Why is that, young sir?"
"My current political career at Whitehall is unsatisfactorily stalled. Despite my scholastic promise at Oxford, I am chained to a clerk's desk with naught to do but the drudgery of note-taking. Certes, from my chair at Whitehall, I have been given a lovely view of Tyburn Brook, but what of that? The dismal sight of the marshlands will not buy me a new wardrobe." He swishes the Grenache, watching its slow-moving wine legs streak down the side of his glass. "At best, my recent trip took me abroad to the splendors of Paris to seek out enemies of the crown and gain further advancement. But what avail? The mission was brief and a failure." After his second glass, Nicholas Font shares, "I had planned to arrive at Mortlake by breakfast and savour some of your good wife's eggs and salted bacon, but the cold and the damp and my fool of a horse forced me from that hope somewhere just past Putney. Now it is past 9, and the return journey still lies ahead." A water taxi would have been easier, but then there was the ferryman's expense. His half-shilling from the secretary's per diem is certainly not adequate compensation for his aching joints, the chafing in the fleshy part of his upper legs, and the cramp in the arches of his feet. Glass 3 inspires a catalogue of Font's medical woes, and Dee learns that tomorrow his guest must to the surgeon for some salves, dear as they might be. Font shares, "My groaning back and sore arse are momentarily tolerable." "Master Font, may I pour you another?" The doctor moves to the sideboard near the door and lifts the decanter of wine. Across the table, the self-satisfied face perched above the filthy ruff nods in succession, each time more emphatic than the last. As Dee moves to replenish his cup again, he regrets his original offering of a rich vintage. "It is too good for this lout. 'Tis but mid-morning, and the pint-pot drinks as if it were Twelfth Night. Yet still not a word of his mission." From the sideboard, Dee uncorks a lesser vintage. Bait. Eager for the next round, the menial brays, "Sir, Mortlake's wine is surpassed only by mine host's liberality. I will not say you nay. Here be my glass," adds the smiling, rooster-chested young man. He is clad in worn peascot doublet, with bishop sleeves padded in the forearm, and, in the old style, tapered at the wrist. He extends his arm. "Will you not join me?" Reaching across the pine-planked table, Dr. Dee tips the bottle toward his visitor and slowly pours but a dram into the Venetian goblet. "My boy, I dare not touch a drop till my day's labours are done, and I satisfy your mission." As he pours, he watches the bony, blonde-haired youth rapaciously turn his attention to the elegant design of grapes etched in the glass. The hand holding the glass is no longer steady. This grinning jackal, best used as a footboy, the old scholar observes, is obviously a scrivener. His fingertips are indelibly stained. As Dee withdraws the bottle, the sot realizes no further libation is forthcoming and wobbles the goblet to his nose clownishly, inhaling its bouquet. The perfect host adds, "And, invariably, I find Spanish wine upsets my stomach and gives me the headache." Indifferently, Dee glances out the window that looks out on the garden where the grass is damp and russet autumn foliage sways in the wind. "Good Dr. Dee, I have come on government business from London." He snorts self-importantly. "I am nobody's boy. I, clerk for Sir William Cecil, Lord Burleigh, the Chief Secretary of the Privy Council of England, am to serve this writ of summons." His fingers fumble inside his doublet and manage to produce the document. His voice is almost as wobbly as his fingers. "For one Dr. John Dee to come with all haste to Whitehall." The writ served, it is duly examined. "You must come today. There can be no objection."
"With no choice, I shall obey."
Obedience, thinks Dee, is every Englishman's duty. We owe it to God, to the Queen, and to all who are bound to the Commonwealth. Propped up with one elbow on the table, Font returns to supporting his drunken face on his hand. His pose speaks volumes. There is no danger for Dee yet. He recalls the discomfiting process of such a petition 2 years prior. None of Dee's captors then had been so casual, so slack, so breezily disrespectful. And rightfully so, for as it turned out, he had been exonerated by proving his crimes were on Her Majesty's behalf. No, there is no danger, Dee reassures himself, no enforced lockup in the occultist's immediate future. Elizabeth's punctilious secretary would not have sent a young scamp of a clerk to do the roughhouse work of a constable. But Sir William Cecil, Lord Burleigh, Dee realizes, is not one who might dispense a university chairmanship to Dee. Still, nothing to worry poor wife Jane, Dee reflects. But neither, alas, will there be a remedy for his pressing financial circumstances. That will not please Jane. But praise God, Providence must be trusted. Despite his insistence on leaving presently, Font hungrily eyes the divers bottles in Dee's liquor cabinet, licking his lips in anticipation. His host considers the situation. What to make of this official invitation to London, and what of the morning urgency? Might there be some pressing, profitable employment? Royal employment? In the hope that generous amounts of alcohol will fully unbridle the clerk's tongue, Dee grudgingly brims Font's glass, and uncorks yet another bottle to breathe.
"Certes, young sir, you have ridden far for Lord Burleigh. I am eager to understand what his lordship requires of me. There is not an Englishman alive who does more reverence the man than I, and we all thank heaven for Sir William's longevity. Surely it cannot be but some mean task, sith I am at best an inkhorn who dabbles in signs and mathematics."
"An inkhorn who possesses the honorific of doctor?" snorts Font, passing his palm over his lips. "At Oxford, only you rare minds were made doctors." Disdainfully, pulling at his pencil-shaped beard, the belligerent clerk asks, "Did you not lecture divinity at Louvain, and thereafter in Paris? And are you not an inward of Her Highness the Queen, her astrologer, her doctor, and cryptographer?" As Dee nods in the affirmative, so does Font. "Master Secretary gave me certain details." Taking in the inebriated messenger's ingratiating smile of smug conviviality, Dee thinks ruefully, "And are not these achievements decades gone,
And am I not a forgotten old man?
Yet he returns the swaggerer's smile.
You'll forgive me for saying this. You have not been seen at court in years, though I'll grant Queen Bess seems to favour you, probably for nostalgia's sake.
The blonde scarecrow lifts the goblet to his lips and studies his host for a moment. Dee is sure Font is about to say more, but has stifled whatever it is and drowns the idea with another long swallow. The doctor obligingly waits upon his pleasure, watching the rogue's prominent Adam's apple slide obscenely as the wine gutters down his gullet. In silence, Dee stares, wanting to smash it flat as one would a fly on a window. Bad news for Nicholas, notes Dee. Wine stains the clerk's leather doublet. Font mops the spill with a ratty kerchief brought up from some nether region, and loudly sucks the spilled liquor from the cloth. Dee traces the blood-red path of the wine from the corners of Font's mouth to his chin, and thence to the seam sewn down the center of his leather doublet, where it will doubtless settle in a hempen shirt beneath. The dripping Spanish Malaga leaves an indelible dark purple vein on the young man's garment, joining others of its kind. Yet what can Dee do about this lout? The rogue serves Lord Burleigh. The corners of John Dee's mouth turn upward in a welcoming grin, even as his tongue, unseen, pushes hard against his teeth. Blithely, Font inhales deeply and belches with gusto. His patience strained, the Queen's old retainer focuses in.
Young man, I believe Her Majesty hath conceived a good opinion of my studies mathematical and geographical in times past. I have done divers calculations on her behalf that have ever pleased her. I praise God for her. Have you journeyed here at her behest as well?
With that, Dee seats himself opposite his guest at the narrow table, leans forward, and whispers conspiratorially, so that nosy students cannot overhear,
Is there a service at her bidding that the secretary requires of me?
If there be,
replies the inebriate,
I know not.
He shrugs, laughs heartily, and leans back in his chair.
I have come here solely for William Cecil, Lord Burleigh. He is much taken with your last treatise on naval defence, and would hear more. Or at least, that is what I was instructed to say.
Font snickers to himself. In his drunkenness, he now betrays more than he should.
He has only given me to understand that it is to that matter, and the greater concern of the realm's protection, that he sent for you.
The realm's protection?
At that, Nicholas Font's nail-bitten hands flutter the question away. The cockerel turns away in his chair, but Dr. Dee catches a flicker of unease in his tipsy guest. Pushing against the table, his chair arching back, the clerk remains mute and fixes his glassy eyes on the ceiling. Clearly, this summons has nothing to do with a possible lay rectorship at university, though who better to lead a university than he? What could the Lord Treasurer be after? As the cry of an English bullfinch warbles from without, the courier, eager for any distraction, looks for its red breast out the window. Leaning back to admire the bird's plumage, Nicholas' unwashed mane of hair falls back to reveal his ruddy face. His dusty blonde head suddenly catches the sunlight, and for an instant, Font's profile is purified of the ravages of the English weather and excess drink. He is now not so much a self-important barnyard cockerel as a perfect Giotto painting. The Archangel Michael, haloed in gold, announcing the good news to the Blessed Virgin. But the image is as brief as an epiphany, and once the songbird has moved on, Burleigh's lackey folds his arms around his chest and returns the chair and himself to a proper sitting position.
I keep a linnet bird caged at home,
Burleigh's messenger says expansively.
God knows when he'll get fed.
Every man, it seems, believes in his own importance, and is ready to think he is such to others without once having the wits to know his affairs have no more weight with others than theirs have with him. Font stretches and yawns broadly. It is a wonder that he does not break his jaw. Instead, the messenger selects a crabapple from a bowl of fruit. Tossing it high in the air, he watches it descend. What Her Majesty desires or does not desire is out of my sphere, he announces, emphatically holding up the apple to make his point. Pleased with his rhetorical pun, Font takes a healthy bite. His weak mouth sucks at the crab's tartness. The question of the protection of the realm is forgotten or purposefully ignored. Disgusted, irritable, but not deterred, Font's host presses on in a courtly manner. Truly, Her Majesty's designs are known only to a select circle, though surely Lord Burleigh is an influential quadrant of that right perfect circle. Excluding Leicester, her recent favourite, her master secretary knows more of her mind than any man alive, and has been privy to her noble thoughts for as long as they have been royal. He has ever been there, at her side, and pray God that he always shall be. Etiquette requires that Burleigh's man reciprocate the prayer on behalf of his master's welfare, but instead, taking another bite, Font finishes off apple and core, spitting the seeds toward the nearby fireplace. This gross indecency, this churlish disregard for his master's well-being, or Dee's home, has crossed a line. A man without respect or loyalty is as faithless as a masterless dog, and the doctor has come to the end of his patience. Have a care, boy. I'll not have you treat my home as waste ground. Has intimacy with the best of the English realm taught you no manners? Were you born in a pig pen? This sudden upbraiding from the ancient jars Nicholas. He stammers, Why, sir, sir. Merciless, the Queen's wizard will have none of it. Nay, make me no hollow apologies. Take not Mortlake's hospitality as a license for your upstart forwardness, and do not scant your obedience to your betters. Rather, on your knees, scoundrel, and police after yourself. Font hoots faintly, undaunted. And if I do not? Will you call your schoolboys and steward and chastise me? Surely you are aware how that would appear slight courtesy to the master secretary, mistreating his envoy for adding 3 apple pips to an already filthy floor. The liquor has rallied the boy's bravado. Unsteadily, the youth rises from his chair to his full height and thrusts his pigeon-boned chest at his accuser. Boldness, invariably born of constraint, often intimidates and overwhelms those who are either shallow in judgment or weak in courage. Stone-faced, Dee takes his measure. And so, calmly and steadily, Dee replies, Whelp! You abuse your lordship's patronage, and I must not show offence to him. I will call neither student nor Marley my steward. They would but bloody your saucy mouth. No, I will chastise you myself in a manner that will bring no offence to Lord Burleigh. Nicholas merely sniggers, but now the voice is all steel and threat. With only nostrils flaring, Dee continues, You fear not, my reverence, and assume I have but little strength. Perhaps with others of my age that would be true, but alas for you, you have forgotten in whose house you are. I am, as I know you have heard, a necromancer of dire degree. I converse with heaven, and have command over the lightning to rive the oak. Think twice before you awaken my ire, for I have the power to afflict. I will rack your bones with aches and make you moan with the ague for an eternity of time beyond your reckoning. No mark will show, and no man can ever prove I beset you. I say again, get you to the floor and gather up your refuse. The colour in the upstart's face wanes, and his jaw slackens. The London courier is a man of the world, educated at Corpus Christi College. Magic is a charlatan's trick, but lively invention is something to which the young are most susceptible, rooted, as it is, in less life experience. with drink only heightening susceptibility and weakening one's strength of mind. Every man has heard of Dee's reputation. It is said even the Queen herself acknowledges his powers. Most counselors merely raise a prudent eyebrow at her gullibility, but one or two of the wisest secretly suggest that John Dee's investigations of the unseen world have uncovered the darkest secrets of hidden powers. The young clerk cannot be certain whether Dee's threat is a practiced performance or a genuine harbinger of powerful witchcraft. Uncertainties multiply when the old man lays hold of a gnarled oak bough, leaning by the fireplace, and raises it easily aloft with both hands. Not daring to breathe, Font stares at a living portrait of the biblical Moses who could transform staffs into snakes and part seas with an uplifted hand. It takes but a moment in time, an eternity to Font, for his imagination to get the better of him. Obedient hands slip from his hips, and he bends to the floor to retrieve one of the pips, sitting on the flint tile of the hearth. Cupping it in his hand, he examines it as if it were a ruby. He does not wish to threaten Dee by looking up at him, but steadfastly keeps eyes on the floor, searching for the other seeds. His tousled locks hang down around his face like a curtain rung down on a play. At his angle, a scab in his hairline becomes noticeable. A purplish target waiting for a blow from above. Font fears being struck, but not by Dee's staff. He's been clubbed and whipped before. The familiar can be borne. The fear is of the possibility of everlasting torment. Could the older man truly make that threat real? The Bible talks of witches. Could he deny them? There is great anguish in not knowing what may befall us that astonishes the mind and enfeebles the extremities. Although a part of this upstart's brain reasons that this is all a ruse, an older, more superstitious part of it cannot be certain. His heart palpitates under his tight-fitting doublet. He feels the coarse cloth of his breeches cut deeply into his crotch. Though he tries, he cannot will himself to look up at the magus. He is fully aware of how abject a figure he presents, but there seems to be an iron halter on his head and shoulders that keeps him bowed. He silently curses his own weakness, but has not the fortitude to protest. Dee watches in stony satisfaction at the boy's disquiet, yet having no doubts that this moment will be reimagined later. The villain at the alehouse will stand before his cronies, swearing that it was a spell the satanic Dee had visited on him via his damned wine. Well, thinks Dee, it is your lie to tell. My angels know the truth. In a very long minute, Font finds all his affluent seeds, and does not put them in the fire, but holds them fast in his hand, and then swallows them. Only after swallowing hard does he look up to see the satisfied doctor lower his staff and return it hearthside. Not a word is spoken. The ingrate's bended knee is statement enough. Order has been restored. Order. The underlining spine of Elizabethan life, the calcified skeleton whereby society hangs. Order, bred from infancy into every member of the Commonwealth. Every tinker has his limitations, every nobleman has his responsibilities, and even the Queen has her parameters. The laws of England rigorously insist on preserving decorum, and the English constabulary slavishly enforce those laws. No one is immune. All know their place. Bootsteps approach the door. There is a respectful knock. Whoever it is waits patiently for an answer. Sensing that the inimical presence is staring at him, Font whispers, "Your worship? I meant no disrespect."
And what of Lord Burleigh?
His lordship has and will ever be in my prayers.
There is a silence as the two regard each other.
Mr. Font, I suggest that you stand, unless you wish Johannes Marley, my steward, to find you like a papist pilgrim bussing my floors with your palms and knees.
Font rises up and weakly repeats,
"I meant no disrespect."
But Dee is no longer interested in Font or his apologies. His mind is beginning to prepare for his trip to London.
"Come in, your Highness. I am in want of your help."
Marley pushes open the wooden door and tips his head a bit toward his master in obeisance. He is a squat, middle-aged man dressed in a brown gown, as befits his office. There hangs around his thick throat a necklace with a key that is polished daily until it gleams with the sun's radiance. He has the straight-backed importance of an ex-military man who prides himself on foreseeing unforeseeable difficulties. On quick inspection, he deems there is no danger present in the room, only a whey-faced puppy who looks as if he has seen the devil.
"How may I be of service, Doctor?" "First, I will need my horse saddled for a journey to the city. I expect I shall stay overnight. Moreover, since autumn's nip is in the night air, fetch my heavy cloak."
"You will require a warm hat, sir."
"Aye, but I like not to bring attention on the road. The woolen cap will do."
"Sir, the labourer's cap befits not your station. Let me fetch you the beaver that Sir Walter brought back from the New World."
Fine, the beaver,"
says Marley's master with a flintiness that discourages any further discussion.
"If I remember rightly, it yet rests in the trunk by the kitchen. As for my station, pack me my dancing rapier, given me by the Duke of Northumberland. That will become me finely."
"Anything else, sir?"
"Yes, clear away this food. Young Font is finished."
Nicholas Font looks up, startled at the mention of his name.
"Unless, of course, Master Font would like another apple."
Dee looks over at him briefly and then returns his attention to Marley.
"This young man seems particularly interested in the apple pips of our region."
Chapter 3. The Dees have but one horse, and so the mare sniffs in curiosity at Font's unfamiliar roan that whinnies by her side.
"Mr. Marley, I leave the charge of the household in your good hands," says the master of the house, adjusting his saddle straps there in his barnyard.
"Gramercy, sir. I shall endeavour to keep all well and mindful in your absence." Out of many years of habit, George Marley inadvertently touches the key at his neck, his badge of office, acknowledging his duty. Mounted, Font clutches the reins tightly, dreading the ride to London with the dark-humoured sorcerer. The nipping country air with its smell of the river have gone far to sober him. He envisions the deadly silence of the return trip, knowing it will be harder to bear than that morning's discomfort. Worse, what if this accursed witch practices his black arts on him while they ride alone in the woods? His dread is evident. As the wise William Cecil has often said, truth can be found even in forbidden communications with spirits. Foreknowledge is a political asset and a counselor against national calamity. Turning in his saddle, the callow youth looks toward London, where his future safety surely lies. London means not being alone with this menace. London is a stiff drink with fellow-minded lads like himself. But that is at least 2 hours off. Much can befall between then and the present. Surreptitiously ignoring Font, Marley holds firm the bit collar for his master's horse. "Doctor, be there anything that I may retrieve for you in the house?" Though he looks dutifully to his employer, all the butler's thoughts are concentrated on the insipid rake twisting uncomfortably on the adjacent horse. This Font is too silent, too nervous, too mealy-mouthed. Marley is known to dislike couriers from London who invariably bring bad news. The fall of the Dudleys, the departure of Pickering, and most especially the pursuivants of 2 years ago who had come to arrest his employer for devil worship.
"I cannot harbour a guess of what that might be," states Dee as he approaches Marley. "But, perdition, I shall have forgotten something, that is certain."
With that, one hand on Marley's shoulder, Dee steps into his butler's cupped hands and vaults into his saddle, taking the reins from his man and looking down into George's broad face.
Mr. Marley, you are the governor of my household now. See to provisions while I be from the house. Of necessity, my absence may extend 2 or even 3 days. Look to the students, whom I leave in your care. Let them not revel overly much in their master's absence."
There is no steel in his voice, only concern.
"Remind them of their studies. Each must translate either from the Latin or Greek a page a day of the manuscript they study. Master Herbert is behind in his tuition and must be urged to seek funds from his father. The old reprobate Black Will shall not fob me off again."
John Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, Black Will, had once promised John Dee an excellent salaried position in his household as his astrological adviser, but had conveniently forgotten. Taking in his son had been scant reward for what Dee had once thought was a certain path to financial security. Worse luck, the position had been given to John Prestall, an unscrupulous, cunning man who had none of Dee's learning.
"Remember to lock up when the family retires, and see that you quench the fires and the lanterns. Most especially, have a care that no one set foot in the Interna Bibliotheca."
Any discovery of his private magical literature, the waxen tablets that he uses for scrying, his journal of angelic conversations, or his copy of De Occulta Philosophia, would mean the end of his reputation, possibly his life, in addition to squelching whatever chance he had of securing a new sinecure from Elizabeth. Too many unschooled minds already thought him a conjurer of devils and whispered the Lord's Prayer whenever he passed. A mindless mob had burned his library once, and without a court patron he had been powerless to obtain reparations.
"That I will, sir, as I always have,"
George Marley reassures his master.
"Aye, that you have."
Dee looks out across his field to the road to London. A bitter country wind blows.
"Odds my life, I was to procure hay. You must look to that as well."
"Farmer Blakely, as usual."
"Nay, not him. He is a pettifogging knave. We shall not do commerce with him again."
"Understood. I will endeavour elsewhere." Dee nods. Feeling keenly the seasonal chill in the air, he takes a reading of the cloud-swept sky. Venus is entering the house of Capricorn.
"Like as not, we shall have rain, Mr. Font."
Surprised at being addressed, Font stirs uneasily in his stirrups and faintly answers, "Very like, Doctor," then looks away. He scolds himself to show some mettle. "My horse has it in the nose, too." Like a grovelling ostler who knows only to keep his eyes averted and lips sealed, Nicholas ducks his head and pats his mount's mane. But then, one last peep. "The sooner started, the sooner there, sir." It is not lost on either of the men how pitiful this sounds. With his calloused hand, shielding his eyes from looking directly into the sun, Marley remonstrates, "Your riding gloves, sir?" His hand moves to his mouth to cover it from the billowing dust and bits of hay the breeze blows about. "You bought them purposefully for your next visit to London. They become you well. Shall I fetch them? They but rest in the foyer."
"You are a godsend, Mr. Marley. Yes, on your way now, yes. They will indeed become me well."
It is best to look prosperous.
"Don't forget, bring me the beaver hat."
For the Puritans serving in the English government, like Burleigh, poverty bodes misfortune and shows a loss of God's grace. Marley jogs back to the house. Reflexively, Dee reaches down and searches the pocket of his riding cloak for his diary. It is an unsettling fear that he might leave it behind. It is his constant companion and counselor. The discipline of daily entries makes him pay closer attention to the innumerable details of his life. What use being a student of the heavens if one does not study oneself? Meaningful instances present themselves often. The eye sees not itself, but by reflection through one's own actions. Thankfully, the diary rests deep within his pocket. On the blank page opposite its frontispiece is the signature of Henri II of Navarre, who had offered him 200 crowns to be the king's mathematical instructor. That was back in the halcyon days, when Dee had been the doyen of the intelligentsia, packing university lecture halls with his lectures on geometry. As a royal gift to him, a Parisian bookseller had been commissioned to bind a bespoke diary of vellum pages in precious red leather. Though it teems with observations, there is yet room for more. It is filled with dates and impressions and observations that seek to understand the natural world as completely as Jesu would allow. Oh, that his life's work would survive him and be read by thousands. The thought is a consolation to his once hopeful ambitions. Was it a misstep, rejecting Navarre's offer? Then there had been so many assurances by the powerful that he was destined for great things. Alas, his potential never translated to success, and consequently he is now pressed to make ends meet. He fingers the familiar wrinkles in his journal spine, willfully banishing the image of himself as a French philosophe. As an Englishman and a Welsh descendant of King Arthur, his duty is to the Tudors in London, and not to powers abroad. The familiar feel of the leather is as comforting as laying his hand on Jane's thigh. He can be parted from neither. Both are essential. Marley reappears with the gloves and hat, the trifling preparations of their journey complete. Dr. Dee stares toward London. What is to become of him there? Ill fortune or promotion? He had dreamt of falling the other night. What did that bode? He scrutinized the sulky sot beside him, too frightened to match his gaze. No help there. Only time can bring truth to light.
Many thanks, Mr. Marley.
Dee slips his hands into the fleecy gauntlets, ready to embark on whatever fortune has in store.
Westward ho, Mr. Font.
They ride in silence. Wary the government's lackey is scrupulous to keep Dee ahead of him, they pass shoulder-high hedges and flourishing apple trees just inside the boundary of Dee's property. Lavender, orange, and tawny yellow leaves peek out among green boughs. In 2 weeks, Mortlake shall become an exquisite tapestry of color. The unruly roots of his small orchard tilt Dee's stone walls at an obscene angle, yet not enough to hinder travelers on the road. The Community Council requires that landowners' walls be maintained and that an estate's vegetation and debris along the public highways be kept groomed. Many landowners grouse that it is cheaper to pay the council fines than to hire the gardeners to hew the brambles and briars. Though the Dees scrimp on expenses, ever dreaming of royal patronage, John and Jane agree that civic obligation must be obeyed. To that end, Mr. Walter Hooper has been hired, who, of late, is barber in Cheswick. He maintains the hedges and knots in good order at a salary of 5 shillings per annum, plus some food and drink. For that, all is to be pruned twice the year. The journey's way doglegs to the left, past the new church with its limestone walls, flat-arched windows, and square tower as prim and proper as the vicar who preaches there. The road widens. Deep gullies in an uneven highway hinder their horses, making the ride difficult. For the first half-hour, nothing is said. In time, farmhouses and yards disappear, replaced by misshapen scrub pines slanting in every direction, blocking what little there is of the late morning sun, yet providing some degree of buffer from the increasing ferocity of the wind. Frantically waving tree branches threaten to topple the riders from their mounts. The wind blows at their backs, whistling eerily. Tree roots, raspberry bramble, and wild antique white roses grip the landscape with their talons. Thrashing tendrils latch onto anything and everything. More than once a thorn lashes out at a face. None of this is to Font's liking. Pampinus, the Latin for briar. The Oxford graduate lacks the gumption to grumble more than, "I know," at pains to keep his teeth from chattering. The nipping chill allows him to say nothing more.
The French call them pommes. They don't seem so pampered now.
There is a lift at the corner of Dee's eyes, and Font wagers secretly that beneath the old man's muffler a smirk betrays Dee's pleasure at his own pun. "Enjoy your drollery while you can," thinks the writ server. Crossing a meadow of grazing sheep, Dee notices rivulets of runoff rainwater sluicing downhill through the grass and St. John's wort, forming ponds along the flatter spaces of the hillside. The riders slow their pace, careful to keep the watery sheep-dung from splashing on their clothes. The northern chill invades their clothes and stiffens their joints. Font rubs his chafed cheek. The older man is aware the younger has no muffler. Either he is chronically ill-prepared, or a fool. Doubtless, both are true. Only a third of their way through the ride now, and most of it has been in grim seclusion. Both men long for its end. Just before they exit the pasture, under a copse of trees, Font reins in his horse and reaches into his saddlebag to withdraw a stained clay pipe filled with tobacco. Bad luck for him, he finds no matches. No matter. With its stem firmly clenched in his mouth, he sets his aggrieved jaw against the chill, giving him some sense of control. There is comfort in the briar's familiar redolence and bite. The phantasm of its former warmth seemingly alleviates the cold. By the smugness of his curled lips, it is clear the youth heartily congratulates himself for having brought it. Citing an old adage, Dee reminds, with brittle contempt, "Tobacco taken without measure stealeth a man's wit." While visiting Mortlake, Raleigh had forced him once into a smoke that had almost immediately made him uncomfortably lightheaded. Dee approves of nothing that dilutes reason. Where the fascination? Like all adages, truth is revealed in proverbial wisdom. "It is an old wives' tale," is all the taciturn replies. A quarter of an hour passes silently, until they come across a family of wandering beggars. Moonmen, they are called. There are 8 of them, dressed in the unwholesome rags of cast-off clothes. 6 are children, 4 girls and 2 boys, none of whom are past 14 years of age. The smallest is a lumpish babe wrapped in a coarse hempen blanket. The woman protects it from the weather, hugging it to her chest. But truth be told, the entire tribe huddles together to shield themselves from the wind. Some have nothing but remnants of footwear, toeless slippers and slashed boots. The youngest 2 have nothing at all, and their feet are as brown as hooves and have bunions of mud caked on them. On seeing their betters hastening forth on horseback, they make no move to relinquish the road. At first, Font refuses to cede the way, but Dee signals to hold up and let them pass. "Alms, kind sirs," pleads the oldest, and no doubt the father of the family. As he comes closer to Font, he extends his arms, showing him his inflamed sores, saying once again, "Alms! Alms for Jesus' sake!" Font's mount whinnies and sidles. "My family is destitute," the Moon Man whines. His oldest boy, who is also the scrawniest, removes his cap and cups an empty hand in the universal gesture of begging, whimpering all the while like one who has just this day lost his favorite dog. The troop is almost comical in their practiced routine. Font kicks at the grasping hands with his boot. He has a moral aversion to the poor, a revulsion of the stinking masses. Society has taught him a religious respect for those with property. Conversely, those without are contemptible. "Fie, thou foul-smelling, lousy knave! Naught comes of naught. Your Mort and thee have spawned godless rogues and vagabonds. Get thee from our sight. We are at Her Majesty's business." Scurrying up to Font's horse, the beggar woman raises her head and stares at her husband's attacker. "Have a care about you, young sir," she hisses. "I will set the evil eye on you. Have a care." Looking at the 2 urchins at his ankle, the doctor sniffs. "More like you will infect us with some disease." Maneuvering his horse nearer the beggar woman, "Madam, we have nothing for you except to demand that you and your kinshins continue on your way and leave us to ours." Resolving that no coin will be cadged from these two, the husband and wife gesture for their children to leave off. And so they do, but not without low, mocking bows from some, and catcalls and insulting gestures from the others. From their gesticulations, despite the wind, a palpable stench emanates from them. Dee lifts his muffler a little higher to his nose. Without hurry, the vagabonds pick their way past, meandering like lazy mountain goats and reeking much the same. "These knaves would rather hazard death than do a day's work," tisks the civil servant, clenching the pipe even tighter in his mouth. Few in government could separate the cause of the recent spate of England's homelessness from the clergy's insistence that it was a sign of God's rejection. In its everlasting wisdom, heaven ordains poverty and wealth, said the pulpit. They fear nothing. No, not the stocks, nor a whipping. Do they not? One day I must inquire. But I do think you are in the right. As Dr. Dee proceeds on his way, his till now sullen companion draws closer to press the opportunity for a chance at conversation. Dr. Dee, does not your constable perform his office and lock up this vagrancy? Is your village not oft waylaid by these moonmen? They are lousy and belike carry the plague. They besiege us in London. Bridewell is overrun. Bridewell, a former royal residence at Ludgate Hill, near Fleet Street, had been converted into a place to train the poor for work, but it quickly devolved to little more than a stinking prison. Dee looks back, slightly surprised at the man's newfound loquaciousness. Aye, Will Hunt does what he can. Dee points back in the direction of Mortlake. But they are many, and more than Will can cope withal. What few he claps in irons must abide in his small jail until the tardy magistrate comes round to set them to trial. We here in the country are overrun by rogues that you and the city escort to London's walls and push out upon us. But is it not the law to do so? Aye, that it is a city law, and a bad one. Would not the Commonwealth be better served to set these beggars to work, and not confine them in the corruption of Bridewell? Let them for hire rather repair the city's ditches, that are the reservoir of the city's privies, and the engendering of much pestilence. The doing of it, or the fear of this manner of work, will fright them into good husbandry. It is a just and reasonable answer to our country's dilemma, Nicholas says, removing the pipe from his mouth as they plod forth, leaving the urchins behind to ready themselves to accost the next passers-by. But London is overwhelmed daily by a flood of humanity. It's not just the poor, but also all the foreign-born strangers. They buy up houses with jobs that they have stolen from true-born Englishmen. They threaten our way of life by snapping up custom and place. They keep to themselves and constitute a commonwealth within our own. Particularly egregious are the foreign merchants and handcraftsmen who take their profits from us and export our currency back to their unholy lands. Work is the remedy. Judgment is only found through industry. It physics the mind. Her Grace must convince her prosperous classes to employ more and at a decent wage. More, the walling off of the commons' lands by the wealthy for their particular sheep and cattle has engendered naught but misery among those who once tilled the land. There must be a fairer sharing of our nation's wealth. If something is not done soon, and that betimes, then, belike the honest strivers, by which I mean the apprentices and journeymen, will in time sore beset the brute Belgians and the faint-hearted Flemings, and drive them back across our channel and from the betrayal of our kingdom. The clerk has found his voice, observes the philosopher, speaking for reform, a tendency often found in the young. What say you, Master Font? Do you, as a functionary of the government, now speak for revolution by the lower classes? I care not for the idle, nor the worthless who through their own faults deserve sharp justice. A glow of rectitude comes into his face. But for those unfortunates whom we call the true poor, and deserve our charitable help and sustenance, they deserve better than we have provided. And how might that be accomplished?
Would you have us be Anabaptists?
Nay, I am no Hutterite who dies for goodness and never sees the world. I only speak of charity.
Our nation containeth a great store of poor people who of necessity must be relieved by wealthier citizens, else they starve and come to utter desolation. The word doth bind us to make daily provision for them. Would you raise our taxes, which in fact often is the very cause for many of these unfortunates being thrust into their wretchedness?
Nay, the nation can ill afford that. But something must be done for those who cannot find gainful employment. Putting both reins into one hand, he begins to gesticulate with the free one. As you say, working wretches are being daily evicted from their pelting farms and are forced to bear necessity's hard cruelties.
But I put it to you again, how would you remedy the situation?
The dialogue, so long in coming, continues with much passion for the rest of the journey. The two college men eagerly pursue the lively thesis and antithesis of the remedy for national poverty. The weather's rawness is forgotten as friendly arguments ensue. Though the wind rattles, the two make every effort to speak above it. Hypothesis, instances, and convictions are shuffled back and forth, and the day's grey, sickly sun mounts to its apex. They enter London by way of the Thames, crossing over the London Bridge, joining the unruly throng, and slowly pushing their way through traffic. The enormous crowd is confined to a structure only 26 feet wide. Carriers of vegetables, riders, livestock, carts, and peddlers with their wares all jostle for entrance. It is a half-hour before Dee and Font manage to pass the northern gatehouse of the bridge. The urban woes of overpopulation are immediately apparent. Jutting tenements overhang dark, narrow streets wherein the bedlam of animals, clanking carts and carriages, compete with fulsome cooking smells, street peddlers and storefront merchants loudly hawking their wares, travelers hoping to either get home or find lodging before nightfall. The entire city shouts to make itself heard. Worse are the smells of the reeking mid-street gutters, with their open drains polluted with stinking refuse. Everything and everyone is painted over with the thin black soot of the city's smoke and its acrid smell. Nearby pitchmen shout and wave to get their attention, but Font, now in the lead, spurs his bay to get past, leaving Dr. Dee to follow as best he can. Chapter 4. The residences in this part of London teeter, almost touching each other across narrow Leadenhall Market Street. Fostered by the aging London docks, there is an algae-green seediness to the neighbourhood. Nicholas Font draws up to one of the three houses before them, followed by Dee. A rickety lad of 14 addresses them. The boy is a victim of one of London's seasons of the plague, and looks up at them with a palsied eye, the right side of his face paralysed.
"'Sdeath, Mr. Nicholas, the master's past patience expecting you. Indeed, he has cursed your delay well these 2 hours, half the day is spent."
Only his good eye squints at Font.
"What has kept you?"
The young ostler has the guttural accent common to the North Country.
"I am here by the grace of God, and that is all that matters,"
the Privy Council's clerk protests. In a peremptory voice, as much for Dee as to put this boy in his place, Font demands,
"Where is your employer?" "Within, in his sitting-room. He studies paper thingies,"
advises the ostler, who communes easier with horses than humans. Like the weather of his Yorkshire dales, he is cold and cloudy.
"Patrick, see that Dr. Dee is well taken care of.
Show him at once to the hallway study." Then, with neither a by your leave nor a backward look, Nicholas Font dismounts and hustles himself through the open door of the grey 3-story house, never to be seen by his riding companion again.
"Patrick, is it, boy?"
asks Dee as he thinks to dismount, and then doesn't. The ground here is muddy.
"Who is the master of this place?"
He hands his reins to the menial, who reeks of his profession.
"Why, sir, This be Thomas Philippe's house,
is the curt reply. Left unspoken is the tail end of Patrick's sentence.
Any fool knows that.
And who be he, sirrah?
He, sir? Why, he, sir, is boon companion and confidant to Mr. Secretary Francis Walsingham,
wheezes the boy as he cozies up to the horse. His frozen face traps his words in his nose like lost prisoners, attempting escape through the unready way of his misshapen mouth.
He be the secretary's secretary,
says Patrick, sniggering over his rudimentary pun. No matter the class, all Londoners, even young ostlers, seem to have a smug superiority over visiting country bumpkins.
Master Thomas is the secretary's aide-de-camp?
The French aide-de-camp in the boy's mouth sounds like an anapest galumphing out of a frozen field. Secretary's secretary is more a repressed sneeze. This Patrick treats me as an old nothing, thinks Dee, and yet doesn't care to hide the fact that like a pack of hounds before the hunt, they have been expecting my and Font's arrival since early day.
It's evident that he honors my horse over me.
Another thought dawns. Is this testiness an act distracting from sharing information about his master?
Perhaps he will not be so guarded about his master's master.
What of Secretary Walsingham? What of him?
He be here already. I have but fed and brushed his mare this past 2 hours. Came early, he did.
He strokes Dee's charger. Smelling hay on the boy, the horse is eager to make friends. Taken by surprise, the doctor sits straight in his saddle.
So the old fox is here. That knave, Font, said it was Burley I was to meet. What meaning is in this our coming here? Not so fast. Is Walsingham's presence here chance or purpose? With Walsingham, it's always wheels within wheels, reasons the doctor.
Walsingham's enemies have always said that Sir Francis is incapable of telling a truth. He runs an army of spies for the crown, dishonorable men pretending to be other than they seem. Intelligencers, Walsingham's men of the spy trade, are notorious for deception and betrayal. They are disaffected troublemakers who prosper by betraying confidential conversations, infiltrating households, and rifling through private diaries. Dee feels for his own. Scum who lie in their throats and in comparison make hell's ministers seem angelic.
Portsmouth curs have more honor.
Yet he is reminded of the peril in which all of Europe stands. First, the Queen and her Commonwealth must be protected from the papal bull of 1570 that suggests a call for her death. In the coming year, papists would show their lethal capabilities with the assassination of Prince William of Orange, the Protestant martyr of the Low Countries. But did England need the gruesome spectacles of beheadings and disembowelings that are daily staged to horrify the populace into a cowed acceptance of Protestant rule? Poor imprisoned Catholics are brought down daily by Walsingham's disingenuous agents, these intelligencers who secure their freedom by repeating to their jailers the testimony of fellow prisoners. Men and women, too, are tortured for nothing more than a word mindlessly blurted in anger that later is shamelessly repeated against them by Sir Francis' eyes and ears. And for what? Even the staid scholars of Oxford whisper in their dormitories that there is very little difference in the way of religious tolerance between Elizabeth and her Roman Catholic predecessor, Bloody Mary Tudor. Their father, King Henry, rather enjoyed the pageantry of the popery he destroyed. Catching the boy's wary look, Dee offers,
"You must guard your every word in this household. Must you not?"
Patrick lowers his voice, saying,
"Aye, sir. They say he has ears everywhere."
Looking at the still open door, Patrick stints at continuing this particular line of thought. As Dee's mount chomps her lips for food and water after the hard journey, the palsied ostler strokes the horse's sweaty flank. Careful not to be caught with his opinions showing, Patrick moves to the horse's mouth and focuses on feeding her oats from his pocket.
"Aye, sir,"
is all he says out loud. There is a quick stab at the door with a grimy finger.
Nicholas bade me bring you inside.
Frustration at being in something over his depth, slurred words tumble out.
Splud, it is not my office to see to the guests, nor to blather with them neither. That be Walter's job.
Another look at the door.
I'll call for him.
With that, the ostler brings his free hand to the good side of his mouth and halloos.
By just Walter, have a care. Here be the guests to Master Philippe's.
There comes an answering yell. Anon! I will come anon! The annoyance in Walter's voice is unmistakable. Despite the mud, Dee dismounts.
Though expected, I'm definitely not welcome here,
thinks Dee. Before the doctor can reprimand the ostler for ill treatment, he is met by Walter, Philippe's gentleman usher. Breathless from excess of household duties within, he rushes toward Dee, pulling wisps of hair from his sweaty cheek. He stands just over 5 feet and is a little past his prime, being in his late 30s. Wide as he is tall, he is a jiggly fat man, whose body continually ebbs and flows like tides in a lake. He wipes his hands on a tattered apron that grudgingly surrounds his waist. Walter pants with inquiries.
May I inquire of your worship's desires? Have we kept you long? Has the doctor dined?
Though his wheeze addresses Dee, Walter casts his attention on the ostler's turned back and large ears. Presumably, Patrick always makes a bad first impression, and Walter is eager to offer apologies.
Gore, this here's the fellow traveller of Fonts,
says Patrick, waving his hand disingenuously in the direction of the stranger, then shouts,
Opinionated is?
Dee straightens and growls,
Me, sirrah? Why, I have said not a word this last 2 minutes.
Patrick never looks back.
Don't need to. I know them looks.
With that, the lad harumphs and turns the corner of the building, guiding the mare to the barn. Dee is not unaware of the muffled epithet muttered in his direction as Patrick shambles off. With great decorum, Dee focuses on blubbery Walter.
I am Dr. John Dee of Mortlake, from whence Font and I have travelled this dank day. Font spoke of a hallway study. By your leave, may I rest inside?
Walter's eager nod sets his entire body rippling.
And await my courier, who it appears has deserted me for something or someone in the house.
Of course, your reverence.
Walter smiles and hustles backward.
Master Philippe's would have it no other way.
He nearly trips over the threshold of the doorway. But as he stumbles, his hand catches the brass latch handle of the door, and he steadies himself. Never missing a beat, yet never quite catching his breath, Walter reiterates,
Welcome to you, Doctor. Let me show you to a fire.
Entering the house and passing through a narrow vestibule, they reach a study with a well-stocked library.
Dr. Dee, your worship can take some comfort here,
urges the courteous usher.
You shall not want for drink, you have my word. It will be brought anon.
He opens the door and yells, Tom!
A tankard of mulled wine, if you have it, replies John Dee, thinking, as they all like to shout in this household, all must be deaf.
You shall have it, my dear sir, you shall have it,
he reassures, but some worry seems to accompany the statement. Walter adjusts a wooden stool so that it is closer to the fire.
Rest you here, sir? Certes, you must be fatigued from your travels.
Aye, that I am, Walter. Your fire relieves the chill.
With that, Dee rubs his chafed hands before the open grate. There, he remains to allow the numbness in his palms to thaw into nettlesome pricks. Stiff fingers unbutton his traveling cloak, and the man sets himself on the offered stool. As if nothing would please him better, Walter clasps his hands together in a gesture of personal satisfaction, happy indeed to see a stranger made comfortable. The man has an innate affability that radiates like a woman's kindness. His face is framed by steel-gray hair, trimmed like a hedge just above his eyes, but on the sides of his head, tresses hang to his shoulders. After time spent with the enigmatic font, Dee lets himself relax in the warmth of this gentleman's good cheer and hospitality. Seeing his guest's muddy boots, round Walter offers Dee the opportunity of removing them, either for the doctor's comfort or to keep the house clean. Finding a stool, the tired traveller raises his right-booted foot in the direction of the gentleman usher. Here is a man, Dee thinks, with whom it would be a pleasure to sup. Stretching his stockinged legs out in front of him toward the fire, he declares, "'Tis good to rest. 'Twas a long, tedious jarring. Your Mr. Font was a cold companion at the start. He is hard to warm to."
"Oh, Font is not one of our household," shares the fat man, but says no more. Old Tom, the yeoman of the chamber, enters. It would appear Tom has never been quick about his business. "Tom, bring mulled wine at once." Tom turns to go, but Walter has had a history with him and is put out. "My dear fellow, have you seen to the arras? Have you broomed it?" On the wall hangs the Flemish tapestry, a pastoral scene populated with trees, a forester in Kendal green, and hounds standing guard. A white fence pens in a recumbent white unicorn. Walter slaps it with the flat of his hand, and a cloud of dust appears while he tisks reproach. "Tom, 'tis shameless! You have been again derelict in your duties." The waving tapestry undulates, much like Walter's midsection, and the unicorn seems to retreat from its captivity. Looking at the muffin man as if he were as inconsequential as a pin, the terse yeoman flatly replies, "Don't make a Star Chamber matter of it. I will attend to it." "We will speak of this anon, Tom. Now, fetch some wood from the back and replenish this fire. Mr. Philippe's would not like a guest to catch his death for lack of kindling. A lemon bough or two will give the chamber some sweet fragrance." Tom leaves as stolidly as he had entered. With 2 fingers to his brow, Walter peeks around the doorway down the hallway to check on a forgotten commandment, or perhaps to keep an eye on Tom, reprimand him for some other forgotten household responsibility. Whatever the reason, Walter returns presently, giving his full attention to his guest. "From here, Mortlake is a not altogether worrisome ride, but for pity's sake—" At that, Walter pats his oversized bum. "Why not hire a ferryman? 'Tis speedier and easier on the frame. 'Tis the common practice, is it not?" London-born, the chatty Walter has never left the security of the city's walls. Not waiting for an answer, "I tell you truly, I like not horses, nor being bounced about like my lady's pearls. The Thames runs less vigorous at Mortlake, does it not?"
"Aye, it doth,"
Dee answers quickly, not unhappy to hold up his end of the conversation.
"Though truth be told, I am loath to travel by boat. My feet," Dee confides, raising one of his elegant boots in the air, "must be ever planted on terra firma. I am uncomfortable on boats of any size. I'd fain die a dry death."
"Aye, verily." Having never seen the sea, the merry usher agrees. "I'd forego 1,000 furlongs of sea for an acre of barren ground." At that, the affable Londoner slaps his forehead and declares, "About my brains, what a lackabout I am!" The round man turns with unimagined dexterity to the door. "Here you sit, tired and hungry, and I prattle of nothing but seas and such. 'Sdeath! What keeps Tom? Ever the tortoise." Annoyed, he bustles to the door. "I will personally see about your refreshment." With that, he gives a small, courteous bow, with more bending at the neck than at his oversized midriff, and the stout barrel rolls out of the room, the library noticeably larger in his absence. Soon the fire does its work, and the traveller removes his heavy outer clothes. Needing a spot to lay his fine beaver hat, he glances about, then lays it on a reading table at the back wall near the main door. Behind it, a bookcase frames a small window. A frosty, late September sun scantily lightens the room. Eschewing the broadsides and parchment that lay scattered about, Dee gives his attention to the bound volumes on the shelves. "A kindred academic spirit," opines Dee, happily regarding the host's collection of books that appear to be mostly unbound manuscripts. Bound books are an expensive luxury. As he peruses Thomas Philippe's collection, he ponders the pronunciation of his host's surname. Is it Phillips or Philips? That is how the inhospitable ostler had pronounced it. Many of the writings are journals of governmental procedures. Amongst them is a bound tome, a battered copy of the Common Prayer Book. The presence of this required volume of the Church of England in such a public room openly declares to all where Mr. Phillips stands as to the bitter religious controversy that divides England and Europe. The black book's pages are well thumbed, and the book's binding is separating, leaving no doubt that the owner of the house is a devout Anglican. The man studies his scripture. Of course, being the secretary's secretary, it could be no other way. Practicing Catholics were legally forbidden from filling governmental positions in Elizabeth's England unless they acceded to the oath of supremacy, which few did. Carefully, Dee replaces the text on the shelf. Hunting further, he discovers small collections of poetry, map books, accounting records, and some works from the ancients. All seem to be categorized, a good sign of a disciplined mind. But as he scans the volumes, he finds some texts out of alphabetical order. The miscataloguing of books is Dee's bête noire. Like many of his countrymen, he abhors disorder. At home, he knows the exact location of every item in his library, as well as the precise reason why he has placed them where he has. Purposefully, he sets about repositioning the books more rationally. His obsessiveness is interrupted by the slow, purposeful sound of heavily weighted feet along a seemingly endless hallway. A glum Tom enters, laden with extra wood.
"Walter doth apologize to your worship about the want of grog. It was needful that he attends elsewhere. I shall return with a faggot in a trice."
He shakes his head at the memory of that recent conversation.
"Jesu, lemon boughs no less."
It is evident to Dee that Tom hasn't done any task in a trice for quite some years now. The philosopher watches the man shuffle his way out. Dee can't help but think old Tom is as thick and as dour as a headstone in a graveyard. At the doorway, the slab turns with the sobriety of an undertaker.
"I hope these,"
he indicates the new logs on the fire,
"shall please."
This brings a smile to the tired guest, and he chortles, "Tom, it doth please me well." Satisfied, Tom shuffles out of the room on his way to fetch lemon boughs to fragrance the room. His weary footsteps are the tread of an ox inexorably yoked to a mill wheel.
"Once again I am left alone to cool my heels," thinks Dee. "All this is sheer impertinence, and still no wine."
His restive eye darts around the room, returning to the books. Perhaps it is the crimson color of the leather, or the fact that the book lays on its side, resting on top of the others, but Dee is drawn to a large tome in easy reach. Looking at the title, he startles, and wrestling the weighty volume into his lap, opens the clasp that binds it shut.
"Miraculous," he murmurs.
It is a rare copy of Della Porta's De Furtis Literarum Notis. Della Porta, a renowned linguist, had compiled a masterly treatise on the mathematical use of ciphers as secret codes.
Della Porta makes much of substituting one word for another, or one number for a letter, Dee recalls. It scrutinizes the architecture of language and makes suggestions on how to build new ones.
It is a rarity. Dee knows of only 2 or 3 other copies in all of Europe besides his own, sequestered within his Bibliotheca Interna.
This learning should be treasured, not left carelessly dangling in some out-of-the-way public antechamber, chides Dee. Such negligence insults the book's goodly estimation, mere impertinence.
As Dee reverently turns the leaves of the large book, he savors the enlightened theories on gematria, so valuable to his studies. Eschewing comfort, food, or drink, the doctor grows enthralled reviewing the knowledge of cryptology that is before him. And so, he never hears the door open.
John, welcome to London, old friend.
Dee looks up in surprise.
I see you are enjoying what is only claptrap to most. It was just brought to us from Flanders. I had the servant leave it where you would find it.
Despite the closed door, the imposing figure in his early 50s has manifested itself like a ghost, quite a coup de théâtre, as it is intended to be. There is a self-assurance in the older man that speaks of responsibility and success. With it is a grimness that has always set John Dee's teeth on edge. Behind his hooded eyes, power resides. Dressed in black, here is Death Executor, topped with a modest black skullcap like John's own. The poor antiquarian tips his head both in recognition and respect.
Good evening, Sir Francis. It is good to see you again, John.
And you, Your Excellence. Though the two men have history, Francis Walsingham does not attempt to do away with formality. Never has. It is his due as the Foreign Secretary of England.
Will his lordship vouchsafe why I was waylaid into coming here?
For matters of state, friend Dee. An enigmatic half-smile, or rather, a rounding of one at the corners of the secretary's mouth. I have always found you to be an honourable man who loves his country, and her queen.
Your lordship knows.
Interrupting,
Struth, man, I know nothing. I have learned not to trust any man where religion is concerned. You are no exception, Dee.
Sir Francis lets the accusation hover in silence, like the smell of intolerance.
Were you not chaplain to the hated Bishop of London, Popish Edmund Bonner, who served our Queen's half-sister Mary? As merciless an interrogator and as wicked an inquisitor who slaughtered countless godly Protestant martyrs as heaven ever put on this earth? For the love of Christ, thinks Dee, am I never to be forgiven for past mistakes?
He suddenly remembers he is without shoes. Sir Francis Walsingham deigns to give the old man time to struggle into his boots, an exercise that is rather awkward for both men, though it gives John time to stew. Elizabeth's regime uses Bishop Bonner as a byword for the devil. Yes, the Marian cleric burned men and women who had the bad luck or bad timing to be un-Catholic during the Papist Queen Mary's short reign. But it was another time, though not so different than now, when Englishmen followed obediently their queen and her chosen religion. Elizabeth's people, Protestants all, had shown mercy to many of her half-sisters' ministers, but Bonner and his minions were the exceptions. Bonner had been a monster.
Curse the day that I fell in with him.
The task completed, the man on trial stands, but is not allowed to speak.
Though I have never heard you talk of it, it is not unknown to me that you swore vows as a priest. Where is this going? Dee wonders. Else you could not have served as his chaplain.
The last words are more an accusation than a question. A discomfort touches John Dee, and his throat contracts, pushing saliva down to meet bile on its way up. It is witless to deny history, and just as foolish to expect any kindness from Sir Francis in matters of state.
Doubtless, considers Dee, Walsingham has access to all the files in Whitehall, even those decades old. Better to watch and evaluate. I am not proud of what I have done, comes Dee's humble reply. I saw my vows as the sole path to preferment under the former queen. For measure, he adds, I was never a true believer in Rome.
That is a cowardly defense. When Dee was ordained as a priest, he had sealed his vows to the Mother Church by receiving the sacred host. He believed in its sanctity then. But now, he is not so sure. Only God knows the truth of whether that wafer is Christ's body, yet warring Englishmen of good faith go to their deaths for the belief that they know the answer. Dee tacks, "As I do love Her Highness, that employment was a fault to heaven, which ever sorely grieves my penitent heart, and I seek your forgiveness."
"Do you equivocate with me, sir? Which highness do you swear by?"
"By all that is holy, the current one," fumes the ex-chaplain. Walsingham, enigmatic as ever, only hoods his eyes in acceptance.
"Your lordship, were it in my power to alter my past, I would surely have done otherwise." "John, had you such necromantic powers to alter the past as your enemies proclaim, for friendship's sake, I would you could."
Sir Francis peers at Dee over his stiffly starched ruff, weighing some consideration. But that choice is postponed when the door opens. Walsingham turns his head to a new man, but does not attempt to stop him from entering. Instead, the Queen's High Secretary approaches and holds the door open so that the bearer may easily deliver a tray of comestibles. "Welcome to my poor abode, Doctor," the newcomer says blithely. The tray is set beside Dee's fine hat. An ink-stained hand extends. "I am Thomas Phillips, though we have met before. I see you do not remember me. Understandable. We were introduced in Paris. I served there as an aide to the English ambassador. Moreover, at university I had the good fortune to attend your lectures on geometry. You amazed us with revelations of divine knowledge hidden in geometric forms." Unsure of what is happening, or this man's purpose, Dee responds warily,
"You are very kind, sir. I am delighted to be reacquainted with you."
Not sure why this man is here, Dee wades deeper.
"Though, I must confess, you are unfamiliar to me."
Dee looks to Walsingham for how to behave, but the dark-eyed minister gives but one clue. Just a succinct,
"Thomas is my private secretary."
Pointing at the tray, the balding Thomas Phillips offers, "These delicacies shall do much to relieve your weariness. You have had inclement weather all day, have you not?" The question goes unanswered. Rather, Dee eyes the sweetmeats on the tray. There are 3 cakes with spiced wine drizzled over the top. Beside them, a glass of Madeira. As was his wont, he had fasted in preparation for his early morning angelic séance, nor has he eaten much this day. Yet he shows his manners.
"Sir Francis, will you partake?"
And then, turning to Phillips,
"And you, sir?"
With a stony countenance, Walsingham shakes his head and sniffs.
"I have not tasted wine these 7 months. I am a martyr to my stomach."
Either the day's enforced fast, or his need for courage pushes Dee to forego further courtesies, and he gulps the proffered wine. Its warmth fills his throat. Staring at the fluid still left in the glass, it strikes him that this drink could be his last.
"I compliment you on your cellar, sir, and your generosity."
But though his words go to his gracious host, Dee's attention is on the imposing older man with whom acquaintance is born of a mutual love of arcane knowledge. Sir Francis Walsingham's estate, Barn Elms, lies but 5 miles east of Mortlake. Each often made the short trip to borrow books or talk about the possibility of sailing the Northwest Passage or the chances for an English empire. There had even been 2 or 3 times when Master Secretary had ordered, really, his neighbor astronomer to cast an astrological chart for him as to the success of a particular Elizabethan enterprise. It had surprised John that the powerful chief foreign secretary had accepted being his son, Arthur's godfather. Could it have been the result of their camaraderie hunting game? Had John caught Francis on a good day? Obviously, today is not as favorable. Perhaps an ill-fated one. "Steganographia," pipes Thomas Phillips, pointing at the book now on the stool. "You praised it in your lecture, Stegen, Sir Francis stammers. Or graphia, your lordship. It means— I know my Latin. It means hidden meaning. The same. Back to the doctor. You spoke eloquently of Abbot Johannes Trithemius' text, Steganographia, and his thesis concerning ciphers and secret messages. You schooled us on how easy it is for ciphers to replace letters in secretive messages, and thereby forbid any outside reader from knowing what passes between the two correspondents. Using a mathematical formula of the correspondent's own design, private intelligence is made impregnable from any unschooled eyes. You inspired in me a desire to study it the more.
Yes, but you are missing the more profound philosophical importance of the abbot's work. Trithemius would have us decipher symbols in nature to unlock the language of the unseen world. With such a key, we could parley with the angels themselves and learn the mysteries of the heavens. He is about to say gods, but that word is forbidden in Puritan households. That the divine wishes for us. For surely the end of days is coming. Waving away the doctor's criticism, I always understood your larger purpose, answers Philippe's. Turning to the Foreign Secretary for approval, he continues, I simply employed your cryptography for more practical purposes, such that his lordship finds useful for political communication and statecraft. Though he has heard it before, Sir Francis mutters in derision, End of days, and looks away to avoid offending his neighbour with a withering look of mockery. Dee's fortunes and ambitions have been thwarted many times by powerful men who deemed him a fool for his quest after the arcane, some say forbidden, knowledge. Research in natural philosophy, symbolic geometry, Middle Eastern mathematics, Kabbalah, and metaphysics inspired in him unsociable ideas, including an apocalyptic new world sprung from man's understanding of the night sky and the book of nature. What Dee saw as God's truth, others saw as heresy, or worse, witchcraft. His supporters called him a white magician, but the superstitious citizenry of London often spat when he passed. Am I being charged with this? Dee stares at his adversary. Walsingham frowns sternly, brooking no argument. Master Dee, I have no doubt you believe in the deity. Aye, the Lord of Hosts sits in his throne and rules all. Then, Dee insists, despite the frown, and I believe in angels, heaven's ministers and servants. Aye, for the Bible advertises such. Here is safe ground. Despite all religious controversies, all Christian sects and dogma agree on angels. Controversy only lay in the belief if they still visited mankind. Proceeding respectfully but firmly, Dee continues, Then surely a man's mind can hope to plumb the truths of natural philosophy, that which we two have oft spoke, and I seek to know. The secretary's practiced frown deepens. Because through the divine gift of reason, the human mind can always course after truth, concealed as it may be. Anon, like a burrowing fox, it can and must be flushed out. Must it? A well-timed pause lingers between the men. Perhaps. Another judicious pause blooms and withers. The puritanical secretary cannot fault the argument, only the seeming impiety. Sir Francis' sombre tone breaks the silence. John, I attribute no heresy in your belief in ministering angels, nor in your belief that there is a path to find them. But verily, it is the sin of pride to actively look for heaven's revelation before the divine has chosen to reveal it to us. We must obey not only the Almighty's law, but also his timetable. His lordship touches the corner of his mouth with his thumb and wipes away imaginary crumbs. Always calculating, always cautious, he reaches back to the open door behind him and closes it firmly. If the deity had looked favorably on you,
he wouldn't have burdened your life and career with such a catalogue of setbacks. When you published your book on celestial resonances— what is its title again? Philippe's replies for Dee. Propedimmunita aphoristica. Then adds quietly, it explained the alchemical measurement of occult rays and celestial influences. There is no sacrilege there, Sir Francis. Dee defends himself. Her Royal Majesty told me privately she thought it had much merit. My point, exactly. Our prince has praised it in private, and yet refrains from publicly rewarding your efforts. Dee looks away. The lost revenue had been a blow. Why, one might ask. Delanoy and his damned foolishness of swearing he could turn lead to gold. Yes, you did have the misfortune, or we might say, the bad timing to publish just as Her Majesty's government realized it had squandered a fortune in propping up the Dutchman's laboratory and his alchemical attempts. Walsingham concludes. He's still in the tower. This from Philippe's. Her Highness believes in the power of alchemy and my search for the Philosopher's Stone. But Dee, perhaps, heaven is telling you your timing is off. Ideas are divinely given, as is the time they are given. Are they? Were you divinely inspired when the 3 wax images of Her Highness, Sir William, and myself were found and purportedly left under a dunghill to conjure murder against us? I employed goodly magic against the conjuring. Secretary Wilson will avouch for me. He saw all. So you said, and still say. But was it divinely inspired? Posits Walsingham. Philippe's can't help but snigger. You and Leicester swore it was all part of a Catholic conspiracy. Catholic magic. It turns out you were very wrong. Love conjuring, was it not? Philippe's clarifies playfully. Aye, Thomas, to induce a woman named Elizabeth to fall in love with a jilted suitor. Bad timing again. In fact, every time your star seems to ascend, it always seems to immediately fall. Therefore, my reason tells me your investigations, and you yourself, are not part of heaven's timetable. John Dee listens in silence. He is determined not to argue. His best efforts to educate with his eschatological revelations always seem to be thwarted. The lost labors have cost him position, favor, and solvency. At those times of deep despair, he has considered and agreed with Sir Francis's conclusion. Feeling a catch at his neck, the Privy Council pokes at the inside of his starched ruff with 2 jeweled fingers. I believe both you men have a mutual acquaintance in my nephew, Thomas. Walsingham's dark-set eyes find Dee's baleful countenance. Was he not a familiar of yours in Paris, Dee? The shift in the conversation is unsettling for the put-upon man on trial, as is being addressed so rudely. His studies and their merits are no longer on the table. Unable to defend himself further, Dee answers dutifully. Aye, that he was. He, like Mr. Philippe's, attended my lectures at the French University. I owe my life to that noble young man. During the eve of St. Bartholomew, 1572, a fatal date for any English traveller in Paris, I made my escape from the massacres the de Guise family rained down on our fellow countrymen and all Protestants on that night of slaughter. The name de Guise stiffens each of their spines. Your nephew took me into your household when you were ambassador, and we abided with fearful incomprehension the outcome of that hellish night. I have never forgotten his or your generosity or kindness on St. Bartholomew's Eve. Most mindfully, the secretary intones, That butchery will never be cleansed from England's memory. Philippe's again changes the subject and hints at something deeper. Secretary Walsingham, whose constant duty is to protect all Englishmen, is a man who knows the value of loyal citizens. He has long made use of men who serve our country in diverse ways. It is evident England cannot afford to lose such a worthy man as yourself." "My thanks, sir." John Dee responds politely but warily. He finds himself caught in a defensive rigidity, still reasoning out the necessity for Francis closing the door or the need for Philippe's presence and what use Walsingham means to make of him. "I say again, I am in absolute ignorance of why I am here. This entire scenario beggars my understanding." With a liver-spotted hand, Sir Francis sits with his back to the fire, motioning Dee to take the opposite seat. One of the secretary's bejeweled fingers bids Philippe sit behind the doctor. "First, my sincere apologies, but as I said, we are here on matters of the state." Dee sets his jaw in preparation. He is no lawyer, but he must not allow himself to be put out of his depth. "Second, Lord Burleigh, whom I know to be a perpetual friend of yours, has no knowledge of your arrival in the city. That was a scheme of mine to lure you from your studies and seduce you to come to London. Let us move on to the need for the lie. It was necessary that I might press you into service of your queen, your country. Pray, John, slake your discontent. Learn why your government is in need of you." As he has had occasion to do in the past, Dee studies the analytical intensity of the secretary's dark eyes. Walsingham, waiting for the expected answer, gets it. "I love my country as I do my queen." A flicker of a smile plays about Sir Francis's mouth. "Good sir, Her Majesty's government is well aware of your loyalty." Dee cannot discern whether the smile is friendly or one that mocks him. "Well, to the matter, you are not the first priest I have interviewed." Again the enigmatic smile and the domineering black eyes. "You are aware of the last papal bull from the iniquity of Rome?" "The regnans in excelsis?" Walsingham nods. "Master Dee, will you explain its significance to me? My secretary will take a disposition as to your answers." What's this? What's this? Sir Francis knows the import of the bull better than any in England. And why the amanuensis? Sense seems to have left the room. But now is not the time to cavil. Pope Pius published a church decree to be read to all English citizenry that our good Queen Elizabeth is a heretic. Here Dee stops. Can there be treason in repeating the bull's contents? Sir Francis, I in no way sanction this edict of the Church of Rome. Mr. Philippes, you will take note of Master Dee's assertion. Turning again to his neighbour. Now, John, do you know the bull's contents? Sir Francis, do you mean to entrap me in some lawyerly game of words? As a man of honour, and these many years as a friend, I shall not double deal with you. But I must needs have some sureties ere I make plain my intentions. He pauses and looks directly at Dee. And so I am obliged to have certain answers. John Dee must take him at his word, yet he inwardly scoffs at his calling himself a man of honour. Dee sighs, deeply, with the futility of what he has been asked to do. It proclaimed Her Majesty a heretic and an excommunicate. It absolved her subjects from having any allegiance or loyalty to Her Highness or her government. This was published a lifetime ago. And yet many still credit it. But I do not. Dee is vehement. Despite the fact that, when you were made a priest, you took solemn vows always to obey the Church of Rome and its Bishop Bonner. The point is not missed. Dee is left without a rejoinder, only contrition. Vows sworn on the body of our Lord, no less, reproves the ex-cleric. Can anyone trust a man who has forsworn his word? Dee turns deliberately to the secretary. Take this down verbatim.
On perdition of my soul, I have never once countenanced the papal bull of 1570, and I forever renounce any and all of my former oaths to the Catholic Church, though I burn in hell for it. Having made such an oath, and not meant it as flat blasphemy, regretfully he acknowledges to himself the allegiances he has sworn to and forsworn after living through an age of religious upheaval wherein questions of religion define criteria for political choice. His past religious associations are an embarrassment that he must live with, though better men than he have laid down their lives for the same commitments. Unresolved doubts on some matters still exist in him. Angelic conversations had never given satisfactory answers. Standing before a religious zealot like Sir Francis, it is best to keep doubts to oneself, and steer clear of ecclesiastical scruples. Not happy, Dee hides any show of self-reproach or indignation. "Thank you, John. It was necessary for me, and a witness to hear, though I knew it could not be other." Fire dances behind the hearth grate, flicking out short-lived spasms of light and heat. Fire, the godliest of the four elements, is a double-natured force, being both a source of comfortable security as well as a destructive, deadly menace. Even as it burns snugly in the hearth, one can always sense its danger. In the presence of fires, even the most benign flames, one often prefers to draw back. And, coughing, the secretary does so. "John, trade places with me. The smoke takes prisoner of my breath and chokes my lungs with—" Another cough, this time accompanied by a wince. Walsingham and Dee exchange chairs. Still stationary, Walsingham's man informs, "His lordship has suffered several bouts of colic lately." Walsingham ignores the mention of his infirmity as he does the gripe in his stomach. There is more pressing business to deal with. "Tell me, doctor, are your monuments flourishing?" The choice of the word monuments is not lost on Dee. Even in discomfort the fox plays the game, and he reminds me that he has all the chips, thinks the disconsolate doctor. Monuments was the term a nearly 30-year-old Dee, then friend to Edmund Bonner, had used in his request to Elizabeth's predecessor, her nemesis and half-sister Mary, to beseech the crown to save the written works of ancient writers. In days long past, Henry VIII had ordered destroyed all the popish churches with their centuries-old collections of Catholic and pagan manuscripts, as the Protestant populace had ransacked the vestries and scriptoria for anything worth the taking. Dee had begged Queen Mary to allow him to retrieve lost volumes, create a sanctuary, and establish a royal library that would be a national resource to settle the doubts and fine points of academic research. He had argued that having such monuments, English power could be much advanced. With a national library, England could outdistance Europe in material success and military preparedness. But the plan had had no court backing, and Dee had been left to collect books on his own, costing him his life's savings. I have had to transform a large room in my small house for the maintenance of my collection. Monuments, as you term them, are challenging to find and dear to purchase." Dee turns to Philippe's, the fellow book collector. "Perforce, I have managed to get some on loan. His lordship and others have on occasion made me such loans. My schoolboys copy them o'er, and then I return them to their owners." He turns back to Walsingham. "You have not called me here because of my failure to return 3 or 4 manuscripts to Barn Elms, have you? If so, my work on them is not yet complete, but you shall have them anon." Dee studies his questioner, endeavoring to discover what lies behind this part of the interrogation. Walsingham's masked thoughts give no clue. "My royal request was years ago. I was but 20-some-odd years." He is not ignorant of Elizabeth's government being always on the lookout for Marian threats, and by that, Catholic threats. Such associations often meant death.
Short of breath, Walsingham, with some effort at a more benign smile, dismisses the scholar's obvious fears.
No, on the contrary, you know I agree with you on your work of hoarding knowledge as a potential English weapon.
My works are yours until all your scrivening be done. The wisdom of the ancients can bring a modern nation out of darkness. It may also bring other nations to their knees. Dee braces for the next attack, but none comes. Instead, the secretary places his hand above atrophied lungs and makes a concerted effort to breathe. From behind him, a kinder tone murmurs, "Your writings have always intrigued me, Dr. Dee." Philipps continues, "One must understand the celestial reverberations that are invisibly present in the sublunary world. I have often shared with his lordship your ideas that letters are not merely the building blocks of words, but also have an intrinsic numerical value. Certain numbers are more holy, more divine, yet each has value." From Walsingham, a nod, and
Her Majesty agrees.
"Really?" The poor scholar, ever in need of royal favour, must know more. "Her Royal Highness?" Dee asks, without a hint of exuberance for his inquisitors to leverage. "Aye." Another meaningful pause. "Does that intrigue you?" "How could it be otherwise? I have longingly desired Her Majesty's approval for my suit of the National Library project."
"I will share with you that Her Royal Highness is near to granting your petition. She deems your request a great advancement for the realm. Naught is settled on at present, but I counsel you to keep a watchful eye. Your long-neglected petition may soon be granted." Fortune has turned her wheel. Tension giving way to curiosity, Dee gives thanks, even as he suspects there will be a bribe. Nevertheless, a bribe can be rejected. Before another prologue to some weighty pronouncement, Francis Walsingham, Secretary of State to England, coughs. Clearing his throat and leaning forward, he avers, "Doctor, your country has need of you."
Dee, with the solemnity of the moment and trepidation in his mind, leans his head toward the humbled man before him.
"No doubt you are not unfamiliar with the constant threats that daily beset our Majesty from traitors who deny her very right to rule. I labour continually to squash the papist schemes that threaten her and this country of ours."
His lordship never takes his eyes from his friend, nor waits for a response.
"Many have had their fortunes risen with my employment. Her Majesty looks favourably on those who have in the past made mistakes but have redeemed themselves in my employ."
Walsingham reaches for and pinches his prominent nose, his fingers lingering on its bridge as if to focus his thoughts. Hooded eyes flicker. A thought alters their conversation.
"Is it not Jew Kabbalah that teaches you to seek out heaven's design?"
Astonished by the comment, Dee's mouth flinches, as if an unseen wire pulls it. He speaks unwittingly. "How, sir, do you know that I study the Kabbalah?" Mr. Secretary glances at his associate.
"Did not this man abandon both his wife and scholastic employment to journey covertly to Bohemia, endeavouring to master these wicked arts?"
Philipps nods. "This is magic indeed," thinks Dee. "No one in England could have known of my private meetings with the Rebbe of Prague." Unsure of the repercussions of acknowledging Jewish study to a Puritan zealot, and fearful of what may be read into his testimony, the doctor remains mute, imposing on his face an impenetrable mask. He reaches for his unfinished wine. Sitting imperiously, Sir Francis begins a patronizing grin. But a catarrh gets the best of him, and he reaches into his sleeve, withdrawing a scarf of silk to catch the phlegm.
"Dear friend, do not be amazed at my intelligence. I am well advised of all the foreign activities of our realm's more prominent citizens. You were abroad for a long time, and your government had to know why. Master Secretary should have a care about nosing about in my privy business.
Undeniably heated, Dee replaces his glass upon the table with emphasized force. Dee's neighbor takes no umbrage, dismissing Dee's anger as he would a clucking aunt. An unseemly chortle follows that fills the small wood-paneled room as a large circle fills a square. The spasm in his gut is seemingly forgotten.
Master Dee, the same has been said of your unlawful pursuit of the hermetical arts. Many would say you should have a care prying into the Lord's business.
He draws himself straight in his chair.
Doubtless the hunt for truth by a scholar such as yourself can far outstrip government's petty ordinances, even England's. You left without passport.
Walsingham's dark eyes seem to sparkle. His tongue lolls lazily in his mouth. Dee has lost patience with Sir Francis' circumlocution. His use of the rack has taught him to torture by infinitesimally minute degrees. Though various emotions war within, composure trumps all, as any admission of his covert past might cost his freedom, or worse, inflict danger upon his family. The Dee family is no stranger to political consequences. He and his father had both suffered in the Tower for willful words. His inquisitor continues in some pain. Why exasperate him? Dee casts his eyes down, acknowledging his clandestine affairs.
Thomas, are you getting all this down?
Walsingham looks back to Dee, changing the dialogue again.
We shall discourse more on the rooting out of truth before the day is done. Grace has raised men and imbued them with reason, partly to give praise to heaven's glory, and partly that man might finally comprehend the truth of his nobleness and worth. We are all sacred in his endeavors. Then why do you slaughter so many innocent souls?
I couldn't agree more. But inwardly, the natural philosopher does not agree. He would love to cite what is so obvious. Churchmen of Europe continually argue over transmutation and the primacy of Rome. Still, if they could lay aside their pride, their particular ceremonies, and their inability to agree, they then might be capable of reading from the Librum Naturae. With all its secrets of knowledge and nature thus visible and available to our reason, might not our faults be amended, and would not heaven and earth glory in the Reformation? Would that such a paradise existed now. Alas, the world must wait another 5 years for that preordained perfection. He dares not share what the angels have revealed to him. Just 5 years' time, according to the angel Anael, this age of ecumenical understanding shall come to be. And he, John Dee, would be a Moses leading Europe to a miraculously new existence, free from contentiousness. All remains hidden behind lips and teeth. These men of intrigue have no inkling of the timetable his angel has assured him will happen. Contentedly, Sir Francis continues,
"'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished."
With that, the silk scarf appears again, and 3 trumpeted attempts are made to clear his nose. He saws the nose rag 3 times across his face, and then slips the kerchief back up his sleeve, tugging at his woolen doublet sleeve 3 times to straighten the line. This repetition of 3 does not go unnoticed by Dee. His studies have shown that 3 always has significance. One had only to think of the Holy Trinity, or St. Peter's 3 rejections of the Son of God. But what omen for good or evil does this iteration of 3 presage? Dee makes a mental note to chronicle the event later in his diary, if ever the secretary gets to his point and allows the scholar to get home. Adjusting his beard over his ruff, Sir Francis lectures,
"But afore all else, we must make certain that reactionary forces do not rein us back into the ignorant times of popish heresy. We must be vigilant. We must be ever fearful of any insidious threat to the new church and to our gracious Majesty, who is its chief defender. You are aware of the constant recusant plots that daily threaten her, and by extension our entire weal. The Catholic gentry are a peril to all our estates and country.
There was neither sarcasm nor deviousness in his voice, only sincere concern. Walsingham's secretary does not record any of the last statement. Dee now believes his loyalty is not in question. Perhaps there is no visit to the tower in his stars after all. He had charted this month's horoscope and had not seen anything inimical. Perhaps his lordship is seeking something else. Perhaps their old comradeship has saved him. Walsingham pushes himself out of his chair and stands over his guest. His ring finger uncharacteristically twiddles his thumb, standing like a wife gone to market, deciding whether to spend on a pricey cut of meat. "John, for every give, there is a take. I have the power in me to free you from all financial burdens. You could buy your books, take your scientific trips abroad, even buy your good woman Jane some finery that she deserves and has done without. All this I am willing to confer on you. But you must do your part." Closer to the fire's fumes, Francis coughs into the back of his hand. Having no stomach for being used as a wicked instrument for this consumptive man's deceit, the impoverished antiquarian girds his loins with trepidation for the bribe he knows must come. To lose one's honor is to lose oneself. "As I say, Her Majesty has need of your especial services." "What services?" Come on, you old pettifogger, and come to the point." "Those that you, and you alone, can perform. Her Grace would have you journey abroad and do her business. Identify recusants who threaten her reign and her life." "You'd have me be a base intelligencer?" he snaps. Undeterred by Dee's anger, practiced as he is in dealing with stubborn recruits, Walsingham shrugs. "Aye, that is the manner of it. But Thomas and I believe you have all the specifications to do this exceedingly well." "A spy! 'Sdeath, I like it not. It stinks of Judas. I am a man of science, a natural philosopher, a loving husband, and a child of God." Regret springs immediately from uttering that last word, that unallowed word in Puritan households, God. Frustrated, Dee hates that the spymaster has gotten calmer. "There, you have hit on it. The crown must gather information on a Catholic count whose island dukedom, Illyria, stands betwixt England and her enemies. Her Grace must have information on where his loyalty lies, either with her or the See of Rome. We have it that Philip of Spain is mustering a navy to invade our English shores. This fish-eater, Orsino of the English Channel, espouses love for Britain, but like many of his kind, he may be duplicitous and eager to abet Her Majesty's enemies. The Catholic threat has o'ershadowed our peace since the Norfolk and Babington plots. These papists, they are the Antichrist. These vermin plot assassination continually. If you love your queen, you will do all to prevent this abomination." Dee now rises to his full height. They look eye to eye. There is an inflammation in Dee's left eye. A small blood vessel has broken. "I will not add one jot to the national shame of one Englishman betraying another. You do hunt Catholic worshippers as wolfhounds do harts and partridge, and much like game, after their capture, with too much relish, you publicly disembowel and dismember them, and, like butchers, then hang the severed parts for display." Walsingham overrides Dee, not with relish, but as a warning to others. Two men intent on their beliefs stand judging each other, armoured with warring moral points of view. This close to Sir Francis, Dee detects the floral aroma of civet covering up the foul traces of phlegm and discharge. The man's courtly manners, like the cat-piss perfume on his hands and clothes, disguise the hatred they disguise. Sir Francis likes not the pedant's disregard of crown and country. The scene is a microcosm of England's bitter civil divide. Mr. Secretary speaks first. I understand your reluctance. The work appears odious to you, but it is necessary. Her Majesty has commanded me that she will only accept the legitimacy of reports on Orsino, a man of high gentry and family, from one whom she personally trusts. Orsino is a count, and a handsome one. You are whom she has chosen. With that, Sir Francis restrains another cough, and Thomas helps him back to his seat. Walsingham's infirmity does nothing to mitigate Dee's disdain. Sir Francis, aware of this, takes a different tack. We hunt Catholics, as you put it, to ferret out traitors to the throne, which I am certain you are not. You are born and bred of this realm and owe an allegiance to your prince. That is your duty as an Englishman. My duty is to root out evil. You are a Catholic priest. I was a Catholic priest, Dee snarls, his tone defensive, cold, stripped of obedience. Undeterred, he releases a breath, the image of authority. So you say. Yet we have naught but your testimony to the contrary. We know you to be in possession of heretical, necromantic books that violate the act of witchcraft laws. You are considered a pariah by many of the nobles, and you are in debt to your creditors. For any of these, I could arrest you as a malefactor. He sees Dee's rectitude melting with the growing appreciation of the checkmate that Dee is in. I am commanded by my queen to enlist your services. Would you deny her and me when what I offer in return is fair and goodly wages? Her Majesty has a long memory. Take it from me. She does not easily forgive. For a man of your discerning, how can you say me nay? How will my absence be explained? You have but to advertise that you have gone on one of your intellectual expeditions. Philippe adds, It is why we were so secretive with you, so that neither your wife nor your household would know of this meeting. Must I not tell Jane the true reason for my leaving? The next thought is unbearable. His eyes glow with pleading intensity. No! A way must be found for her to journey with me. She and the child, they are everything to me. Your safety and hers are best kept by her not knowing. Catholic spies secret themselves everywhere. A woman's loneliness or her fears will oft turn to reckless gossip. If Orsino is guilty and learns of your true mission, you are a dead man. Worse, you lose yourself and them. John Dee is barely hearing. He takes short breaths and feels that he must sit down, but dares not show weakness to this Satan in a white ruff. What shall I tell this Orsino? He will want an explanation and an introduction. You shall be given letters as to your appointment as first postmaster to Illyria. Dee has lived in poverty too long, and, without friends at court, he cannot hope to defend his name, nor continue his studies. Most have already deserted him. Is that all? All, he ponders. All is his family. How will I live without them? No. You shall judge the best occasion to reveal to the Illyrian count that you are a priest. Why? To creep into confidence, and thereby be advised of his conspiracy. Must I pretend to win his confidence? It is essential. More damnable betrayal. Betrayal to a traitor, loyalty to your queen. I have no choice, winces John Dee. You have only yourself to blame for that. Blocked at every turn, Dee twists away in anger. Philippe pours Dee another Madeira. Welcome to Her Majesty's service. Chapter 5. There is a rapping at the entry, no louder than the hammering a silversmith would make, fashioning a goblet. Philippe eyes his master. After considering, Sir Francis nods and grants.
You have my leave.
The door opens slowly. It is old Tom.
I have brought the lemon boughs Walter bade me fetch for the room.
Walsingham frowns, but does not forbid the man's entrance. Risking censure, the elderly retainer reaches down carefully and pulls a scrap of paper from his boot, sheepishly offering it to Mr. Secretary.
For your lordship, from Mr. Font.
Walsingham, raising his kerchief to his mouth, reads the message. Nothing is spoken, and the menial does his work. As the flames erupt, Walsingham grimaces at the smoke.
Thank you, sirrah. You may go now.
Tom backs out of the room. Somewhat concerned, Sir Francis coughs painfully, but then addresses both men.
I must return to my lodgings on Seething Lane. My nephew, Thomas Walsingham, has a matter of importance.
Philippe hands his scrivener notes from the meeting to Sir Francis. The Privy Council tucks them in his sleeve.
John, my secretary Thomas Philippe will instruct you in all that needs to be known. He is ignorant of very little. I commend you to him.
Bringing the kerchief closer to his face, Walsingham flinches.
I could not have remained here much longer. The air is too close in this room. I take my leave of you both. Good day.
The commoners rise, bowing in courtesy to his lordship. Dee, standing behind the secretary's secretary, is aware of the back of Philippe's neck. Whereas Walsingham is tanned, his secretary's neck is as white as albumen.
His duties must keep him continually imprisoned inside.
The old philosopher pictures the retainer's days of long hours researching, scrivening, sending and receiving messages. A dog's life. He seems somewhat cognizant of cryptology. When has he time to study? Mr. Secretary does not stop his work when he is out of sorts. Thomas mutters, almost in awe.
So it seems.
We must follow by example. As no one has touched the sweetmeats on the tray, Thomas slips one of the cakes into his mouth. After nibbling crumbs from his fingers, he says, For your especial safety, none but Mr. Secretary will keep accounts of your employment for fear word should get back to the suspect, the Count, or worse, to your political enemies. Dee catches sight of Della Porta's work. Both he and it are now properties in the theatre of false witness. Almost as if it is biblical, Philippe intones, We must all wear a mask. Dee could not help but remember old Bishop Donner saying something very like that. Perhaps politicians have their own translations of the Bible.
I will begin my investigation unbiased. Orsino is neither friend nor foe, but noble, far above my station.
Dee pulls at his collar. The heat in the room is indeed close, and less than an hour ago he thought it too cold. He feels misused. He cannot forgive himself for not having put up more resistance to Walsingham boxing him in.
As to my employment, I demand remuneration of 100 crowns, plus expenses in advance for travel and lodging.
Knowledge is never too dear. Her Majesty's government is honoured to provide pains and charges. Dee is not finished.
I should like to be awarded the deanery of Gloucester when it becomes vacant. The revenue from its lands would cover the costs of my investigations into natural philosophy, and add to defraying the costs of my considerable library.
There is confidence in his voice. His brown eyes pierce. His countenance is uncompromising. For a time, nothing is said. Dee wonders if Philippe will haggle. Good sir, I have no power to make such a promise. That is a matter for both the Queen of England, the convocation of the bishops, and the Archbishop of that region.
Your master has much sway with Her Majesty, has he not?
Aye. I trust Sir Francis can work his magic there.
But know you, and tell your lordship, that I have not completely acceded to this villainy.
We have your recorded acceptance from your recent interview that you have acceded.
Depending on my remuneration,
cavils the new recruit. Thomas politely shrugs at the point. The tiger is caught, the cage is secure. But I will think on it. You will think on it? Philippe purses his lips, changing the subject. You have England's thanks. Our beleaguered island is like a hapless good woman who is set upon and mistreated by popish miscreants, and knows not why she is savaged and bruised. Dee's voice rises. Nay, Master Philippe, lecture me not on Catholic thuggery. I have just passed a half-hour being schooled in it by your better. Again, Philippe shrugs. The matter is of no consequence to him. But you surely know there is wrong on both sides. That is why Sir Francis has need of you especially. Knowledge is preferable to understanding, says Philippe, as if he were preaching at a Sunday sermon. What mean you? Thomas Philippe had heard the maxim repeated so many times by Mr. Secretary that it is now as familiar as his own name. Why, sir, no other meaning than understanding is that which is written and reported, while knowledge is the putting of that understanding in its proper context. But knowing a thing is only valuable if it is true and verifiable. It must be substantiated by a trusted witness. Much like an actor, the man has a practiced sincerity of tone. The crowd must be sure of the reportage from your mission. Its honesty must come from one the government can have no doubts about. Tell me of this Orsino. Like other intelligence officers, Thomas Philippe is energized by the offer. The urge to confide hidden knowledge swells inside his breast, and the only relief for it is to let it out as an anecdote, a history, a perception, even a half-lie. The festering secrets of intelligence work continually seek freedom, and, like political prisoners, always threaten to escape their cramped confinement. Count Orsino is a sober-blooded man of his mid-30s with a pretty young French thing for a wife. His family has long maintained the island he commands for the English crown. By fervent letters and other communications, he has professed himself a loyal subject to Elizabeth Regina, but he was born Catholic. His father, the Count Senior, never reproached the king for putting away his Catholic first wife, but never visited Henry's court again after the divorce. And he was invited, many times. Now the damning secrets against the Count break their levy and pour themselves out. In the intelligence trade, all are deemed guilty. Moreover, we have it from goodly sources that popish contraband, pamphlets and artifacts are routinely smuggled into England through the island's ports. After arriving there from Europe, the heretical materials find their way to popish printing presses that, within days, distribute their treasonable falsehoods to England's disenfranchised, fanning sedition and intrigue. The inflow of this filth into our country must be put to a stop. Mr. Secretary cannot believe that Count Orsino is not so ignorant of his populace as to be unaware of the business. Either he turns a blind eye or lends a helping hand. Neither is good. He cannot be innocent. And if he is? Again the equivocal shrug. Then you must find that out. Dee sulks. Craving more Madeira, he reaches for the ewer, but Thomas overrides him. Moreover, the Spanish, who are eager to put a Catholic ruler on our throne, are even now in earnest preparations to have their naval armada attack our shores. That is unthinkable, objects John Dee, shifting in his chair, anxious to have his drink. Perhaps from where you sit, but under our watchful stewardship we have the vantage of access to people and testimony in the households of our enemies. Thomas Philippe never hesitates, but leans further forward. Secrets flow from him like a man on the rack. Their hope is to fright the English citizenry and give secret infiltrators a chance to raise an uprising in our land of peace. To that end, the Church in Rome has long been organizing itinerant priests from Louvain and Rome who preach sedition to godless wickedness. We believe Romish priests disguised as seamen are smuggled onto the Count's Island on their journey to England. As you know, our harbour watchers in Portsmouth and Gravesend are less careful of inbound cargoes, especially if they are aboard English vessels rather than foreign ones. You are not ignorant of what I speak. Your father Roland was a watcher in Gravesend, was he not? More secret intelligence spills out. This Orsino was educated at Oxford and is a close companion to Lord Strange. Dee holds a hand up with his palm in Thomas' face in the universal sign to stop talking. His desire for drink overrides, and he pours one for himself. I am well acquainted with the good Lord Strange, Ferdinando Stanley, who is a close cousin to the Queen. His lordship made my acquaintance as he was in need of architectural drawings for his public houses here in London. Dee savours the Madeira and allows it to dampen his qualms. I was invited several times to gatherings at Stanley's home in Lancashire. On those weekends, men of the arts and sciences shared diverse discoveries. Taking another sip of wine. There is no want of good cheer and good conversation at the Stanleys. Dee smiles at the memory. He had a particular fondness for Stanley's Lady Alice, a witty member of the fairer sex who could hold her own in any man's company. His lordship has the art of making every man feel comfortable in his noble presence. Lord Strange is an honourable man. Is he? I doubt it nothing. But Stanley's advocate cannot help but admit to himself that he might conspire against the Queen. As he drains his drink, he considers that Lord Strange, though not born into Catholicism, is adamant about still allowing the practice of the old religion. Hearing Mass is now forbidden in England. His lordship seconds the national Catholics who argue for moderation in enforcing the new strictures recently being imposed against Catholicism. In the north, few are not still Mass-goers. It is no secret, even in the parish of Mortlake, that Elizabeth turns a blind eye to her cousin's inconveniently sluggish obedience, as she did to so many others of the northern estates where the old religion holds sway. Even though Walsingham, Cecil, and other privy councillors have often advised Her Royal Highness to take a more aggressive stance against northern recalcitrants. Open debate, they argue, leads to secret convocations that, in turn, lead to treasonous actions. During such council meetings, it is said that the Queen just closes her eyes and shakes her head balefully, muttering, "Lest you forget, Lord Strange is my cousin." You seem lost in thought, Doctor. Thomas Philippes reels him back into the future mission. We keep a watchful eye on his visitors and intercept his communications when we can. Dee blanches. Whitehall has spies everywhere. It is a daunting and horrible realization. Now they are placing him in Count Orsino's home. Was not the Queen's cousin born into the Anglican faith? Dee counters. Aye, but he is surrounded by Catholics, strong advocates of Roman popery. There is Langton, Heskeths, Houghton, and that mother-hen to seminary priests, his brother, Sir Edward Stanley. Before Dee can speak further for his friend, Philippes adds, Though our practices may not be your liking, Ferdinando, you refer to the Lord Strange. He deserves your respect. The Lord Strange, the future 5th Earl of Derby, is very probably an enemy to the state. Suddenly, Thomas Philippes is reticent, either in respect for his lordship's reputation or the remembrance that his listener is still thinking on it. Lord Strange's father's great-uncle was Henry VII, and his mother was the daughter of Eleanor Brandon, Elizabeth Tudor's first cousin. Philippes sees no reason to mention to his guest that Lord Strange's name is continually present in captured communications from Spain, where hopes run high that he shall be the new Catholic king when Elizabeth is removed and he is converted. Britain's checkered history is rife with such noblemen who risk all for the chance of sitting on the English throne. The last few drops of Thomas covert statecraft dribble out. We will ask you to learn more of that, if you can. You seek for me to betray a friend. By my faith, I cannot do that. Both men eye each other and think a bit more. Dee cannot help but be reminded of Ecclesiastes. He that toucheth pitch shall be defiled therewith, and he that hath fellowship with a proud man shall be like unto him. He looks at Philippes, lost in his own reverie, and notices that the man's hands have crept further inside the waist of his pantaloons. The philosopher can only guess at what the man is searching. Then Thomas says, "But to return to the main." The clerk speaks with a stronger tone of voice than before. Dee interrupts. "Sir Francis mentioned my being an official of the mail. It is an ornamental posting, and you have naught to do. None will think this odd, since you will give out that you have accepted the post as a pension from our generous queen. It may be of interest to you, but I am told that Count Orsino, like yourself, has a large collection of ancient texts. Indeed, Orsino's library may be nearly as extensive as your own. He is an antiquary like you. Does that not whet your appetite to go? You may find much intellectual satisfaction in this secret theatre of falsehood, as you have labelled it." Dee purposefully makes no show of pleasure. Thomas clears his throat and reiterates, "But to return to the main. Count Orsino's most trusted confidant and chamberlain is Lord Griffin, as wise a politician as can be found in the Channel Islands. He is a master at administration. Lord Griffin is said to have the common touch with the gentry. The people love him as their benefactor." Setting down his Madeira, Dee distractedly leaves through the open pages of De Furtis Literarum. "But how shall my reports be brought safe to London? Must I scurry across the Channel when something urgent is to be reported to Mr. Secretary?" Philipps dismisses the naivete of that scenario with the snigger of a man grown bold in his profession. "No, in your absence you might miss much. Mailboats arrive there regularly. You shall have an ambassador's pouch, and we will see to it that your messages will be conveyed only to us." Lifting the nearby volume, Steganographia, "For your further protection, you will employ your knowledge of secret messaging to encode your communiques, fashioning your intelligence to seem like cargo invoices. Thus, the number of Spanish ships shall become bottles of Madeira. Would you care for more? You seem to like it." The doctor, embarrassed, makes a show of refusing the offer. Thomas continues, "And discovered recreants shall be ships, times of meetings in turn, vessels' arrival dates. An easy thing, I believe, for you to do. Urgent packets should be marked with a gallows mark. Mr. Secretary will be instructed to read those first." "I like not that word, gallows. What danger lies in this?" "Why, good sir, there is danger in crossing Piccadilly Circus. You will be England's official postmaster, and moreover, you are a man well known for your learning. That will keep you from harm. Many of our other agents have far weaker protection." Dee laughs derisively. "Master Philipps, I am not so much a youngster as not to know that many believe me to be a necromancer. It would be an easy matter to eliminate me on some trumped-up charge of devil worship." Dee moves to the window and thinks twice about this royal mission and its consequences, never forgetting his loss of Jane and his 4.5-year-old son, Arthur. How can I leave them for so many months? And what of the child on the way? Yet his analytical mind weighs the alternative. What of the good that might be bred? How can I leave them penniless? For that they shall be if I lose all friends at court. They must not be reduced to a pauper's existence, like the miserable indigents on the road this very morning. "Master Dee, listen to me," says Thomas rudely. The philosopher is taken aback by this unfamiliar lack of courtesy. "You cannot shrink from this now. I have told you too much. And have you forgotten what charges of lewdness will be brought against you by the Privy Council of England if you perform this not? Calculating, conjuring, and witchcraft. By the ancient laws of our kingdom, your actions deserve death. Have you forgotten your house being sealed, and your books and papers seized as evidence? Have you forgotten your time in the tower with your torturer, John Bourne?" With disbelief and astonishment, John sputters, "Marry, that was 30 years ago." Philipps cannot but correct the mathematician on his arithmetic. "Nay, sir, it was 27. And think you how many more valuable papers and ancient monuments are now in your keeping since the Queen took pity on you? If you fall from her favour, you stand in jeopardy of losing all." Philipps changes to a more conciliatory tone. "Should you balk at the government's request, Mr. Secretary has instructed me to make you summon up remembrance of that dark time long ago when you were indicted. More, he desires me to instruct you that presently, in these times of civil and religious unrest, the Queen and her government would not stand by what you yourself term a devil worshipper. You stand presently on a precipice. Chapter 6. The mind of Dr. John Dee is shattered beyond any salve of remedy. There is no solace, none from his current circle of hell. He fears he shall go mad. What reprieve? What's to be done?
Calm yourself. All will be well.
Years ago, he had watched Bishop Bonner and his other chaplain, Nicholas Harpsfield, masters of this art, force men of great families and will into untenable positions. Nor had he been spared. Yet he had survived. Sir Francis Walsingham, Elizabeth's chief Machiavelli, is the current era's master of this game. Men without conscience of this sort were formidable enemies. "What's to be done?" repeats the fearful inner voice.
"There is no way but one."
"Perseverance," answers another, more pragmatic one. "I know you are not pleased, Reverend Sir. If I may offer this consolation, Mr. Secretary would also have you know that should you agree to the Crown's request, you will have his word that you shall never have to dirty your hands with this work again. Whilst Elizabeth is Queen, and he has the power, you shall evermore be free from persecution. He will swear to it."
"In writing?"
Even so. Dee finds himself staring at the geometrical patterns in the wainscoted walls. Looking for some semblance of comfort, the man from Mortlake lays his fingers in the troughs of the wall's joints and traces their upward path. The feeling of their undeviating straightness reassures, steadying his mind and allowing him to quiet his thoughts.
"Master Thomas, I have been given a grievous decision to make. No devil could pinch me more."
His index finger now moves downward along the groove.
"Though hateful, I have but one viable choice."
He inhales and lets his decision slowly crawl out.
"Tell his lordship I will leave for my new posting after I have settled my affairs at home."
Having said that, he feels sick to his stomach. "But now I must quit this loathsome room and its stink of evil, or I shall go mad." He walks with purpose to the door.
"Unless there is aught else you would burden me with."
Shaking his head no, Philippe's last words are, "You must be there as soon as preparations and excuses can be made." Wearily, Dee nods, then, putting on his hat, departs from the room without so much as a cordial goodbye. After exiting Philippe's main entry, wanting only to escape this house of villainy, John Dee must wait 15 minutes of insufferable delay for his horse. Galloping down Leadenhall Market Street, he eventually ends up nowhere, finding himself at the bank of the Thames and the moorings of London Bridge. Filled with uncertainties, he is unsure of where to go. Scanning the area bustling with human traffic, he stares at the city's great harbour area before him. The Pool of London, filled to overcapacity with flat barges, small barks, and great galleons canopying the river with a quilt of sails. Searching for calm, his first thoughts are to ask aid of Sir William Cecil, his university friend, protector, and Sir Francis, superior in the government. But on review, that is pointless. Surely Cecil, because of his premier position, would have to have been told of his mission and must have given consent. Moreover, a commoner, even a fellow graduate from Cambridge, doesn't just storm into the London residence of the Lord Treasurer of Her Majesty's most honourable Privy Council. His porters and halberdiers would mistake him for an assassin. What about Dudley? No. His son, Philip, is newly married to Francis Walsingham, his persecutor's daughter. No help there, Lord Strange is an obvious choice, but he is wintering in Ludlow. Harry Percy, ex-student and reliable friend, lives too far away in Northumberland. Not even his raven could fly there from Mortlake in a few days. Whom can he turn to? There is no one. He must resign himself that in London his studies in alchemy and natural magic have marked him for a political leper. His compromised history of allegiances and the slander of his enemies have proven to be an exceptionally sharp axe to his good name. A price is exacted for one's choice in life, and now the consequences have come home to roost. I am not the first who, with best meaning, have incurred the worst. The consumptive fox, Sir Francis, has tricked me into the henhouse, cozened me, and left me with no way out. In fury he rages, "Must I sully my honour and forego my essential studies to help them when I have so much to do? In 5 years' time, when the new age, the age of harmony and prosperity arrives, my erudition and guidance will be needed. I must prepare. Why must I suffer under these fardels? O Lord, why have you beset me so?" The early evening dusk darkens toward night, yet it is only 5 of the clock. The daylight, like his fortunes, is on the wane. Twilight river winds breeze in from the south and cool his frustration. From behind the overhanging clouds, the moon cohabitates the evening sky with the sun. Soon, an entourage of familiar stars appears. He envies their freedom. Fie! Fie! He rebukes the sinking nausea in his gut. His astrological charts, not to mention heavenly angels, have promised him great tidings. As one of the elect, he must expect to be tested. This is but a beneficial tribulation imposed by heaven to better prepare me for the glorious apocalypse to come. It is proof I am part of divine history. As the strawberry grows beneath the nettles, always I have been an outcast while growing toward God's perfection. Always have I prospered. He repeats the mantra to quiet the wild whirligig images of his despair. The strawberry grows beneath the nettles. The pool, with its thousands of ships, is suddenly an image of assurance. Despite the filth that is thrown at the river, Father Thames tells him it endures. And so shall I. More concerns trickle up. Any one of these vessels in the pool could be carrying contraband or arms to England's enemies, even here in the heart of London. Ignorant of their passengers, hundreds of watermen are ferrying foreigners ashore tonight. How many are villains? How do Walsingham and Burleigh and their watchers do it? How do they protect England from invasion and rebellion when access is so freely given? Perhaps there is a way. Tomorrow, with all discretion and tact, he will appeal the decision to his old friend, Sir William. Cecil will no doubt say no, but it is worth the doing. Doubts are oft traitors that betray the good that we might achieve. No reasonable answers can come tonight. More time must untangle this. He turns his horse toward home, but the hour is late. The road too dangerous at night, and he needs to stay in London if he is to see Sir William in the morning. It has been an arduous day. No one in Mortlake is expecting him. He aches for Jane, yet already regrets the lies he will have to tell her. Settled, Dee wheels around toward Cheapside and his accustomed inn, the Villa Royale. There he finds accommodations, but no peace of mind in a pitifully small room. Claustrophobia only presses his dilemma in on him. To escape, he wanders aimlessly north, passing drunkards in the gloom, pissing in the streets, and mongrels licking it up. Oafs with cheesy breath bluster oaths at him, and swaggerers strut by preening. Eventually, following the crowd with their torches against the dark, he finds himself at the theatre, and that night's performance. The acting troupe owes its existence to Lord Leicester, a longtime patron of his. But tonight's script is claptrap, a third-rate piece of prattle that knows none of the rules of the unities of time nor of common sense. The main character is a tiresome speechmaker in need of revenge against a murderous uncle. There is none of the choreographed swashbuckling of Kidd, nor the wit of Green, and it wants the heroic language of Marlowe.
A wasted halfpenny,
thinks Dee, as the play's mediocrity revives his gloom. The predictable last scene cannot come soon enough. He pushes his way out of the stalls, into the street, past the torches, past the doxies of the evening, and the gallants hoping to make their acquaintance, only to hear his name hallooed over the cries of the jostling crowd. Dr. Dee! Thomas Harriot, a hatchet-faced former student of Dee, now employed by Walter Raleigh, shoves his way through the crowd. "How do you, John?"
"Well,"
the brooding scholar replies crisply. His own foolishly curt manner only maddens him the more. "For old time's sake, pray, join me for food and drink, my treat." Dee, in no mood for company, tries to beg off. "I will not let you say me nay. I will not allow you, in your dark humour, to skulk away to your bed." Grumbling, Dee concedes.
"I will walk with you a while, for friendship's sake."
Having no light but the full moon, they pick their way over to Cheapside. The narrow streets of the city are perilous at night, both for the danger of pickpockets and the human refuse from upper windows raining down on the cobblestones. At night, it is best to have company and walk nearest the walls of the buildings. Thomas Harriot is eager to talk about his recent work with two natives of the Americas captured by Raleigh. This, surprisingly, brings Dee out of his funk. "The red men are visibly awed when first seeing many of Europe's scientific instruments. These are to them beyond strange, and so far exceed their capacity to comprehend their use or creation that they think our machines are the works of gods rather than men. This leads them to discuss their mutual belief in harnessing hidden principles of physics to perfect the limitations of nature and, by extension, all of humanity. Dee is insistent.
"The time will come, and trust me, soon enough, when the discovery of the current secrets of natural philosophy will so inform European minds that you and I will seem today as ignorant of the laws of nature as your red men are ignorant of our clocks and telescopes."
At the front door of the Mermaid Tavern, Raleigh's man once again pleads, "Come, let us break bread and share a stoop." With the crisp night air and Thomas's good company, Dee realizes that he is indeed hungry. Not willing to face his tiny cage again with its wasp nest of poisonous choices, Dee agrees. Happily, Thomas Harriot swears, "The Mermaid is as well victualled a house as any in London, and frequented by the best wits in London." He promises it to be a remedy for all that ails.
"Stewed beef for me."
"By Jis, a good choice,"
says the boy waiter perfunctorily, having this night more tables to attend than usual. "It will arrive in a giant bowl, and tonight there is a goodly amount of suet on the bones," he reports. Flicking some breadcrumbs from the table, he makes to move off, nervously eyeing others who shout at him for service. But before fully turning his back on them, Harriot restrains the server. "Do you know whom you serve?" Thomas Harriot extols. "England's greatest scholar is here tonight, and has had not a morsel today. Have a care. Will not be made to wait long. See to it. And put no lime in the ales, hear me? Will not be fobbed off." On the move, and never turning his back, the menial responds, "Aye, sir. Anon, sir." But now, instead of moving to the next table, he makes his way to the secret domain of the kitchen. The Mermaid has a crowd of about 50 men, and if Dee peers into the dark corners, maybe 3 or 4 women. All sit on an assortment of stools in and around plank tables. Torches flicker, though there is a good-sized hearth that keeps the autumnal night chill at bay. The incessant din is at first off-putting. Many of the customers have been at their cups all day. There are frequent explosions of roaring oaths, swearings, and curses. But soon, Dee finds the swaggering festivities and ensuing conviviality are lifting his spirits, diverting him from the painful realities of his distasteful future. The stone floor is covered with rushes that look as if they have been recently scattered. From the smell of it, Dee knows wormwood has been added as well to keep the fleas out. Gallants are displaying their newest clothes, lawyers recounting their triumphs at unwinnable suits, and players and scribblers out-jesting and out-anecdoting each other. Through it all, a handful of drawers keep the gaiety bubbling with tankards of beer and salvers of roasted meats, and more beer. Harriet and Dee share news of mutual friends, gossip from the court, and the war in the lowlands. Dee has many questions. The world is abuzz with Walter Raleigh's expeditions to Virginia. All of Europe is wondering whether Spain will allow Elizabeth some territories in the Americas. Philip, the Great Castile, has threatened Her Majesty with war if Raleigh and his half-brother Adrian Gilbert continue to send English ships to the New Indies. So says a gunner's mate from Valencia. He recounts vast swaths of Spanish forests are hewn down every day for planks and masts to build a score or more of tall ships in Madrid. He says armourers in that country do naught but fashion cannons. According to the Treaty of Tordesillas, Raleigh's man adds, England has no right to that part of the world, for you know Pope Alexander VI bequeathed it to Spain. Not so, Master Harriet. It is manifest to me and others of a like mind that our Royal Highness has real and legitimate claims to Novus Orbis, which the vulgar call America. In the last century, the sea voyages of John Cabot and the Welshman Madoc have secured vast territories for us. Her Highness has even elder claims. There is Mercator's assertion that King Arthur, with 4,000 men, laid claim thereto, giving England a title royal stretching from Barbados northerly. If this be true, will the Privy Council have the mettle to uphold the claim? Harriet fumes. Or are we to be berated as a nation of farmers and sheep? For Raleigh swears great treasure is there in commodity and gold that would prosper the economy and the Commonwealth. Her Royal Highness is but a woman, after all, passing and accommodating. Will she fight for her rights in the new lands? He pauses for dramatic effect, then slams his empty tankard on the table. By all that is holy, I know she will. She is made of sterner stuff. Aye, that's the tune. Elizabeth Regina has as great a heart in fighting for what is hers as any swarthy Spaniard or wine-puking Frenchman. The Christmas star that streamed so bright 11 years ago emboldened Her Highness to seek what is hers to take. Suddenly, a comparatively loud commotion from a group in the alcove at the window drowns out their conversation. A young reveller with a Midlands accent and a high forehead has pushed himself away from the table and tumbled awkwardly into a waiter, overturning a tray of beers. The falling drinks splash foam and ale on expensive doublets and hose, causing a great row of anger. The reveller, a young boy no more than 16, impervious to the crowd's curses, jumps to the top of the table shouting, I am Amleth! Give me revenge! The last word is more sung than spoken, and with it comes a clenched hand raised in defiance. If he expects applause, he gets none. Instead, spattered customers go for him, but he draws a hacked dagger, expertly holding them off. Will, put that prop away. You'll be imprisoned if you are seen having it, says one of his companions. But the boy continues to menace until his detractors grudgingly return to their seats. From his position of power, atop the table, the young tosspot glowers down at the helpless server, who is now on his knees mopping up the spill. Have at you, you minimus! Then, drunkenly, he declaims at the beer on the floor. Take away this bull's pizzle, and bring me some sack. Know you not who I am? Wresting the dagger from him, the young man's friends seek to quiet him, to no avail. He rants about the magnificence of his characters, his plot, and his conceits. Annoyance fills the tavern, bellowing him down. An older man in his 40s, who must be the proprietor, flies out of the kitchen, concerned.
Sirs, I beg of you, shall we not have peace and decorum? We'll have no mayhem here, for charity's sake, peace and decorum.
A young spade-bearded man of 18, a compatriot to the reveller, tries to coax the drunken teenager down from the table. A word in your ear. You must calm the tempest of tonight's cold reception in your mind and listen to reason. The king of the mountain waves the advice off with exaggerated swivel of the head that nearly topples him from the table. But his friend will not be deterred. Will, it is but a play. You will write others. Staggered by the suggestion, the young playwright whines. Others? Twisting his sideburns into elf locks, he bleats, There will be no others. James Burbage, that whoremasterly poet-baiter, said he would chance me but the one chance as poet. Did you not hear the catcalls from the galleries, or were they drowned out for you by the brays of the groundlings? My future is naught. I am lost. I am undone. Then, if the theatre is not your destiny, you must return to poesy, where you have shown great talent. Follow your talents. Leave off these theatrics. If you continue playing the fool, you'll have Kemp here in a fit of professional jealousy. The befuddled whiner shows no sign of being placated, but instead bemoans his fate the more. But, Kit, I labored for a month. I poured my heart into it. I sacrificed my marriage for it. My Anne, my new old wife with the shrewish tongue and the colossal bum, has left me and returned home to live as far from me as our meagre expenses will allow. Scrambling down to his knees on the tabletop, he implores, and as he does so, his regional burr thickens. I pray thee, Kit, tell me my play pleased you. A word from you, and I shall be able to face the world's harsh tongue. Will grabs his friend's shoulders, perhaps inasmuch to keep his balance as to look into his eyes, the windows to his soul. Harriet, never one to bridle his impatience, shouts, Your play pleased none of us. It was as nightmarish a presentation as one could wish to behold. If the gate had been free, it would not have been worth the price of admission. As it is now, it isn't worth a fart. From another corner of the room sails, Nay, a fart would have been loftier. Many in the room echoed Thomas' feelings with the other more blistering reviews. Will, the failed playwright cum reveller, slashes his knife at Dee's table, where the first of his critics sit. His friends make to stop Will from lurching from the tabletop, but happily his diet of small beer sends him into slight vertigo, buckling his knees. He crashes clumsily backward into the arms and laps of his friends. Some of the fallen poet's more effeminate associates lick his face and buss his drunken ruddy cheeks. They tickle his ears and grab his buttocks. The proprietor does his best to have the boy removed, but his theatrical entourage, well-known regulars at the Mermaid, will not have it so. Thomas Harriot turns back to his old mentor. This same sodden-headed boy may have skill in his dagger, but none in his quill. In his case, his sword is mightier than his pen. Keep us from barren entertainments like the execrable Prince Amleth. Thomas looks over his shoulder to where the theatre crowd congregates and lifts his fist, intoning, For Amleth! Revenge! Both men laugh. So do two nearby playgoers. In the play, the old Danish ghost demanded repeatedly of his son, Amleth! Revenge! Senecan tragedies with ghosts and murders are all the rage on stage, but London audiences insist on elevated language. A dog from the kitchen wanders out and slips between the tables, begging at each. Carelessly, Dee strokes his mangy back. The cur rubs his flanks against Dee's stockinged leg in an act of utter love. Dee scratches the dog behind an ear and feeds him bits of bread. A dog's affection medicines a troubled mind. Dee looks up just as Thomas Harriot exclaims over Dee's shoulder, You, sir, are not welcome here. Dr. Dee turns to see the young playwright no longer swaggering. Instead, He wrings a dirty workman's blue hat in his hands as he approaches Dee. Harriet shouts to the crowd, "God help us! He has come to beg us for money!" "I do not desire your welcome. I do desire to apologize, Reverend Sir," the young man pleads, but not to Harriet. Still tipsy, the teenager does his best to make a grand flourish, performing a large arc with the blue hat starting above his head. Will then scrapes the rush-laden floor. At last upright, hat behind his back, his eyes are puffy with drink, yet mirthful. Grim-visaged Harriet, not partial to effeminate boys, harumphs his displeasure. Dee, however, acknowledges the gesture and awaits what reverence this boy means to offer.
"Let him have his say."
In a theatrical posture, the player obliges with a voice reminiscent of a Roman orator. "Gracious Sir, by your leave I ask your pardons for my churlish actions. I had no idea just now that I was addressing the Duke of Leicester's architect, one who is able to construct divinity on the ashes of a cockpit. Pardon, worthy sir. Pardon." "What's this? What's this?" snaps Dee's companion. "What drivel is this? Away, you rogue! You are drunk, boy. Have a care not to upchuck over us." "Indeed, I am not well. Tonight I have shipwrecked my future on the shoals of my own inadequacy. But though I own drunkenness, I am not so besotted as to forget my manners and not give credit where credit is due." Dee allows a small smile of thanks for the Baroque compliment. He has grown accustomed to his fame, but not his infamy. At least the rogue hasn't spat at him. Turning to his former student,
"What the boy alludes to, and perhaps unknown to you, Harriet, is that I was employed by his lordship Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, to furnish for his players a harmonic plan for a theatre and tiring house. The result is the theatre."
"Why harmonic?" queries Harriet.
"Because all the angles and proportions are posited on the numerical quintessence of 72. It is the number of the names of God in the Hebrew. Architecture must have a celestial resonance, an affinity with the sacred."
The Warwickshire boy sheepishly shrugs. "Your meaning?" The two seated scholars regard him as no more than one of the unwashed, unlearned, a group that in the current times had grown in number and, with what Dee's studies indicated, was a sign of the deterioration of their dying era. "I know nothing of architecture, nor Hebrew, nor 72, but there is a divinity in the acoustics of our theatre, and you have put it there. Not a seat, but has excellent hearing." Will flatters them with a toothsome smile.
"You have made your introductions. Now get you gone. It is time for your exit."
But the playwright has other plans, though poorly conceived. Rather than flee the scene, he draws up a nearby chair, and without a by your leave, joins the table. Thomas and his anger rise, stalled only by Dee's mitigating hand on his friend's arm. They share a look, and then Thomas collapses back onto his stool with a disapproving grunt, his brawny arms entwined, waiting for a provocation. Undaunted, the boy looks gaunt. It is obvious he has not eaten a decent meal in some time. Nevertheless, he is pranked out in a silken brown doublet, comically puffed out to have a peace-god-bellied look. The buttons down the center are carefully set and made of bone. It seems very expensive. Master Shakespeare emulates the fashion of the times when men would rather starve themselves than be seen in other than haute couture.
"What's your name?" asks Dee.
"Will Shakespeare."
"Is that your real name or a nom de plume?"
"What do you think?"
"Still, Will Stagepoor would be a more appropriate one. Or, by the look of you, Rakespeare."
Thomas sniffs, either at the playwright or the mermaid's foul air.
"I think you are exceedingly bold and peremptory,"
replies Dee, happy to lord it over someone today.
"I am John Dee, Doctor of Natural Philosophy, And this be Thomas Harriot, newly employed by Sir Walter Raleigh, a man of formidable fame, courage, and position.
The lord, or his lackey?
Both, replies Dee, smiling at his friend.
Enchanté.
Shakespeare offers his hand, but Harriet, with a thunderous disgust, pointedly refuses it. It could not have been more rudely rejected had the lad shat in his palm before offering it. Dee disdains to shake as well. Not to be put off by the rebuff, the intruder grips the table with both hands, keeping his bleary focus on Dee. You were both at the play?
Prince Amleth?
Aye, Prince of Denmark,
Dee teases weakly. I must know your evaluations. Did you not find it thrilling? The look on the boy's face momentarily reminds Dee of the begging dog beneath the table. At that moment, while laden with several platters perched precariously on his other arm, the drawer delivers the stew. Sliding the serving onto the table and wary to avoid wobbly Shakespeare, the waiter sloshes some of the briny contents over the side of his pewter bowl. Making no excuse for his clumsiness, the waiter is instantly gone, even as he shouts, "I'll fetch the ales anon." "Aye, you do that," shouts the less than pleased Thomas, more than eager now for his drink or a fight. Just as loudly, John Dee adds, indicating the emaciated Shakespeare,
"Bring this man some veal and ale. Bring it apace when you return with our ales."
"You liked the play, then?" asks Will hungrily. "It appealed to your more refined taste?"
"Master Shakespeare, I ordered you a meal, sith it seems that you have refrained from eating for quite the while. I ordered you the ale so that you might better withstand the criticism we are about to heap on you."
The garrulous playwright ventures nothing more than a pale, "Oh." And there they sit for the next quarter of an hour, raking the evening's tragic fiasco over the coals. Dee makes suggestions on how Amleth might be less a trickster. Thomas Harriot, begrudgingly now a part of the discussion, suggests sullenly that perhaps, like himself, the prince might be a student of philosophy. The neophyte's feelings are obviously hurt by the critique. Grateful that the ale has come, and with it the veal dinner, humbly he makes no objection to the evisceration of his first work. As the food sobers him, John and Thomas trash the dialogue of Amleth for not providing insights into inner secrets of man and his work. "Look you," says Harriet, pointing back at the actor's table, "your friend Kit Marlowe, he knows how to write. Borrow his books and learn about illusion, majesty, and poetry. Learn what great minds have said about honor, sacrifice, nobility. Your Prince of Denmark bores us with its inane blood and guts." Knowing his place, and that these are men of letters, Will, uncharacteristically, holds his tongue. As long as Will is quiet, Thomas can abide his presence. "Spurious rhetorical reasoning," insists Thomas.
"Reasoning? Your characters must reason,"
Dee says repeatedly. To this, Shakespeare does speak. "Unlike yourselves, I am in want of university learning, and am unacquainted with proper logic. My father, who was bailiff of our town, stumbled financially, just when I should have attended." He glances back at the table where his friends sit. "But I have more poetry and heart than any of those Oxford twits, even Kit Marlowe, certainly more than Chettle."
"Well then, what was the point of the ghost?"
"It is a Senecan device." "Then write like Seneca," shouts Harriet. The player enacting the part had gotten lots of laughs that evening, which, of course, was not Senecan at all. Will had envisioned a magnificent guardian angel inciting his son to terrible action, but, instead, had written a blustery Miles Gloriosus. Dee peers sharply at the boy.
"Ghosts, like angels, are superlative beings, not drunken soldiers with booming voices."
At that, both Harriet and Dee set off on a long, involved discussion on the nature of angels and how, if correctly summoned, illuminate God's will. Dr. Dee is articulate on the subject.
Cherubim communicate in a language not so much of words, but of mathematical constants.
Perhaps in musical tones and harmonies, ventures Thomas. Young Shakespeare, finishing his third tankard, is visibly out of his depth. The two bookmen take notice.
Master Shakeshaft.
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare. You need to study more, travel more, and acquaint your pen with the rich lessons the book of nature suggests to us.
It is a speech the schoolmaster Dee has made many times to his students.
Your writing will never succeed without proper study. Without it, you are doomed to failure.
Go to Virginia. Blithely, the winking Thomas adds, learn from the savages.
Or read Montaigne.
Downcast, the boy shakes his head bitterly. A failure is what Will's father had called him when the lad had declared his intention to become a playwright.
That profession will bring you nothing but failure. Failure and venereal disease.
And tonight, the reception to his play rekindles fears that his father spoke truth. If life has not prepared me to fulfill my ambitions as a poet, and if I cannot be great, what is the point? Sullenly sliding his chair back and holding tightly to the back of it, Will Shakespeare rises from the table, thanking his host for his generosity and time. Then he squeaks, "Prince Amleth will stand the test of time." It is a weak protestation, rendered to save a bruised ego. Will had hoped to mine compliments at the table of his betters. Instead, a witch's cauldron of disappointments prevails. Again, the lad bows to Dee, his flourish less self-assured. Dee watches the despondent youth limp back to his friends. Though they greet him with caresses and applause, the boy responds to his mates half-heartedly, his earlier panache having evaporated like beer froth. This gloomy demeanor bores his playmates. Soon, they abandon him to his melancholy humor. The table takes up singing a ballad, "John, Come Kiss Me Now," and they make eyes at the prettier sailors wagging in from the docks. Dee feels for the lad. Were it not for a few years' difference, the fate of Dee's own father had been as the boy's.
The sad player and I suffered the same tragedy. One's youthful ambitions ripped away by a parent's failure to do right by you.
Following his old teacher's gaze, the ex-pupil quips,
"Shakespeare looks like he has feasted on toad." "What mean you?"
"Why, sir," Thomas grins, eager for the opportunity to teach his teacher, "you yourself instructed me that the toad is a vile creature, and if eaten, leaves the eater with a venomous breath. See where his companions have deserted him, and he sulks there as green as a sick girl. Looks he not like he has eaten a toad?" John Dee nods weakly in approbation.
"Methinks we'll have no more plays from Master Will Shakespeare."
Chapter 7. The meeting with Sir William Cecil, Lord Burleigh, dressed in his sober black velvet, is frustratingly brief. John Dee receives compassion, but no reprieve from his old patron. The Lord High Treasurer lays it out plain.
"The royal commission is yours to accept or not, John."
As he speaks, Burleigh's grizzled beard, like a fidgety bird in a cage, twitches manically over his stiff white ruff.
"The consequences would be swift and devastating, should you decline, and you need no astrological guidance to assure you of your future should that be your will. My advice to you is to embrace your fortune and thank Her Highness for the employment."
At their conclusion, Dee stands by the door when in passing the Lord Treasurer inquires,
"How fares our Jane? We miss her at court."
The question is rhetorical, as Lord Burleigh does not wait for an answer.
"And how goes your perfecting of your magical elixir Pantora? I have again been attacked by the pleurisy, Doctor."
Burleigh demonstrates by having to sit.
"With all speed distill that alchemical remedy, and the Queen will appoint you royal doctor on the next day following."
Dee acknowledges with nothing more than a curt bow as he leaves.
Having worked for years on the calculation for the panacea for all diseases, the Pantora, Dee's success at distillation is still far off. My race against time is nearly at an end. Now, Burleigh and his ilk enforce me to delay my research and run off on some fool's errand that any wretch might do. Despairing of finishing any of his work, he ruminates, what right had these authorities to trample on his life? It is insupportable. As the hobbled man rides away, he reflects on his life from a great altitude. Dee is the secretary's and the Queen's chosen man for this mission, and the secretary cannot have another. To forswear Walsingham's assignment is, in Burleigh's words, forswearing Her Royal Highness. And that is patent treason. But what of his Jane? His beautiful auburn-haired Jane, and the sweetness she had brought to his otherwise drab academic existence. His former wife, Catherine, had been a millstone. How utterly bereft of joy she had been. In comparison, Jane is radiant sunshine. How could he leave her love, or his pretty Arthur, the son who had so late graced his life? And is not a son a more perfect and more meaningful legacy than any academic work I have ever penned, and one on the way? Risk his loved one's well-being? Unthinkable. Sacrifice beyond all reason? Have his beloved England threaten to frown on them? This mission of Walsingham's, this Judas intelligencing, or call it what it is, spying, what is it but as vile an occupation as ever this miserable world had for a man who prided himself on maintaining his honour? There was no remedy in fleeing for Scotland or Europe, leaving behind books, his few benefactors at court, his chances for promotion, and to discredit his life's work. Walsingham had spies everywhere. Good Sir Francis would not rest until one of his assassins had found and slaughtered Dee and his family in their sleep. Who would mourn a deserter, worse, a traitor, or worst of all, to be delivered back to England and the executioner where the sentence for blasphemous witchcraft might be death by fire, or, worse still, disemboweling? Many, like John Priestall, his rival alchemist, always jealous of Dee's close proximity to the Queen, had already tried several times to discredit him. Only his friendships with the secretaries and Her Majesty keep Priestall's libels at bay. No, he tells himself, any attempt to escape Walsingham's control is foolhardy. Bereft of favour, none will recognize me. What alternative, then, remains when family, life, and honour is in the hazard? The more he twists the problem in his mind, the more the Gordian knot infuriates him. My mind is like a blind horse at a mill. He curses his stars. He curses the bald toady Thomas Philippes, who pretends sympathy. He curses Nicholas Font, who brazenly deceives. He curses his father, who left him without sufficient livelihood or protection. Still, mostly, he curses Walsingham. The irony does not escape him that if he is indeed the magus that the populace dreams him, the power to smite his tormentors with vengeful spells should be in his reach. How sweet that would be, he thinks. Arriving home to Mortlake, Dee tries to escape his suffocation by returning immediately to his lectures. Gathering his charges, Dee and his wards begin reviews of his theorems on the measurements of the parallax of a star. The calculations are challenging, but Dee will brook no mistakes from his class. Bristling at their questions and ridiculing their ignorance, Dee is more brusque than usual. "Ignorance is the mother of presumption and error," he commands. "I am disappointed and marvel at the want of study in every one of you muddy, mindless louts, to my great grief." When the students whisper that something horrible must have happened in London, he upbraids them for their nattering and scolds them to rather concentrate on their work. Suddenly, he stops mid-sentence and, without excuse, leaves them for his interna bibliotheca. For the next several hours, Dee locks himself away.
The more literary of his scholars alludes to Achilles shutting himself up in his tent. A young astronomer then studies their teacher's personal astrological charts and attributes his foul humor to the charge of Saturn, it being in ascendancy. In wonder, Jane, like all the household forbidden to enter Dee's private study, keeps an eye on the closed door.
"Will my Johannes unburden himself to me when door opens?"
she despairs, knowing her husband is a proud man who grows more sullen as he broods. Hopeful, she remembers with joy his warm embrace after his recent return, calling her "my sweeting" and "my mouse." He had been so very affectionate, yet distant. His words of love gladden, a brief sun shower, and now all the house is chilled with the master's inclemency. When the lead key finally turns, and John Dee emerges, he is silent and pale as a corpse. Fearing for his health, Jane immediately brings him aqua vitae, purchased from an itinerant barber. She will not budge until he has drunk every drop, and he gratefully drowns it as a sailor weathering a bitter storm. Color slowly returns to his cheeks.
"For this relief, dear heart, much thanks,"
he says quietly to his doting wife.
"Are you not well, my husband?"
"Well in my body, but not in my mind. There is great sorrow there."
Concerned, Jane opens her arms wide, hoping to hug him into happiness. But he makes no effort to embrace her. Playing with the glass between his slender fingers, he cannot find a way to look her in the eye. He is tetchy and unapproachable, and the good wife, knowing her Johannes is a good man with many responsibilities, knows not to meddle. She wraps a woolen blanket around him as he sits on a high-backed chair. Standing behind, Jane reaches to cradle him in her arms.
"Some griefs are medicinable. You have but to abide the time."
"School me, sweet Jane. Is there remedy
for separation?" "What means, my husband?"
"I must leave thee, Jane. I must to Poland within a 2 months' time."
A tiny involuntary gasp escapes Jane's lips, her milky white complexion blanching further. She listens, trembling as he informs slowly,
"I have decided to accept Count Lasky's kind invitation to study and lecture in Krakow."
She makes a face of incomprehension.
"And this is why Burley sent for you?"
"Aye," he lies. "He had heard of the invitation and requires me to report on the doings of the Habsburg court."
Suddenly hopeful, she hugs him a little tighter.
"And cannot Arthur and I journey with you?"
"Nay, beloved, I would for the world you could, but you must not. Winter is a-coming, and the sojourn will not be an easy one. I dare not risk yours and our future child's health. You must remain in the comfort and safety of our home, with friends about you, for your well-being and the safety of the birth."
"May I ask why you must needs go now? Can you not tarry till spring, after the birth?"
Jane feels her husband's back stiffen, and the loving grip he has on her hand loosens immeasurably. These are the tiniest of movements that only a wife can notice.
"I am bid by my betters. It must be ere the old year is out."
His eyes, the silent revealers of thoughts, are shuttered.
"Ask me no more."
"Then, dear John, let us not waste time and breath talking."
And she draws him toward the bedchamber. A crushing weight it is to deceive. It is a sin of infidelity. The family share a cold, nearly wordless evening. Despite the abjectness at having no choice, his calculating mind broods, revisiting his scheme. An absence from home, excused with a trip to Poland, will not be questioned. Count Lasky has been suggesting one to him since their first meeting in May at Greenwich. Jane knows that, as does the household, and so do his neighbours. Thus, a sudden lecture trip abroad for scholarly reasons would not be questioned by any,
and would surely be further rumoured mongst the populace by his neighbour Sir Francis Walsingham. After putting off at Illyria, he shall make excuses to Lasky afterward, about arriving late, stormy seas, impassable roads, or sickness. No one will be the wiser. If he dies in the undertaking, his friends will assume he has perished en route to Poland. If word arrives from Orsino and his court about treacherous activities, there will be confusion and talk. But at least this proffered, plausible lie will provide his family a shred of decency for them to cling to. If he succeeds, he will continue on to Lasky, none ever knowing his true purpose on the island of Illyria. As to the infamy of what he is about to do, staunching heretics in the Channel Isles, heaven will not judge him too harshly. What sin you do to save your monarch is accounted small. Sins of compulsion are pardonable. Though a considerable risk to his family's good name remains, his initial discontent eases as the Gordian knot loosens. He must put his trust in the Almighty, as all men must do who serve God and country and are buffeted by the caprices of fortune. Later that night, at prayer on his knees, alone in his study, he swears by all that is holy that he will make amends for his action to his matchless, peerless Jane. "I have been false to her who is the dearest to me in the world," he confesses in his prayers. "To abandon her in her condition, and perhaps not be here for her comfort, is an act too wicked to bear. Jesu have mercy. Let her not hate me." Dee spends the next month at Mortlake, as best he can, with the schooling of the boys. Those who can continue will do their research in his massive library under the supervision of Jane or Mr. Marley. 3 young scholars, 2 brothers from Suffolk and a boy from Flanders, are recent charges in the Dee household. All are instructed to go home with permission to study further at Mortlake when the master returns. At least the cost of their feeding can be saved. On the day before they depart, All Hallows' Eve, an unseasonably warm afternoon, Jane puts together a holiday outing and treats the boys to mulled wine and honey cakes. To an open field that overlooks the river, they hike up the palisade to fly a kite. A gentle breeze sets it aloft, and there it hangs in the bright blue sky, floating tentatively beneath banks of clouds. Soon, a blustery wind catches it, and its tail begins gyrating like an eel trapped in the shallows. Struggling for control of it, the boys watch in gamesome pleasure as the novelty leaps ever higher in the sky, or sometimes, with a will of its own, dips down to hover over the meadow, inciting shouts of joy from the schoolboys. Jane joins in as they revel in the whirligig pitching wantonly in the buffeting wind. The blustery gusts often override and distort the cheering, and Dee, at times, is deaf to the intermittent shouts of excitement. Mostly, he stands by the rug laid on the ground, wrapped in this day's pleasures. The dappled red and white hawthorn bushes bending over the Thames with its endless comforting splash and gurgle, the scudding clouds, and the echo of faraway neighbours at work. Most of all, he fixes wistfully on Jane, with her auburn hair pulled neatly from her forehead and gathered in a French weave. Unable to afford a proper hair tire, Jane has improvised an excellence of woven yellow and rust-coloured leaves into the snood that holds it. "Mine own autumnal nymph," Dee muses. A few wind-blown strands of hair escape confinements and, like the kite, dance in the breeze. He daydreams about how suggestively long and luxuriant her tresses are at night when she releases her magnificent hair from matronly bondage. He can close his eyes and smell its smoky fragrance. It is a perfect afternoon, and the memory of this day, of his beloved's beaming face, is a gift that Dee will revisit often in the exiled months to come. Shadows stretch out as students and family amble back toward the bluff for home. There, moving quickly up the steep path to meet them, is Marley. Wincing as he climbs, his arthritis is plainly hurting him. Nevertheless, on arrival, he insists on removing from his mistress' arm the empty wicker basket that she carries. Dee has the rug, and 2 boys share the kite. It is clear from Marley's breathless hurry that he has brought news. "Good doctor, there is one come from London."
Marley pants his utterances.
"More boy than man who waits in the great room upon your honour. He claims he comes to be tutored by you." "'Sdeath, did you not tell him I go abroad these next weeks within the next full moon?"
grumbles Dee, and then allows his wife to nuzzle close, feigning to help him with the rug. She smells of earth and woman.
"This young man has lost a journey, and you have acquired naught but pains in coming here, Mr. Marley. For the lad, sir, he has been told, yet he says that is no never mind. He must needs commence his studies forthwith. He is a garrulous boy who can sling a word or two and will not be denied. Aye, will you nill you, he says, but he will study." And there the usually taciturn Marley ekes out a smile to his mistress. "Verily, his name is Will Hall." "His name well becomes him. He will have his will with us," Jane laughs. Dee wonders if it is some colleague of Font who has come to spur him on his way. "Well, this Will Hall will have to limp back to the city," grouses Dee.
"Husband, be kind. It is a long journey from London, and we must be gracious to our guests." Picking up Marley's trope, she prettily says, "Will you or nill you, you will entertain this will." The students clap at the lady's cleverness. She has hoped to tease a smile out of her distant husband. She and the boys have tried all day to alleviate his melancholic humour. But Dee is not of a mind to smile or squander time with anyone but Jane. This day is too perfect, with its flax-blue sky, to tarnish it with unlooked-for intrusions. Dee's reputation for being a magus, unfortunately, brings many scoundrels to Mortlake. Wastrels often apply for his tutelage, but after a week or a month at most, their avowed fascination with mathematics or astronomy fades with the waning moon. They only seek to be inducted into the secrets of white magic or alchemy, wanting to transform base metals into gold. No, a true scholar must have an innate yellow humour, and be content to while away the hours immersed in study, foregoing even sleep, food, comfort, time, and, most of all, oneself. The joy of hard study is the acquisition of knowledge. Of course, former students, Thomas Digges, renowned astrologer, and the 9th Earl of Northumberland, the distinguished scientist, both men of great liveliness and mathematical acumen, are the exceptions. Each of them, having early on made a deep commitment to learning, each was spurred to burn the midnight oil, persevering where others grow vanquished. Their wit and witticisms made long classes so much more agreeable for Dee. Always having the academician's love of sobriety, Mortlake's tutor would forgive them for their aberrations. In return for being the teacher of these accomplished men and others, Dee's reputation had increased. Yet with that increase, a flood of knaves would find his doorstep. Marley suggests that cook can put all away, but the master of the house will have none of that, wanting only to delay the inevitable. He clutches Jane a little tighter, knowing she shall soon enough be lost to him, and, with her gone, so too shall be his contentment. When they reach the house, Marley and the boys make their way to the great room, while Dee follows Jane to the kitchen. There he helps Jane return the picnic equipage to cupboards and shelves, and the flatware to its chest. Persuading Jane to share the last of the cakes, Dee will not leave her side until she has eaten every crumb. Once more, with a full heart, he whispers ardently, "My mouse." Kissing her warmly on her pale cheek, it ripens with happiness. Finally, with a sinking sense of obligation, he goes to meet the would-be student from London and endure the usual blandishments and everlasting small talk.
Master William.
Marley indicates that the youth should stand. This be John Dee, Doctor of Philosophy and Medicine. The young man of 16 makes a courtly bow to his esteemed host, then ducks his head almost to his knees in obeisance to the lady of the house. His taffeta hat, sitting like a forted castle on his high forehead, has a belfry of feathers that waft in the air as he breaks a leg. Having served Elizabeth as an attendant for years, Jane knowingly claps her appreciation for his panache. Will Hall accepts her approbation with aplomb. To the irascible Dee, his attitude is too cavalier, too fantastical. Its outlandishness roars with outrageous self-esteem, as does the boy's leather-quilted doublet that hangs just to his privy member. The young guest showers them with a burst of flowery language, praising Dee's renowned intellect and Jane's beauty. Dee perfunctorily acknowledges,
"Sir, my pleasure to make your acquaintance."
"But surely, Doctor, you must remember that we have met." Taken unawares, Dee squints at the stranger and realizes his mistake. The feathers on the hat and the rosettes on his shoes proclaim him an actor. In fact, Dee recognizes the wardrobe from the play in London. The costume is that of the character Osric, a landowner. "Husband?" Jane quizzes.
"It is not Hall at all, but Shakespeare, is it not?"
Dee says with nettled distaste. Why has this theatrical come to maim a perfect day?
"This, dear wife, is the ham-fisted scribbler of Amleth, Dunce of Denmark."
Smiling graciously at the lady who is quite charmed by the lad, Will Hall deliberately ignores Dee's snide remark. "My father's name is an unfortunate one. Hall. Shakespeare." With that, Will gyrates his hips to punctuate the meaning of Shakespeare. "Or Shakespeare. They are but names, and names are but words. What's in a name but airy nothings, a breath? Words are as interchangeable as grains of sand. Hall has a more grave and impressive import. I like the direct monosyllabicness of it. I have adopted it as one would take on a new wardrobe of clothes, and thus, newly garbed, I and my new name stand before you." Dee takes offense.
"Without language, our lives have no meaning. A name is to be defended. To abandon one's name is to betray one's honor."
Immediately upbraiding himself for having squandered as much time as he has on this popinjay.
"Get to the point. Young Master Shakespeare, or Hall, whatever you call yourself, be brief. What dalliance has brought you to my home, and what would you of me? I would fain be about my business."
The boy has expected the question, and has conned a speech ready for the answer. "Sir, when I set about my life's journey, I looked upon study with an ambitious suitor's eye, foregoing my childhood romance with books for a more ambitious marriage with money. But now my failure, that you and all the world have seen, makes me rue my choice. Now I hearken back to my former love and feel the thronging, soft, and delicate desires of learning. Not a moment has slipped by since last we met, but your wise words on scholarship have haunted me, and I quote, 'For though the commons care for naught but blood and sword-play, yet the gentles crave illusion and reason.' I am quit of the theatre, for now, as I am quit of my father's name, until that time when I can write with style and wit." A look of practiced sadness appears in his face. "I am neither moneyed nor scholarly enough for Oxford or Cambridge, but I am young enough to serve you." With a gesture to Jane, "And your comely wife." Will extends both hands above his head. "Here, in the comfort of your home, I ask only to seek the mastery, or should I say, mystery, of my craft."
"Master Hall, I am not wealthy, and when employed, I am handsomely paid for my tutelage. There are no free lessons here."
He makes to end the meeting. "No, good sir, you mistake my meaning. I request not your especial presence, but crave your leave for 3 months' time to communicate with your magnificent library.
of which all the world knows contains a goodly sum of the world's learning. I shall be as loving with your books as a heifer with her calf, as gentle as any mewing cat, in trade whereof I will do all as you desire, perhaps as messenger, scrivener, or Johannes Factorum.
I have no need of any such.
But with that, Jane, ever the accommodator, retrieves her husband, tugging at his sleeve, and aside murmurs, "The boy but desires a chance. You'll be gone, dear husband, for an equal span of days, and the library will stand unused. Oft have you faulted young poets for their lack of education. Here is one after your liking. And the boy is so charming."
Aye, his request is witless, mad. An unschooled scribbler expects to suck up learning by merely tasting as much of the nectar of the ink and the leaves of parchment as a bee might.
John Dee croaks a dry, joyless laugh. Abruptly swinging back to Shakespeare, he barks,
"How do you expect to hold a clear understanding of what you read in a mere 3 months? Your Marlowe studied for years at Cambridge."
The cocky lad smiles mischievously. Kit Marlowe has not my ability at retention. In that commodity, I am exceedingly blessed. "What mean you?" asks Jane. "Madam and kind sir, heaven has seen fit to empower me with an ability far beyond the common capacity. Since my early days, I have been ware that upon reading a quotation or passage, it sticks in my remembrance as a fly in a web, and if I but shut mine eyes, every jot and tittle of that memory stands before me. Surely the exact details vanish within the smallest part of an hour. No, madam, I have but to be prompted by correlative smell, a sound, a texture, and the writing is again there, no matter the hiatus, transfixed on the back of my eyelids or in my mind's eye as if just seen. Husband, what make you of that? Is this not miraculous?" Jane's short time with her wizard husband has acquainted her with sights and strange vessels and scientific instruments that regularly astonish her. But this tale of a perfect memory is as marvelous as any of her husband's collected wonders. Before her marriage, Jane would have suspected satanic causes for Shakespeare's abnormality. John has taught her to forego these childish thoughts and instead recognize aberrant talents as gifts from a benevolent heaven. Moreover, the boy's wit is quick and very amusing. Even at court, she had rarely heard better. She turns to Dee for his recognition of God's glory. Instead, her husband is again lost in his own thoughts. He looks at the boy in his outlandish finery, thinks on his exaggerated histrionic manner, and seems to resolve on a course of action.
"When was the day and hour of your birth? Your birthplace?"
"I am of Stratford-upon-Avon, Warwickshire. God blessed me to be born on the feast day of St. George, England's patron saint."
"You are proud of that, it seems."
"Aye, that I am. It is a singular comfort to myself, and were I given to superstition, a sign from above that I shall slay dragons."
"And the hour?"
"Of that particular I live in ignorance." Less than pleased with the boy's lack of this essential astrological detail, Dee reprimands him.
"Sirrah, you are mightily careless of your beginnings."
Shakespeare, at the least, is nonplussed, not knowing why so unimportant a fact should elicit such rebuke. Mistress Jane instructs him. "My husband's meaning," she gives a wifely look to Dee, "is that, without the exact hour, he wants the means to create your astrological chart. Without letters of recommendation, how otherwise might he know your character?" "Men are men," he laughs. "I defy augury. There is no special providence in the fall of an eagle. Men are not shaped by their stars, but by their command of the moment."
"You misquote, boy. The proper biblical reference is the fall of a sparrow, Matthew chapter 10, verse 29.
Dee smiles haughtily.
"Your repudiation of the unseen world only further manifests your want of education."
The boy does not protest, but nods, resolving never to make that mistake again.
And your religion? Are you of the new religion, or the old?
I am loyal to my queen. There is defensive steel in his voice.
Are you now? A good quality in an Englishman, he says dryly, and as politic a statement as one could make, one that you might rehearse and remember should you perform some day on the hangman's stage. But this is not, videlicet, the answer to my question. Be of a good cheer, young sir. I am no Sir William Lucy, who persecutes law-abiding Catholics, nor am I a follower of bloody Bishop Donner, who, you may be too young to remember, was a most diligent pursuer of Protestant martyrs under our former Majesty. It is of no never mind to me, nor pertinent to my consideration of your request to study in my home what dogma you follow.
Jane tisks her husband. She will not have papists in her household, though truth is, she has had, but has never known it. Then why inquire of the matter?
That is insolence.
A look from Jane softens him.
I have my privy reasons.
The boy seems to weigh his options. Then, I will impart to you that I was born in the Roman faith, which I no longer practice. My current religion is the worship of nature. A hedonist, I. The Will expects another tisk from the lady of the house. He gets none. Praise heaven he is not a papist, is her only thought, accompanied by a demure smile. After all, her husband, a natural philosopher, is devoted to the same following. Not needing to excuse himself, Will takes the wind out of his own youthful sails, leaving him with a sobriety that he has not shown before. It is loathsome to me that the aforesaid Thomas Lucy indicts my Uncle John for so small a thing as failing to attend Protestant church services, which, for mine uncle, is a great matter of conscience. This is a crime that hurts not a soul in the Warwickshire parish, except perhaps his own. My husband is no friend to Lucy, as that vicious and unforgiving member of Parliament is a disciple of Puritan John Fox, who has libelled my husband in that lying book of his. He that chronicled, it is not an honest chronicle, the Book of Martyrs? In it, did he not name those who, under the rule of Bloody Mary, savaged the Catholics of England? Questions the young man. The book is nearly sacrosanct these days. The lad's supple back straightens. What offence do you find there? None in Fox, replies a protective Jane Dee, though he limns my worthy husband as accomplice to an inquisitor.
Which I was, reminds her husband.
I, husband, was. She turns her attention back on the boy. It was in another regime when advancement for my husband meant serving powerful masters he did not accord with. But he has ever been a true advocate of Elizabeth and her religion, even when she was but King Henry's bastard daughter. God forgive me. All the world knows in what peril my John stood when he did favours for Princess Elizabeth, and what punishment he suffered at his arrest by the quondam Queen, her sister. The boy is not one of those who knows or cares, and he shrugs. It is all ancient history to him. Dee puts a period on the matter.
Relentless hounds. Priestall, Murphin, and Lucy will not let the matter rest. They rake up the ashes of my past and blow on the coals of suspicion and thin accusation to set them ablaze again. I am belied, and many know not the truth of it.
Then, Dr. Dee, I pray you be kind to me, whose family suffers even now at Lucy's hands. With that, Shakespeare retells the history of how that Warwickshire Member of Parliament continually persecutes his mother's family, the Ardens. His uncle, who had occasionally criticized the National Prayer Book, had been severely fined for each of his pronouncements, and then, in the local courts, denied standing by the MP. John Dee responds in kind by repeating Lucy's slander, accusing the necromancer of practicing black magic. The English can be astonishingly indifferent to the fate of others until they are personally threatened, observes Jane. The three swap stories until Jane leaves to organize refreshments. During her absence, the philosopher and the young poet discuss the principles of poetry, initiating a dialogue that endures throughout their connaissance. Dee is a man of ethics, a doctor of natural philosophy and religion, a scholar, a man who rubs elbows with queens and emperors. As a writer, Shakespeare, the rebellious son of a provincial shopkeeper, has no desire to be dutiful to antiquated forms or long-dead philologists. This day, youth and maturity clash as they always have, neither side giving any ground. Dee posits, there should be no trace of country comedy in serious literature. Shakespeare hoots, without it, the sentiment is as dry as straw. Poetry, of late, says Dee, is filled with naught but romantic proclamations of love. I fought Ovid for that. The doctor frowns at the thought of the elegiac frippery of Ars Amatoria. I find these warbled love notes sung by poetasters insincere, if not downright unbelievable. Where are the stanzas that strain to find the truth about existence? Where is the felicity of expression one finds in Horace, the logic of Cicero? Demands Dee. At that, Shakespeare does an about-face and agrees with the learned scholar. That is why I have come to read your books, that I might pierce the veil of my ignorance and teach the world a thing or two with conceits composed with wit and grace. Dee can't help but bray with laughter at the inflated aspirations of the bombastic Glover's boy. More than once, Dee calls him an untrained peacock, yet all the while acclimating to the lad's company. At the end of 2 hours, Arthur, who has been screaming tetchily in want of sleep and his mother's presence, emerges bawling from his room. Dee, the soon-to-be-absent father, feels he must attend to his son, and quickly shakes hands with his new acquaintance, telling the player he may use his library as long as he is careful of the books. But Shakespeare is strictly forbidden access to his secret library, the Interna Bibliotheca. Shakespeare gratefully makes his goodbyes, and Dee happily plays with his son's fingers as Arthur nestles in his mother's lap. Once the Dees are alone, Jane wonders what John thinks of their visitor.
He is a poltroon to come marching in here flying false colours and calling himself Master Hall. But it is evident that he has a good mind.
He chews on that for a while.
It is his mind, dear wife, that intrigues me.
You mean his power of memory?
Aye, that. Much might be made of that. He has a strong desire for distinction. A slayer of dragons, indeed, says the bemused academic, rolling his eyes.
You favor him? Not daring to reveal his innermost thoughts, he answers her ambiguously.
He might prove the perfect secretary. One has but to pen some notes, have the boy read them, and then confidently destroy them, being in no danger of losing one's records.
Why would you desire that?
The old man's eyes look inward, and eventually he responds, Fewer weighty journals to lug about in Europe. She gives him a stern look for such an absurdity.
And his Catholicism? I'll have no heretical beads nor papist crucifixes in my home.
You may well be assured of that.
Jane takes another tack. Could not Lucy and the others see some collusion there? Should we fear that?
Collusion? No. He is but a boy from Stratford, with no name or family to speak of. If he disappears from this world, who would ever miss him?
The scholar grows silent and allows his son's little hand to grip his wiggling pinky. All the while, Dee evaluates Shakespeare's potential, not only for learning, but for fitting in as a Catholic among the Catholics of Illyria. Moreover, the lad's theatricality may be an asset to gain the attention of the island's extravagant Count Orsino. Everyone loves a wit, and surely Will can play a role. There is a sticking point. The young playwright is only interested in Dee's library. Yet this would-be poet is ambitious.
Much like myself at his age, offhandedly to Jane, Dee mutters.
That's this actor's Achilles' heel. Dee must think more on William Shakespeare. But first, a little tummy needs scratching. Chapter 8. A stinging Atlantic rain pelts the old wooden structures at Mortlake with full-throated clatter. Dr. Dee glances at the meandering streams on his windows, taking his mind off the impending meeting with the young Warwickshire playwright. Shakespeare will be arriving shortly, his third visit. Here in the Externa Biblioteca, where Dee receives guests, he intends to convince the young lad to give up London and follow him to Illyria. The library is what the boy is after, but the library, and certainly the precious volumes of the Interna Biblioteca, shall not be travelling abroad. So the strategy will be to convince Master Shakespeare that access to the librarian is more valuable. A tenuous thesis. Dee has formulated stratagems. His own life has taught him that no desire resonated so much in the mind of man as the envious desire to feel superior to competitors. Human society has an instinctive tendency to admire any man who has distinguished himself, jealousy craving to better that singular person. Only slightly acquainted with the competitive life of London's theatre world, Dee knew of the petty feuds playwrights waged with pamphlets and parodies, published to shame each other. Greene objected to Nash, Nash reviled Kidd, Kidd reviled Chapman, and everyone was envious of Kit Marlowe. Dee hoped Will would accept his offer to tutor him in all the arts and sciences, and in return, Shakespeare would clerk for him. It was, after all, the rare opportunity of private instruction with a renowned scholar. Princess Elizabeth had had cheek. Now, Will would have universally esteemed scholar Dr. John Dee. What patrons and inner circles might not a young man penetrate if he had the same mentor as the Duke of Northumberland, the Earl of Leicester, or Sir Philip Sidney? Moreover, all London knows that I have the Queen's ear, even if I do not have her purse. As the nearby church bell rings out 3, high-heeled boots approach along the wooden stairway that leads to his well-appointed study. The lad is punctual, Dee thinks, and there is undeniable excitement in his hurried march toward the door. In a moment, the author of Prince Amleth has come knocking. "Enter!" The boy is uncomfortably wet, cold, and expectant. Careful not to drip on anything, a shivering Shakespeare crosses the threshold. "Good morrow to you, Doctor. As you can see, despite the elements, I have returned." "You are as wet as a hen. Stand by the hearth." Will flings a curtain of rain from his sleeve toward the fireplace. "It was an evil ferrying from Suffolk. I have much ado to keep the chill from my bones." He gives a quick glance out the one window. "It rains cats and dogs." Gingerly, he begins to unbutton. The old scholar clears manuscripts off a stool for Will's benefit. Pouring a glass of Canary wine, he watches as the traveller hangs a dripping, wide-brimmed capoten on a metal hook by the hearth. Mindful of keeping what parts of him dry that still are, the traveller carefully eases out of his threadbare Dutch cloak with its long sleeves, placing it near the fire. Rivulets, like the crooked lines of rain beating down the window, trickle off the sopping woolen garment. The last things to be removed are a pair of expensive gloves very much out of keeping with the other dowdy articles of clothing. Will places them carefully on the mantel to dry, far enough from the blaze to keep them from shrinking. Their anomalous nature breaks Dee's silence. "A handsome pair of gloves, Master Shakespeare." Standing as close to the small fire as he can, John Shakespeare's boy acknowledges the compliment as he drinks his wine like juice, colour rushing to his cheeks. "Aye, they're a present from my father." "Rich gifts from one you told me is now in penury?" "Poor though he be, he is a proud tanner, and would not stomach a son of his to wander London without a token of his craft, proclaiming his love and advertising his profession." Remembering his own draper father, Dee chuckles. "The English merchant never shirks an opportunity to acquire a potential sale." Generosity demanding, Dee pours another serving of Canary.
A touch of that will heat the blood and mitigate the chill.
Gramercy. Shakespeare downs much of it. Formality having long been dropped in prior meetings, William falls to the floor, extending his sinewy legs toward the fire. Gossamer clouds of steam waft from thin soles of his old boots. Will's head swivels as he takes note of the manuscripts that fill up the shelves around him. Young men, as a rule, are single-minded and lack patience. William Shakespeare is no exception, and thus he begins, "Reverend Sir, I am honored that you have allowed me entrance to your home and your goodwill." Dee acknowledges the compliment. "You promised to introduce me to your books." Dee nods. Will, who has rarely seen printed and bound volumes, looks longingly about at the bookshelves. "Is this the majority of your collection?"
"No, boy. This is but books for decoration."
That books should be decoration is a new concept to the young man.
"My interna biblioteca is more precious and more private."
"Might I ever visit it?"
"I give leave to very few."
Will dares not to be presumptuous. "Well then, will I be allowed to continue to read what is kept here in your outer library when you are gone?" Dee smiles slyly.
"Here? There is nothing here of worth."
This startles Will. Weren't all bound books of worth? Certainly they were dear.
"Young man, you are not the first student to ask such permission to partake of my interna biblioteca."
But in those cases, when I was absent from home, I had the security of the boy's background and family to ensure against the theft or manhandling of my possessions. Dr. Dee, I swear I would not—
"Aye, you will swear now on all that is holy that I should trust you."
"I grant you I am a player, and I grant our shame is such that we are much maligned, but indeed upon all that is holy, though I am unprovided, I am no false thief."
"I do not say you are, but my books are delicate treasures, suffering as we do the cruelties of time and use. Clumsy hands," looking at Will's dripping clothes, "wet hands do as much damage as rats, fire, carelessness. My treasures must continually be protected. I will not abandon them to the vagaries of fortune or the carelessness of the uninitiated. For this and much more, you understand, they cannot be visited by just anyone. As you say, you are unprovided. You have neither capital nor family for me to use as collateral." He reaches out to the nearest book, as if it is his dearest joy. "I have amassed my dear, dear collection for these many years. It is my passion and my life's work. Though you have been a familiar these past 2 weeks, you are as yet still a stranger to me. What trust can I have in you, an impoverished player?" "Surely your servants or your good wife can keep a watchful eye. I will but select a book and promise but to read. Outside, in the yard, if you like. No trouble to anyone." He further dries his hands on his breeches, insisting, "I shall be as loving to your book as a turtle to his mate." Dee smiles at the simile, but shakes his head no. A no that obviates any debate. Shakespeare's hope of freedom from anonymity flickers and dies. Yet he cannot resign himself to return to the hard life that sped him to Mortlake. Opportunity is once more frustrated by humble beginnings. Sagging in adolescent disappointment, Will tells himself that he did not come through the downpour for this. Dee drones on. "My volumes contain knowledge of which every gentlemanly man of letters should beware. But even should I give you license, a brief, unguided sojourn with these pages will not sufficiently instruct you in the diverse ideas, forms, knowledge, and philosophy that will make your writings esteemed, nay, remembered. For that, one must needs be familiar with the wisdom of mythology, the courts, the law, rhetoric, poesy, Petrarchan love sonnets, the sea, weather, women, herbal remedies, dreams, mathematics, medicine, foreign affairs, the New World, the Spanish, the Italians, and the occult.
Waspish, disdainful, wanting to give offence, Will upbraids, "Preserve me from cheesy cant. This is but a schoolmaster's torrent of words. You would require of me years, and I have not the time nor inclination to dawdle, giving myself to academia as you have." From his point of view, all this was pedantic claptrap and a waste of time. All the aspirant wants is permission to read a few books and improve on his conceits. Another old man keeping me from my ambitions. Uncaring about the wet that he flings, he jumps to his feet. "As you remind me, I am a poor nothing, wretched in every way, who must, of necessity, make a living." Dee motions him to sit, but the boy will not. Shrugging, understanding the boy's resentment, the antiquary continues.
"Aye, that you must. But though I tell you I cannot trust you with my books, I like you, boy. Your ambitions do you justice. You remind me of myself. A man on a mission."
Shakespeare shuffles, unsure of this new drift in the conversation. "Then trust me with your books. I will respect them as you do, sir." Not sensing any attempt at irony, Dee remains cordial.
"It is not unknown to you that within a fortnight I am for Europe. It is a wearisome journey, and, once arriving, I will need secretarial assistance. Might you see your way to companion me in my travels? I would pay you well, and, more to your ambitions, be tutor to you of all the literary forms and rhetorical niceties that your search implies."
The actor's eyes glance up. "What's this? Some chicanery? Why should I? I am after knowledge, not employment, or at least not yours. What can I possibly find of interest abroad that I would not find in London?" "Ungrateful, spleenful, rough, waspish nonentity," are but a few invectives that cross Dee's mind. Yet he remains calm.
"Will, I take you for an honest lad who would aspire to much," extols Dee, feigning adulation. "Thus, I offer experience and travel, which were ever excellent teachers for erudition and invention."
A high price to pay for a little book reading. "But what will we study? What scriptural authorities may I consult? Unless you mean to trunk up your library and bring it with you."
Dee smiles. "Books are but reservoirs of wisdom, and not wisdom itself, and each man drinks only a dram of their knowledge at the first meeting."
"But I have told you I can remember all that I read."
"Yes, so you swear, but even so, all you will remember are the words, not the underlying truths hidden in the text that sharpens the mind. That, my boy, comes through discourse and debate."
"Another indenture? Already I have given a year to Burbage." Shakespeare would leave at once. Disinclined to suffer the rain again, he remains drinking the man's canary. Dee presses on.
"It is not unknown to you that for divers decades I have pursued scholarship with its myriad avenues. I tell thee that the countless hours of striving after dull facts are as deadly and unprofitable a thing as the reckoning of grains of sand. What need you profit nothing from memorization when I can tutor you in all the mysteries of the consequential literary styles, forms, conceits, whose value all the best patrons of the arts demand? Nay, pay good money for. The true poet must be as familiar with all ratione seminalis as is the gardener who recognizes the first appearance of a hybrid rose bush and cultivates its sprigs for future gardens of unequaled beauty. Wit and reason are what you seek, and I can give you that. Under my tutelage you shall have access to Promethean fire that will inflame your verses and send Marlowe packing back to school. You shall be not just a theatrical poet, but also a profound philosophical one." Unafraid to speak truth to this greybeard, he bristles, "You are nothing if not proud, Master Dee." "Proud, am I?" Here Dee rises to his full height with a dignity that commands respect. Come with me, boy, and I shall give you ocular proof of my claims."
The scholar hastens out, stiff and tall and determined. With determination, he advances quickly down a long hallway, leading to floors that suddenly creak badly, even louder than their thudding boots. They are in a section of Dee's home where the wainscoting is old and warped, where few ornaments hang on the wall, where the framework around the door is plainer, older. It is evident to Shakespeare that two buildings have been cobbled together, and that his teacher leads him deep into the older wing. Outside a heavy oaken door they stop. Dee, self-absorbed, reaches into his gown and withdraws a heavy key. Ferocious in his intensity, he dramatically unlocks and throws open the portal to his private library, the Interna Bibliotheca.
Proud, am I? See for yourself.
Dee strikes a match, and Shakespeare is dazzled by the first sight of hundreds upon hundreds of variegated books lined up on countless shelves and tables.
Near 4,000.
Dee finds a lantern and lights it. The ceiling is frescoed with white constellations and red planets. The walls are painted with interlocking circles with many-legged stars inscribed in their centers. The intellectual beauty is as majestic as any of the ancient wonders of the world. Stepping into this other world, Will is awed. If Will had thought their former room had shown an extensive collection of books, here is a chamber room thrice the latter's size and stuffed from floor to ceiling with manuscripts. The lair, redolent with faded leather and lambskin and burned-out candles, is a paean to scholarly study. Also, there are oddities. A blue ladder is propped up against the window. A handsome square frame hangs empty on a wall. On the floor is a painted rectangle subdivided into 9 smaller rectangular stenciled blocks, each with a different number painted on it. Shakespeare's mind reels, and his hunger to learn quickens.
I am not proud, sirrah. I possess that which the greatest minds of all time have set down for our edification. Knowledge.
Will hesitates. He feels swallowed. Here is a reality that is alien to his limited background. Incapable of grasping its enormity, he stammers, "It would take me diverse lifetimes to read even a small portion of these."
Aye, and without the Latin nor the Greek.
"I have the Latin," Shakespeare defends his Stratfordian upbringing,
"but not the French, nor Italian, nor the Greek."
Dee does not stop.
"Nor the mathematics, nor engineering. Without their comprehension, you would stand like a traveller at a border crossing with no chance of passport into rarefied realms."
With lantern in hand, Dee pushes Shakespeare further into the room.
"That is why you are in need of my help. I have read them all, and digested them all. Their glories abide in the pia mater of my mind."
Holding the lantern aloft, Dee points to his collection.
"There is everything here that can inspire the imagination."
He turns back to Shakespeare with a baleful warning.
"But beware! There are also books with falsehoods that may seduce, betray, and debauch. Because not all truths are for all ears, not all falsehoods are easily recognizable."
Shakespeare stiffens at that. Lowering the lantern, the elder scholar takes a conciliatory tone.
"Fear not. I shall be your Chiron and tutor you. Through my instruction, as Heracles freed Prometheus, I shall unshackle you from your ignorance."
Finding it still too much to process, the glover's boy is impelled to say, "What care have I for mathematics or engineering? I have never been good at reckoning. It is a talent that most becomes a tapster than an artist." A disappointed, fearful youth continues, "They say your investigations into numbers and geometric shapes have led you to dabble in the black arts and consort with devils." Having heard it before, Dee looks Shakespeare directly in his eye and remonstrates with sincerity.
"By my very soul I swear to you I have naught to do with devils nor evil spirits."
Will nods in hearing,
if not acceptance. Sure, there are men of small minds and evil intents who seek to blaspheme my work by calling it witchcraft, but my studies have ever been philosophical in nature, not magical.
Dee sees Will's initial misgivings lessen, replaced by an aspiration to have his ambitions satisfied and delve into the exotic curiosities spread out before him. Using the lure of forbidden knowledge, the magus tickles the trout.
I will tell true, Will. I have on occasion communed with angelic entities. Should you vouchsafe to join me in my journey, I will require you to record what transpires between me and the angels I conjure.
The thought of that wholly heretical, impossible possibility forces the Midlands boy to sit in wonder. The faintest prospect of being in the company of angels bewitches Will's thoughts. It terrifies him, too, which makes him even more desirous of the opportunity. A chance at knowledge of the unknowable that few men could ever hope to possess. In his black scholar's gown and tight skullcap, John Dee now stands before him like an elder of the church, hinting at secret canonical mysteries. Dee feels the boy's interest growing. He reaches for a nearby book.
Here is something your Warwickshire schoolmaster never taught you. Nay, never knew himself, thinks Dee. This is Marsilio Ficino's third book of his writings on life, De Vita Coelitis Comparanda, that wondrously reveals how words have mathematical equivalents and those numbers are empowered with divine resonance.
Shakespeare cocks his head at this, as he has always believed the right combination of words and plays might weave magical spells. Certainly Marlowe's words have the power to weaken one's knees and conjure images that ignite the imagination and leave one's senses in disarray, recalls Will. He knew there was magic in words, but when voiced, might they in fact really be incantations? Perhaps Kit had learned these secrets of persuasion from Ficino, or from his patron, the 9th Earl, the Wizard Duke of Northumberland.
To what higher object, or what greater wisdom can any mortal aspire than to look at the universal world around us, a puzzle that heaven has set before us, and seek to solve its enigma? Is that not the duty of the artist? Your duty, William Shakespeare.
Dee shows him Ovid's Metamorphoses, and the feel of the oily film of the old vellum is as sensual to the lad as any lover's kiss. Within are more wonders. Unaccustomed to actually holding an antique manuscript, Shakespeare is slack-jawed at the calligraphied columns illuminated with faded demigods and heroes, and the lines of verse running perfectly parallel across the unlined yellowing page of that first book. Dee lets him browse on his own, and Will is Adam on the first day. All wonder. He lights on a handsomely printed version of Chaucer's Troilus and Cresside, and having little problem with the Middle English, he revisits the story with relish. Like a guest at the groaning table of a sumptuous feast, even as he reads, he lusts after what other foreign delights he might sample. Restless, Shakespeare scans the racks of books, and chance brings his hand to several that are in Latin and Greek. 2 are written in utterly alien languages, of which Shakespeare can make neither heads nor tails. He guesses Arabic, or perhaps Hebrew, and realizes he is seeing the language of God. And had not his host just said he had read all the books here? It is not lost on him that it is a language, Christ's language, that Dee can teach him. A revelation dawns. Might Dee's angels talk to him, in Hebrew, in one of the master seances? A harrowing, more wonderful thought. More. To read the unalloyed words of the people of the Bible in their own tongue is a savory, more mouth-watering than any appetizing sweetmeat. The cosmos had been inspired by the Word, and that Word had been in Hebrew. Curiosity ravishes the boy. Sitting perched on a small pile of books, a newer volume, De Harmonia Mundi, catches his attention. He fingers it gingerly, exploring its midsection, probing its dark secrets. The simple pressure of the large volume tingles his lap like the prologue to a sexual liaison. Consumed in lyrical prose, he discovers how herbs and flowers have symbolic significance. Each in its own way is endowed with celestial properties engendered by spirits of one of the 7 planets that nurtures it. In his world, they were naught but plants. Here, they have mystical powers. As he reads, his mind is on fire at each new, artful revelation to be learned. Many pages are too complex to follow. Dee is right. He will need his tutelage. He moves on to other volumes. Shakespeare has no recollection of how long he has been reading. It might have been the better part of an hour when he notices John Dee lighting additional candles. With overblown niceties, Shakespeare clumsily thanks his new benefactor for the visit and unabashedly agrees to serve as his assistant. He presses Dee on some of the things he has just read in a torrent of wherefores and I prithee whys that barely give Dee time to catch his breath to answer. Will's earlier role of London coxcomb has utterly faded away, and, in its place, an eager student. Will is surprised that his new employer is unerringly patient and supportive. All the while, Dee marvels silently at Will Shakespeare's ability to cite verbatim the passages he reads. Despite the lad's present ignorance, he will indeed prove very useful on this mission. This gladdens the old fellow's heart. The boy's indenture may well portend success. Chapter 9. Like young gallants off to make their mark on the world, John Dee and Will Shakespeare set out on a January dawn. At last, neither inclement weather nor inauspicious horoscopes postponed their departure again. By England's Julian calendar, it is the 10th day of Christmas, 2 days before the celebration of Twelfth Night, a time of traditional hospitality and remarkable cold. In an unusual seasonal act of neighborliness, Walsingham lends a driver and coach to Dee's departure, in Sir Francis' mind, too long overdue. Laden with trunks of clothes and 7 large crates of books and pamphlets, heavy ropes secure the load, despite the bumpy road. It worries Will that he has seen no weapons, except the coachman's personal musket hidden under a blanket. It seems that they are to go naked abroad, trusting to the goodwill of strangers. An inexperienced traveler, Shakespeare has an especial worry. It is utter folly to go about unprotected. I sorely wish that I had borrowed one of Henslow's broadswords from the theatre. Dozens lay backstage, a professional necessity for depicting the casual cruelty London's playgoers salivated over. Well, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. With its unbalanced luggage, the coach staggers grotesquely down the road, due east to Gravesend, avoiding the city of London and passing, as the crow flies, through Bexley Heath and Dartford. Though Deptford, London's main port, is closer, Dee avoids it, as disembarking from Gravesend ensures fewer observers. Rumour cannot be muzzled once unleashed, and, with a public departure, all of England would have known Dee had stolen away to Europe. Admittedly, his absence from England will not stay secret for long, nor is his departure meant to be completely secret, merely obscured. With today's weather uninviting, and many hung over from the holiday, most of the telltales will stay off the roads and sit by their fires.
"Master Shakespeare," says Dee, his muffler covering his mouth to rein in warmth, "a full day's journey lies before us. Should we not beguile the hours with instruction? There is no fitter time than the present to commence your education. Take time when the time comes, lest she steal away."
I am here to learn. Yet in the early morn, when his thoughts are muddy and numb with cold, Will is sullen and shakes his head. No, indicating that it would be a great pain and to no purpose. Never having been east of London, Shakespeare prefers to watch the rime-covered countryside pass by. Dee insists, and, not wanting to give offence, his new ward acquiesces. With an icicle smile, arms crossed and wrapping one leg around another, Will looks like a man shielding his body from a beating, or a sufferer of a wasting disease. Not blind to this unspoken lack of enthusiasm, the master starts the lesson with as simple a topic and as ingratiating a tone as he can muster. Education is the highest of arts, for it imposes forms, ideas, and ideals, not upon the action, as do other arts, videlicet painting or sculpture, but rather upon the mind. You, my boy, must collate all facts learned, whether that of literature or of mathematics or of human character, into a unified cosmology. A single house of ideas, as it were, but each room a separate compartment, easily connecting to another. Use your imagination as a hallway to visit each room for inspiration. Improve your wit by linking all together. But have a care. Style is not enhanced by merely memorizing random concepts, but by acquiring observational skills to portray humanity in all its many behaviors. Ignorant to all of this, and resentful, Shakespeare instead watches how Dee's breath puffs the muffler forward ever so slightly as he talks. Nice touch for a future pompous character. Is that an observable behavior? Will bites his tongue. Moreover... Is it going to be like this for the next 4 months? Though his throat is tight with the cold, Will cannot not stop himself from interrupting. But, sir, I desire only to learn the rhetorical figures of Wilson and mythological allusions of Ovid that the better dramatists have told me of. These are what shall make my writing learned, more descriptive. Can we not commence with these? Child, all things may come soon enough, if we can have the patience to stay for them. Remember the authors of my library. The color in Shakespeare's cheeks rises, but that could be from the cold. Child, again, you must cease calling me that, sir. What should I call you, then? For warmth, the older man sticks his gloved hands deeper into the thick folds of his cloak that hangs between his knees. I don't know. Master Shakespeare? Or Will? Then you have forsaken the name of Hall? Yes. And why? It doth not please me any more. Unable to crack the dam of sullen youth, Dee accedes. As you wish. Breaking through a layer of frozen mud and ice covering a large rut in the road, the coach dips and sends them sprawling over their seats. Recovering his place and setting his feet firmly on the floor, Will suddenly... Back home? They called me Swan. A strange appellation. They said I never left paddling at the riverbank. My mother calls me the Bard, but only after hearing of my wish to be a poet, and gave me that name in derision. And you, Reverend Sir? Do you have a pet name? The elderly man chuckles mirthlessly. My detractors call me the Great Conjurer. Not just your detractors, sir, but the Queen herself. How came you by that? Master Augustine Phillips, he of the Queen's men, told me the night we met. Did he now? The villain, effrontery from a rascally knave. Dee wonders if this Phillips spat when he said his name. Her Highness might call him what she liked, but if the players were calling him such, it would not be long before he would be pilloried on the stage. A basso il doctore, hunching over a cauldron speaking drivel in iambic pentameter. Well, then, Swan, a poet who, for want of art, only imitates ancient ornament, never can hope to touch the heart of his listeners. You must find the essence of your characters, and thereby reach the soul of your audience. Through new-found conceits, as I say, will illuminate. Dee smiles convivially, as well as entertain. Unable to stop teaching, or patronizing, the inveterate lecturer pontificates. That is what will make you great, and not simply an ink-spotter of pages. The regurgitation of facts and figures is mere information, and not worthy of being called poetry, since it does naught but burden the mind, dulling it instead of developing, enlightening, and illuminating it. Dulling it. I see, says Will, barely listening. When leaving Stratford for London, a higher purpose was the ambition Will had set for himself. To leave behind the drudgery of middle-class life that trapped one's existence in one's birthplace and deadened the imagination in the repetitive behavior of a tradesman. Such a man stales his friends, and ultimately, the drudge aspires to nothing more than a full belly and a tickle in the hay. Upon leaving, he swore to surpass his father's ambition for him as a glove-maker and escape the curse of eternally skinning horse-hides and threading needles. His father's own lofty aspiration of rising in society to become town burgess had merely endowed him with the grand responsibility of nudging stinking drunkards home, or the management of whitewashing walls. Fie upon it. Fie. At school, Swan had chanced on Sidney and Cicero. Their words had ignited his imagination. The artistry of these men inspired a truly higher purpose that had made him envy their wit, their wisdom, and their language. As Will sits barely listening to his mentor, he realizes that he himself errs, or, as the commandment saith, sins in his assessment that it is their university studies that had made them so exciting, so close to perfection, so successful. This old pedant, with his hands buried in his lap, is right. The thrill that had swept Will up hearing Marlowe or Lilly was the acquired skill in which they plumbed mankind's many natures and portrayed inner depths. Will has a wolf's appetite for acquiring that ability. The boy unclasps his arms and leans forward. With clenched fists under his chin, he smiles prettily. With your help, I hunger for all you can guide me in, Dr. Dee. The cold, bright morning fades into a sunless afternoon. It is 5, and growing dark as they ride toward the seaport. Their first sight of Gravesend is the towering spire of the Mariners' Church, standing watchman over the community. Tall and dignified, overseeing the sloping countryside, it has been there since the Norman conquest. Seeing the choppy, dark water of the angry Thames, Will experiences a frightful apprehension. Tomorrow, at this time, he will be in the middle of the broad channel with unknown sailors, with his life in their hands. Storms can arise instantaneously and threaten for days, driving ships far off their course. Or at least, that's what happens on stage. Shakespeare has never actually seen the ocean. Many images of dread come to him in dreams where he hangs helplessly to the back of a dolphin heading afar out to sea, or clinging for life to slippery timbers buffeted by infinite green waves. He glances at his employer, who falls into reverie, engendered no doubt, he thinks, by the lapping sounds of the troubled river. Will is intrigued, but does not speak. In fact, since stopping for a meal, the two travelers converse very little. Shakespeare is beginning to think of Dr. Dee as Sir Sullen or Sir Solemn, sitting as proper as an old church matron or as perpendicular as the church tower in the distance. As the carriage lurches along, Will sees Sir Solemn trying to maintain his respectability. Keeping his knees pressed together and expressing a proper sense of decorum, his eyes fixed in front of him, the old man's mind seems equally fixated. Not Will. Each jolt pushes him toward a more uncomfortable imagining. Has he been foolish to leave the safety and relative familiarity of London? Is not accustomed poverty less unsettling than the possibility of a threatening future? Why risk everything on the hazard of one throw? Having put his trust in Dr. Dee and his own good fortune, he now has doubts about both. As for the Sir Solemn next to him, he too slips into a dark humor, realizing that each subsequent voyage abroad seems longer and more hazardous than the last. This recognition links itself to his journey through time. When he was younger, his body did not hurt so much from the abuses of traveling. The liver spots that proliferate over his hands are as numerous as the lice in an ill-kept inn. How did they get there? When did they grow to such a number? He looks over at the boy. In the twinkling of an eye, these blemishes would be his, too.
Our existence is but time's fool,
he reminds himself. He is old, 47. When young, he had thought that at this age he would know so much more.
Nearness to one's death, Dee observes, brings no more wisdom than any other point in life's journey.
Gravesend grows larger in view. The roadway to the outermost edge of London was never smooth. Winter's wet weather has worsened it, pitting the dirt surface, transforming it into sucking sludge. The wagoner flicks his whip, urging his team to avoid the road's muddier ruts, gouged into being by the city's traffic. Although more even ground reveals itself, with each quarter mile, the wooden wheels rattle over rocks and tree branches brought down by the wind. Sore and exhausted, both travelers are thankful as the coach finally passes through the city gate. Shakespeare, most especially. Though born in a rural town, London has given Will a preference for cities, and their bustle and history. The carriage lumbers past the ancient chapel that was ransacked and torched when Henry VIII had forsaken the old religion. Past the Tudor fort with its brass cannons, past men of all stripes and languages, some in the most outrageous costumes. Shakespeare wonders what dramas have been enacted here by generations of Kentish families. After stopping to ask Dr. Dee about lodging, the driver comes to a halt at a shabby inn. Above the massive stone front entry, a sign reads, Crossroads, Public House. Its letters painted in black on 2 lengths of yellowing pine hanging from the roof by 2 long rusted iron chains creaking painfully in the swooping wind. Eponymously, the boards of the sign intersect and make the mathematical symbol for multiplication. 2 flickering red lanterns light an unwelcoming entrance, throwing a hellish glow upon the inn's flaking walls. Will's misgivings rise again. Surely there are better lodgings further up the road, closer to the water, and better suited to Dee's station in life. Why here? Crossroads is not auspicious for the start of our journey. He sighs. The choice is not his to make. My readiness is all that is required. Shakespeare, with the coachman, immediately takes charge of unlading some of the baggage. The crates of books and most of the luggage will stay aboard until they find passage on a ship. Dee goes inside to arrange for rooms and finds a pot-bellied innkeeper, whose scowl is embossed on his brow. Dee finds his thick Kentian accent nearly undecipherable when the small man offers a room.
What direction face the windows? Dee demands to know.
Towards the east.
Good. What is the room number?
The room number? Why the devil ask you that? I've never heard the like. What difference does it matter about the number? Spits the put-out host. The rooms are all glistening alike.
Difference? Why, man, all the difference in the world. Numbers manifest divine providence. Through the investigation of the implication of a number's mathematical conclusion, we can come to understand everything that can be known. Starting under the influence of the right number betokens starting out in the right manner. It is as simple as that.
Is it now?
The annoyed little man is named Bull. Needing the custom, he sighs.
What would you, sir? Odds or evens?
A propitious room number is agreed upon, and Bull, having secured a paying customer, is now eager to know more about to whom he rents. Escorting his guests along a narrow hallway to the room numbered 9, Bull inquires of their backgrounds, their journey, and where they are headed.
This man is too nosy by half, thinks Dee, and straight-faced lies. Krakow.
An attempt is given to inform the innkeeper as to where Krakow is in Europe. Though truly knowing nothing of Poland, Bull still nods in understanding. The innkeeper then shares what disagreeable knowledge he knows of Polish sailors over the years. Patting the doctor's shoulder with pretended consolation for his future, Bull warns,
"Them Poles be scurvy bastards."
After hastening to light a candle and opening the door of number 9 for Dee's inspection, Bull grunts something that sounds like, "Happy?" The doctor nods approval. The innkeeper is now quick to help Will with the placement of bags in the modest room.
"Heavy. What's glistening in 'em?"
John Dee, seemingly unfamiliar with the term, matter-of-factly gives the innkeeper 8 pence for the night's lodging. No determination has been agreed upon their length of stay.
"That will be all. Good day."
Begrudgingly, the little pot tips his hat, offering,
"Ask if you be in want of aught."
Both men know there will be no further communication between them. As the door closes, Dee mumbles, "Insufferable fool." But Dee is wrong. Bull is no fool. University men often sailed from Gravesend to travel to the continent, but rarely did they first travel the old road from London, being jarringly uncomfortable and having a reputation for highwaymen. A faithful Protestant, the innkeeper of the crossroads is alert for strangers bound for Europe, especially those journeying to the coast of France, to Reims or Louvain to study at the Catholic colleges. Some year or two later, with a haunted look, they return ashen-faced and eager to convert good people for the whore of Babylon, the Catholic Church. The governmental watchers of the harbour offer sizable purses for news of such men, calling them recusants, men treasonous to the Queen and the nation's religion. A disemboweling is too good for them. But this one, dressed in his black robes, Bull construes, he who barely keeps a civil tongue in his head, has let drop he studies at St. John's College, Cambridge, and everyone knows that is a heathen school. But, he thinks, the coachman downstairs, I've seen him, been here before, one of Secretary Walsingham's men. Relaxing his scowl, the vigilant Bull concludes that the old man and his punk must not be papists. Almost smiling, he thinks, all right then, I've got his number. As Will unpacks, his employer busies himself consulting calendars, almanacs, and astral significances for their impending voyage. In this, he is as methodical as a bricklayer with his calculations.
We must embark on the morrow.
Sunday? The last day of the Christmas holiday? How may we ever find passage? Few, if any, crews will willingly forsake their holiday festivities, or their Sabbath debaucheries.
There is little choice,
Dee explains.
Hermetic residences suggest tomorrow is the sole day for propitious travel this week.
Will gives him an unbelieving, exasperated smirk.
Tomorrow, Sunday, the 7th day, is named after the celestial body called Sol, the sun, symbolizing all that is majestical. Charity and love stream out from the sun, and we must be ruled by these radiant virtues when they are at their mightiest.
After 2 hours' discreet inquiry along the waterfront, Dee locates Moroccan-born Captain Samuel Palache, now commanding a merchantman ship commissioned by the Dutch States General. The vessel is the Rachel, crewed by Marano Jews, Hebrews forced into Catholicism by the prejudices of the Roman Church. There being no Jewish citizens in England, at least not officially, given that England sees no reason to show any kindness to Jews, Captain Palache is eager to be on his way home to the Netherlands. That evening, the captain, the doctor, and the player sup at a table in a small nook wedged under the Crossroads Tavern stairwell. A dim oil lamp casts wan shadows. The singularity of meeting his first exotic so early in the trip piques Will's imagination. Neither Shakespeare nor any of his Warwickshire family has ever met one before, not of any breed or creed. To Shakespeare, Jews are romantic figures like the Chinamen of Cathay, or inhabitants of the moon. This sojourn might be full of such strange encounters. He is indeed at a crossroads. Still concerned about anonymity, John Dee wears a steeple-crowned hat to obscure his face. They share a flagon of rum as the quiet Moroccan, in a distinctly yellow hat, tells of his recent trip to Constantinople and provides curriculum vitae. Will feasts on the alluring details of Palash's wandering existence, and, in the dark shadows of the cranny, wonder takes hold of him. I was born on the Barbary coast, the son of a merchant family. Captain Palash leans in. I learned nautical skills from seafaring Venetians and the subtleties of commerce from nomadic sheiks. After I impressed the Moroccan Sultan, I became one of his advisors and was soon entrusted with the duty of establishing trade relationships with the Spanish court. I was in Madrid many years at the Spanish court, where there is a great feast of languages. To thrive, you are compelled to bargain in another's tongue. I was lucky. On board, serving with foreign mariners, I learned to speak my mind with most. I am fluent in not only Spanish, but Arabic, Hebrew, and Dutch, as well as your English. My faith was a stumbling block to advancement in Spain, so I converted to Christianity, but my ambassadorial cachet meant nada to the Inquisition. There, the loquacious seaman spits between two fingers raised in a V. I fled the country for the Jewish community in Amsterdam, where I bargained with the Governor-General, William, Prince of Orange, for a ship, and started a new maritime career under his protection. I have here delivered a shipment of—
Why Amsterdam?
Will interrupts. Because of the Union of Utrecht, is it not? Dr. Dee suggests. The captain nods in agreement.
I am ignorance itself in this,
is Will's bewildered reply.
You Englishers know naught of the world beyond the narrow borders of your little island, chortles the Jew.
Then, in a more informative manner,
Nigh 5 years ago, the northern provinces of the Netherlands knitted their allegiances together in a compact called the Union of Utrecht. It forbade persecution for religious reasons. They are as forgiving about how you choose to pray as the Venetians.
In defiance of Rome, freedom of conscience was established as sacrosanct within the anti-papal states of the Low Countries, the ex-priest adds, unhappy with his former masters.
Under the Union, my family is free to be openly Jewish and worship as our ancestors had meant us to. No outward signs of our beliefs are required, like wearing this maldito.
He indicates his yellow hat required for Jews in England.
These, how you say, poxy hat, he sneers, my badge as a Hebrew. A stigma of shame enforced by the laws of your nation.
He shakes his head in consternation and proceeds.
In Amsterdam, our property and goods are safe from the church or the government's taking.
So long as you say your prayers and practice your rites in private.
Yes, under that proviso.
But there, we no longer fear the fires of the Spanish Inquisition, simply because we are born Jews. We live presently in a corrupted world, my friends. But the time will soon come when none need fear the rigors of religious persecution.
How say you?
Scoffs the Hebrew. You have my word, assures Dee. Soon. Dee wonders how well Palash has studied his Kabbalah. Is he aware of the coming end of days when the world will be restored to perfection? As a mariner, surely he must study the stars, and thus know of the forthcoming grand conjunction. As if in answer, and with troubled eyes, Palash nods in the Jewish hope of a better future.
Amen.
The conversation returns to the Moroccan's business in Britain. Samuel Palash explains that he has delivered a shipment of ornate Turkish rugs that day. He does not explain that that is only what he reported to the customs men and the watchers at Gravesend.
Even erudite John Dee is not aware that privateers such as Captain Palache often smuggle contraband and illegal aliens amidst their legitimate cargo. Nor does Samuel describe to Dee his experience of the Gravesend officials' justifiable suspicions of his manifest, a suspicion Palache could live with. Englishers knew better than to provoke a ship flying under the Prince en Flach of Prince William of Orange. Traders sailing under orange, white, and blue protection were treated with respect when they arrived in Britain, primarily when they trafficked valuable goods. Always eager for more tapestries, the English aristocracy sought Persian rugs to drape baronial tables, walls, and windowsills of the best manor houses. Even old King Harry had made a point of seizing Cardinal Wolsey's extensive collection of Middle Eastern arras as soon as Wolsey was forced out of his cardinal's palace. Palache goes on to regale about his past in Spain, Africa, and the Orient. Shakespeare is not convinced all Palache's embroidered tales are true. Souks and sheiks and bazaars. Will listens intently. Wide-eyed, the boy feels awkward, yet privileged to be in the company of this cosmopolitan traveler of ancient lands, a veritable Sinbad. Dee is right about travel. Shakespeare abjures his rudeness this morning. To Will's consternation, the scholar slips smoothly into Spanish to keep certain particulars from the youth. Hearing the loathed speech spoken, nearby patrons grumble at being forced to hear the language of their maritime enemies. As the guttered oil lamp is refilled by a waiter, more and more of the conversation hides itself in Spanish. Finally, Dee excuses Will, but not before reminding him gravely, "Our particulars, Will, are to remain locked within your teeth and lips." Shakespeare inclines his head in reluctant acknowledgement. "You have reminded me many a time, master. I shall not forget." Turning his back on his elders, Shakespeare, in his imagination, has the last word. Though it is beyond me why I must keep secret the little I know of our stopover at an irrelevant spit in the English Channel en route to Poland. Oblivious, he shrugs. Perhaps it's because of the Jews. No, that cannot be. His master's warnings of discretion were emphatic back in Mortlake. Dismissed, untrusted, and unregarded, Will skulks off, tavern hunting, and chances upon a pair of tars eager to make his acquaintance. They remind him Twelfth Night is nigh, and offer him youthful camaraderie, laughter, beer, and horseplay, pleasing antidotes to an arduous day of travel. After a brief dalliance, Will gazes back to the cranny beneath the stair. The elegant scholar and the ruddy sea captain are a mismatched pair. Their hat brims touch. A whispered conversation lapses abruptly as a drawer approaches and asks for more drinks. Though another round of rum is ordered, the two stare fixedly into their pewter tankards, as if examining mysterious riddles at their bottoms. What purpose their sotto voce exchanges, Will wonders. They speak a foreign tongue. How many water rats here can fathom their Spanish? His youthful desire to share in his elders' secrets makes it impossible for him to ignore them completely. He sees the Jew dipping his forefinger into the wine and drawing an unfamiliar figure on the table. I must remember that action and give it to one of my characters. With some disagreement or misunderstanding from Dee, Samuel Palache repeats the drawing carefully. This time, Dee exclaims, in neither English nor Spanish, as strange a sound as Will can imagine, heathenish in the extreme. The sea captain understands, nods. Dee grabs Samuel's arm, intent on some meaningful explanation spoken again in the unknown tongue. Heaven knows what strange sacrament the Jew has drawn in wine on the table. At his own table, a strong, strapping sailor grabs the playwright's chin and regales the boy of seas and tempests and strange lands. Tales of Barbados and pirates attacking off the coast of Tunisia intoxicate and frighten the teenager. The adventures seduce young Will's imagination as much as the young sailor's full lips and brawny arms. The not-so-innocent from Stratford draws closer to the English mariner, both with the desire to learn more and to inhale the salty essence of the man's raven-black hair. Having overheard bits of the Spanish conversation, Cuthbert, Will's sailor, inquires, "Those two, at your other table, are they
Hispanicists? Spaniards? No, complete strangers. A necromancer and a Jew.
A necromancer, the sailor scoffs. Has he shown you how to conjure lead into gold?
Alchemy? No. Deftly, Will redirects the conversation away from essential details. You, however, Cuthbert, have shown me how to turn something soft to stone. Communing, laughing, their hands meet under the table. When he thinks about it, Will notes that his Cuthbert asks nothing of the Jew, and the fledgling student realizes Samuel is not a rarity to one who has seen so much of the world. Looking back at Dee, he puzzles again about the secrecy of the two men's discussions. A part of Will would eagerly return to their table to find out more, but then another part aches to be mauled by the Adonis beside him. Where does my true nature lie? A slave to my blood, or as a seeker of higher understanding? Will's focus does not go unnoticed by Cuthbert.
I detest Spaniards. The pox take them, olive-sucking bastard sons of Moorish harlots. They trespass exceedingly in our waters, and our betters do naught to say them nay.
Never lowering his voice,
they have purloined the frigates of Portugal, and with their galleons have raised a mighty armada. Know ye that? Captain told us so. Told us, too, war's a-coming on.
He takes a swallow of beer, then turns elegiac about the nobility of his fate at sea.
What honours shall be mine when we do finally take arms for queen and country. And should that day come, when they have scuttled us and sent us to our watery graves by God's grace, there will be no finer glory.
Will thee not take me in your arms, my queen? Will twists Cuthbert's left nipple. But his companion has grown touchy. He shakes his head at the thought of Will's day tomorrow.
Setting sail with Hebrews on an ill-named ship christened Rachel?
Then, so all can hear,
on a Sunday, and during Christmas no less, a pox upon it. I like it not.
His back to Will.
What do heathens know about the tides or the Thames sandy shoals? Jews are all Jonahs. They'll drown ye sure, and ye poor ma will lament like that Rachel in the Bible that ye heeded neither the Sabbath nor my warning. I'd sooner saddle a shark than venture my life aboard a Jew's cursed timbers.
In case Palache is Spanish, after all, the tar's animosity further extrapolates in his drunkenness.
A figo to Philip the Turd and all the scurvy wogs that speak that traitorous tongue. Let them all drown.
Another serving of rum and Shakespeare's sweet ministrations bring Cuthbert back to laughter. A coy smile plays on the sailor's lips as he passes his roaming hand along Shakespeare's downy soft arm to his little finger. As wine spills, they both guffaw at Cuthbert's salacious tale of an evening well spent in a Brittany jail. Suddenly, Shakespeare hears his name.
Will, take heed, mind you.
The old scholar stands beside him.
We set sail with the next tide.
Aye. And when should that be, master?
3 this morning,
interjects Cuthbert. Shakespeare pouts.
Must we away so early?
It is as it is set down. We must obey the waves, winds, and stars, which govern our condition. I am weary, and am away to my room.
Dee scrutinizes Shakespeare's drinking companion.
I suggest, young man, that you make your adieus and call it a night.
With his forefinger and thumb, he wipes dribbles of liquor from his aide's beardless chin.
But you are your own, man. You shall find the door unbolted.
With that, Dee turns on his heel and heads for number 9. Tracing Will's lips with a forefinger, Will's newfound friend simpers.
Stay! Shove not off with Mr. Pointybeard so soon. The night is but new, and I will tell you a thing or two of love-making in heathen lands.
They say. He grabs a spoon and shifts its position to imitate his meaning.
Asian wenches have bird nests that are horizontal rather than vertical.
The rake licks the bowl of the spoon with the tip of his tongue. Blind with arousal, Shakespeare seizes Cuthbert's mischievous hand and licks its palm and yanks it into his lap. It is, after all, only 2 days before Twelfth Night, a bacchanalian night of revelry. Moreover, it is 10 days past Christmas Day, the celebration of the coming of the Savior. Seeking the sleep of the dead that comes of total exhaustion, at 2 a.m, Will Shakespeare tries the doorknob to room 9, blessedly unlocked, as promised. To avoid a waking lecture, he tiptoes in, only to find it eerily lit by one flickering candle, and Dr. John Dee wide awake. With a penknife, the scholar is hard at work inscribing figures into a circular piece of wax. No lecture is given, only a terse, "You must be packed and ready within this half-hour." "Even so," says Will. "Just let me wash my face and mouth." He pours cold water into his hands. Bathing his chafed face, and even exhausted as he is, the methodical scrapings intrigue Will as his master models the soft wax. "May I know what employs you?" "Aye," is Dee's curt reply. "What is't?" "A talisman for securing the gifts of Mercury." Still facing the ewer and basin. "Ah, that explains it," sniffs Will ironically. Unsteady, Shakespeare jerkily turns his head over his right shoulder, questioning, "Gifts of Mercury?"
"Are you ignorant of the planet's properties, child? Do they teach you naught in Warwickshire?"
Tired of the old man's attacks on his rural beginnings, and with a surrender born of exhaustion, the boy turns back to his ablutions, answering resignedly, "Aye, naught. I am woefully ignorant."
"Then take a seat here," says Dee, points at the bed. "We will mend your ignorance."
"Must we?" he groans. "Oh, Lord, no. Can I not sleep for even a minute? There remain but 25.
"Then best to it quickly."
Fighting off fatigue, the eye-rubbing reveler falls to the corner of the soft bed. Dee takes Will's hand, giving him the waxen talisman. It feels strange and looks stranger.
"What do you see?"
"A figure of a young girl nursing a child," he says perfunctorily. Beside her is a helmeted figure that, in this dim light, seems like he has wings attached to his heels. Mercury?
"Aught else?"
In his right hand he holds what looks like a rooster. Eyes bleary, Shakespeare strains to study the carving. In semicircles around these etched figures are strange, I'd venture Greek symbols that float above and beneath. Will's employer agrees, grudging approval. "Is it not Mercury? Though never as I have seen him depicted," Will whines sleepily. He hasn't the strength to hold up the graven image. Instead, he lets it drop from his hand to the bed.
"Ignorant in astrology,"
grunts the older man none too happily.
"Can you not guess what these 2 figures are?"
Sleepily, Will replies, "That I cannot."
"Then hearken. The girl is the image of Virgo, one of the 12 signs of the zodiac."
The astrologer begins a lecture on the celestial calendar. Being a country boy and well-versed in the night's constellations and in no mood for anything but bed, the half-awake carouser complains, "Do not think me an ignorant in that." Eyeing him, put off by the interruption, and caring not a whit for the boy's fatigue or the unmentionable behavior that caused it, the magus continues.
"The qualities and virtues of each of the planets and how each planet was created is the seminal principle and a result of the divine will. Mercury is not just a literary symbol for wisdom, but in fact is some echo, taste, and substance of God's creation of intelligence. Yea, each particular planet is the actual warehouse and nurse of different virtues, these be entitled the planet's spiritus. Twixt the spiritus of a planet and each man's soul runs an effluvium, the spiritus mundi, a fluid of fine and sightless substance.
Dee demonstrates, setting Will's pliable hand over the candle to feel its flame. Will winces from the heat, and the magus waxes on.
The spiritus mundi is very like the sightless stream of vapors of this flame that conducts the spirits of the candle's heat to your sense of it. Moreover, harmonizing with a planet's spiritus mundi, a soul may take possession of its innate spiritus and become elevated by its incandescence.
Barely awake, Will nods, feigning to understand.
The ancients divined that all the particulars of the book of nature, stones, plants, liquids, had in the days of creation bathed in the spiritus mundi, and separately learned their separate seminal particular principles. Therefore, to entice the spiritus of a planet to flow into something, a natural philosopher has but to learn which things in nature are infused with which planetary affinity.
Though in a fog, Shakespeare dully grasps that this is his first lesson in alchemy.
A study best fit for dead of night, he opines. One has but to learn the writings of the initiated adepts to learn which animals, plants, scents, metals, or colors can be used to draw the correct spiritus from the spiritus mundi and incorporate it into one's own being.
Dee crosses to the basin and flicks water in his student's face.
To that end, one needs a receptacle to catch the spiritus and give it time to flow into one's soul, just as this room will capture and hold the warmth of a fire. This waxen image, by virtue of its figures and incantations, is especially receptive to the gifts of Mercury. As a spiritual medium, Virgo and its attendant symbols call forth Mercury's spiritus and send it on.
Sleep deprivation competes with Will's desire to know more, and is winning. In this school of night, when fancies are set free, Will imagines he can actually see the talisman's spiritus radiating around it.
"But the Lord God is—" he asks dreamily.
"The Lord God is the supreme ruler of heaven and nature," the doctor intones, "and I acknowledge no law nor lord but the holiest of holies. He is the wellspring of all, and I am but an earnest pilgrim who struggles to seek and master what is secret to most men."
Attaching a small chain to the waxen image, the magus hangs it about Will's neck. Too tired to resist, Will objects weakly, holding it out from himself with mild apprehension.
"It is yours," Dee says. "It will bring you the solitariness you need to concentrate on your studies, and the seminal influence will improve your memory and wit."
In Will's anesthetized state, dream and reality mix. He cannot be sure, but feels tingling at his chest as he lets the wax fall against himself. Regarding the scholar all in black, Will feels loving kindness for the wizened old man. An exquisite peace tugs at Will's heart. In that warm room where his body and mind are overtaxed, Shakespeare nestles toward his benefactor and finds him a support even as he falls fast asleep on his shoulder. Chapter 10. In its last quarter, the stark half-moon wanes in the nocturnal sky, willing the insubstantial clouds to conceal her and her starry retinue. As the travelers approach the Rachel's mooring, they confront an ant's hill of activity. At this early hour, provisions are loaded for the voyage. Sailors roll 6 barrels of fresh water aboard, while others count casks of imported salt beef and mutton as they are wheelbarrowed up the bowing planks and onto the main deck. Supplies of biscuits and salt fish follow. At dizzying heights among the shrouds, bearded men are stirring in the standing rigging, testing the seam's strength of sails and weaving the lines to the forestay. These are Luna's minions, preparing for any eventuality, toiling under the moon's influence while others sleep. From the docks, local carters and dock workers heave the chests packed at Mortlake up to waiting hands on deck. As Will and Dee start up the gangway, Will overhears unguarded grumblings and feels wrenching dread. It is obvious the ship's crew is none too happy about the extra labors and the strangers on their ship. Less than 10 feet from England's shore, and Shakespeare is affrighted. The faint moon glow reveals little, yet with trepidation Will watches hefty hempen ropes slithering around him at his feet. Looping in countless puddles around the deck, their moving coils threaten to snatch him. Players backstage have their backs broken when, halyard ho! They are yanked suddenly upward by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under his feet, the deck lurches suddenly, propelled by the wake of ships careening nearby. Startled, the sleep-deprived youth nearly drops the lantern, scolding himself for nearly setting the ship afire. Stabilizing himself against a bulkhead, Will scans the length of the small ship. Disappointed, the ocean vessel is not more capacious, more capable of withstanding adverse weather. He never liked boats, not even the little skiffs that carelessly waft up and down the Avon. The Swan is fond of swimming in the river, but he cannot fathom how ships stay afloat. It is a troubling thought to drown, to gasp for air and find none. Belching up life in the icy waters of the English Channel, or gnawed by leviathans of the deep, is a thought too horrible. Alert to the ominous, he sees his employer ahead of him, loitering about unconcerned and sure-footed in the dark. Cannot his master perceive the dangers? Should I warn him? Master Dee, I would not have you think me cowardly or effeminate, ventures Shakespeare. But what if a storm arises and we Christians are drowned for the sins of the Hebrew sinning forefathers? I was warned of such last night. In the wan moonlight, the sharp-eyed Magus assesses the boy's state.
Lay by your fears, lad, Dee reminds. I have studied my astrological charts. That is why we leave today.
The boy is still faint-hearted.
Confidence is needed. Make it your byword, not only for your writing, but for peace of mind as we travel abroad.
Another unsettling wake, and the ship tilts again. Will clenches at what seems to him another warning omen. A man in the wrong box never thrives.
Be not dismayed. Why, look you, her poop and forecastle rise like twin ramparts, a floating castle, assures Dee. Use your eyes and look up. There is no haze above the demi-lune. Courage, man. She is all of well-seasoned oak and nearly 70 tons, brags Captain Palache, clapping Will hard on the back as he passes toward the stern. She has weathered many a tempest, and is as yar and bravely rigged as when she first put out to sea.
More is needed. Trying to distract the breathless boy, Dee points to his left.
This boat there nigh us is one of the Dutch herring trade. Their vessel is smaller than ours, and they oft make this journey in safety.
Speak to me not of the Dutch, replies Will. They live in London in better ease and more freedom than those of us native-born to England. They are lice, a foreign commonwealth feeding off our body, stealing our provender and employment in the city, as well as pushing good Englishmen from their homes. Fie upon them! If Hollanders disquiet Shakespeare, the presence of swarthy Jews scuttling is much more forbidding. Every man's prejudices are shaped by general opinion, and that has done its worst to Will. Every prophecy and malefaction whispered in his ear last night echoes in his thoughts, including that of the biblical Rachel losing all her children. Shakespeare is further unmanned by the crew's curved daggers openly displayed at their sides. The thought of a single Israelite in a room full of Englishmen had intrigued the Midland boy's fancy. Now being outnumbered by a score of antichrists in the pitch dark is terrifying horror. What if they have more lethal knives for butchery concealed among the folds of their billowing robes? What a fool you are, he upbraids himself. You should have swiped the porter of Hellgate's sword from the theatre. Low and confidential, Will is urgent. Master, it is madness to entrust these infidels with our lives. John Dee sees Will's face change and hears the boy's warnings, but remains as fixed in his resolution as the stars he studies.
Hast not seen such men before?
No, the young Christian whimpers, nor never hope to again in all my time to come. He dares not speak more against the infidels, lest they overhear.
They are as anxious of your presence as thee by theirs. Remember your Bible. Deuteronomy. You shall also love the strange.
Adjusting the chain that holds the new talisman around the boy's neck, Dee advises,
Have faith. I have labored in the reckoning. Good angels look after us. The captain is lord over this vessel and an honourable man. Do not kneel to baseless fear.
Shakespeare wills himself to nod in agreement.
Good. Now, I must attend to other duties. Be of good faith, boy. This day shall pass safely. You have my oath on it.
Without another word, the skull-capped man with his lantern disappears down the dark ladder to meet what fate has in store for him below decks. Will turns to face gibbering, mangy rogues, and vows to give them look for look, no matter how bloodthirsty their stares. Be steadfast, he thinks, constant. A line is yanked upward. And stay observant. Feeling for Dee's protective medallion around his neck, Will steels himself. Readiness is all. By 5:30 that morning, the Rachel's boatswain gives a warning for all work to cease and the crew to come aboard. 20 minutes before sunrise, Palash orders Dee and his servant, for so Palash thinks of Shakespeare, to the quarterdeck, pointing at the sky and demanding of the astrologer what intelligence he has regarding the cosmology of the heavens.
Goodman Dee, I was well contented with our talk last night. But see, here above the rigging is the immense bowl of the firmament. I know you to be a great scholar of the arcane arts. Pleasure me with your points of science, as you call them.
If Captain Palash had seemed diffident on land, he is lordly on the Rachel, where he is absolute master and free of the world's contempt for his people. Gone are the downcast eyes, the yellow hat, and the abject voice.
Doctor, I demand to be told what fortune holds for the Dutch. I have studied Kabbalah, and know the properties of the 7 planets and the 12 signs of the zodiac. But insight from you, the renowned astrologer Dr. Dee, have military significance. William the Silent, Prince of Orange, will pay handsomely for such in his war against the Spanish.
The request is understandable, thinks the natural philosopher. Favor from great ones, once achieved, must, like a garden plant, be nurtured and watered, or it will wither. No fool, Samuel knows to take advantage of what fortune gives him.
Gramercy, good senior. How shall I begin?
He looks around and points to the ship's wheel, saying,
The night sky is like to that wheel, round and spoked. There are 12 spokes to the wheel of the night sky, and that wheel we do call the zodiac.
Goodman Dee, mind you, I am no child. I have told you I am well schooled in the stars of the zodiac. What I seek are the influences their wanderings foretell.
Being in this man's care for 24 hours, it is best to accommodate. Gathering his woolen cloak around him against the nipping frost, Dee apologizes.
I crave your pardon, Captain. Forgive my nature, for I am ever the pedant. It is a weakness in me, and oft our faults are to ourselves unjust.
Dee beckons Palash to follow him to the wheel. Will shadows them.
Are you familiar with the zodiac's polarity?
Aye, that I am, Doctor.
With weariness, he recites much to Shakespeare's interest,
polarity being the signs in opposition on the astral map.
Good, says Dr. Dee brightly, but is quickly scowled at by the captain for his preciousness.
Beg pardon?
He looks to heaven to avoid the Semite's scorn.
And are you equally familiar with the zodiac's quadruplicity, Captain Palash?
This time, Dee is greeted with a blank look. Dee reiterates, this time in Spanish, then Dutch.
Stealth, Goodman Dee. I know the word, but not its meaning in this present context.
Then, Captain, imagine a perfect square placed on this perfect circle, allowing for 3 quad.
Dee speaks the word slowly to emphasize the Latin syllables. Ruplicities. Using his hands and arms to form a box, he continues, These 4 points influence cardinal qualities. Rearranging this box to lie differently on the wheel, he says, These 4 mutable. Again, he rotates the box. And these 4 fixed. Palache nods in understanding. Eager to discover how to read the future, Shakespeare inches forward onto the open deck, all ears, despite the damp and roomy air. Now, continues Dee, superimpose over the square a perfect equal-sided triangle. This arranges the zodiac signs into 4 groups. Again, he demonstrates the relationships by imaginarily connecting 3 points on the circle. Each of these groups of 3 is called a trigon, and is influenced by the elements of earth, air, water, or fire. Dee stops to let his listeners ask questions. None come. His words hang as puffs of air as he plunges on, setting the stage for his most cherished discovery. 4s and 3s, gentles, 4s and 3s are heaven's divine integers. Every 20 years, Saturn and Jupiter line up with each other, and each time they do so, it is a different astrological sign. And for 200 years, they have continued to do so, and they will do so in the same trigon. Again, drawing the imaginary triangle over the wheel, he excitedly shares, These 200 years is an epoch. As the new epoch commences, this relationship of the 2 major planets, or copulation as we nominate it, takes place in a sign that is in a new trigon. This being the first week of January 1584 in the English Queen's calendar, or 10 days prior in late December of 1583 on the Julian in your home in Antwerp, calculations show that by the end of April of the Julian calendar, the planetary copulation will manifest itself in the last phase of Pisces, the final sign of the trigon ruled by water. Out of nowhere, a monstrous creature slithers like a snake down a hawser from aloft with the end of a rope held tightly in his teeth. He grins dreadfully, rope and all, at the faint-hearted young seafarer, and then secures the end around a pin attached to the taffrail on the leeward side. Why say you Julian calendar? Because, good Captain Palache, Englishmen have foolishly not adopted your European calendar of Pope Gregory XIII, which wisely lags 10 days behind ours. For the English, it is beyond New Year's, and, pointing east, he continues, But, in truth, according to the stars, for your friends in the Low Countries, Poland, today's destination, it is Christmas. Will is taken by surprise. Christmas has come twice this year. Neither the child born in Nazareth nor its celebration holds sway over Palache. Good doctor, please continue. The ship oscillates. As that date fades into the past, so fades that watery trigon's influence, and all the world shall then be subject to the choleric upheavals of fire. I tell thee again, I am no schoolboy, Signor Dee. I have no time for these quillets. Be blunt, man. We stand upon the swell of a full tide. I know you can see into the nature of things. Come to what is important for Prince William of Orange. How will go the war with Spain? 2 sailors follow each other up a rope ladder to man the masthead and disappear into the rigging. Dee lays his hand to his breast again, begging forgiveness. Crinkling his nose, and with his palm rubbing the back of his neck, as tired as he is, and despite the cold, he endeavors to share what he has gleaned. The end of any trigon has always brought momentous times, but a trigon of fire connotes a wondrous chaotic upheaval. New nations shall arise, and they shall be sustained in violence. As if on cue, the ship yaws precariously starboard. Dee catches hold of the nearby wooden tabernacle surrounding the main mast to steady himself. Now, with an intensity that seems to warm the air around him, he concludes, In 5 years' time, the world will see an end of days, and the new epoch will be an epoch of peace, with all nations and religions living in brotherhood. His listeners are transfixed by the extraordinary revelation.
A glorious period arising like the phoenix that will flourish for 200 years and more.
With great pride streaming from his sleepless eyes, he swears Elizabeth will become the sovereign of Europe, resolving all religious intolerance in the Christian and non-Christian world. Viewing himself a genuine prophet, he beams at Palache. And from this wondrous event, as I foretold you, the Hebrews will no longer be persecuted.
A wheelbarrow is noticed by one of the ox-like crew. He hoists it to his shoulder, marches portside, and heaves the contraption onto the wharf below. It thumps against the hull as it falls. Palache, paying no never mind to the clatter, asks, "What of Orange? What holds it for him?"
As Elizabeth, Gloriana is already allied to William the Prince of Orange. It follows that he will surely share in the Pax Britannica.
The captain grimaces. Or perhaps, after years at sea and squinting at the sun, the muscles around his eyes have formed a perpetual scowl on his face.
Like all shamans, thinks Captain Palache, suspicious of any prediction, full of riddles, of vague prophecies, and shallow abstractions. Still, Palache will share this hopeful prognostication with the prince in Amsterdam, being a good omen for the fledgling Dutch States General and signifying survival over the forces of the encroaching Spaniards. He gives the star reader a feeble smile. It is Dr. Dee's only reward for services rendered. William of Stratford is less enthusiastic. Concerned that his peaceful youth will now be at an end, his life's ambitions mocked by a cataclysm. Worse, might not the Rachel indeed cry for her lost children soon? A fiery trigon only conjures association with a fiery dragon, and despite his birthday, he knows he is no St. George, and swordless to boot. The sky lightens with the dawn. Sailors cast cables to the wharf below. 2 sinewy men fetch ratchets to turn the capstan and weigh anchor. A third, the cabin boy, a lad of the Levant who has been sent for orders about casting off, dares interrupt. The captain spits. "Dog, have you not eyes? Hold your tongue when I am in confidence. Be off with you." "Captain Palache, With that, Palache throws a stave at the menial, even as he turns back to his passenger in a gentler tone. "I am right glad of your words for the Jews and the Gentiles, Doctor, but I would know more. What particulars do your astrological charts say will specifically benefit the new Dutch Republic?" "That precise information would require an astronomical map of meticulous exactness. We call it a questionary horoscope. They are outlawed here in England, perhaps even in Amsterdam. Might you do it, Doctor, when we are upon seas where there are no man's laws?" Disheartened his prophecy has not caused more excitement, yet unwilling to show obvious disappointment, the natural philosopher wraps himself in the folds of his cloak. "Upon my word, you are clever, Captain Palache. No wonder Orange trusts you." Grandly, Palache accepts the compliment. "I find you a worthy man and an honourable. I will endeavour to share such intelligence ere we set foot in Illyria." Illyria? So, thinks Will, that is the name of the spit of land we journey to. Dee had not even told him that. It doesn't sound English. He is about to ask after details when a portside hatch slams open. Will leaps away like a frightened sheep. A sunken-eyed, bearded walrus of a man glances at him with contempt, then scans the quarterdeck. "Reverend sir, tell me what articles are needed. You shall be granted aught that is required," promises Palache. "Heavenly music," murmurs the greybeard as he grips the mainmast. "Can you hear it?" Not amused, the captain swivels his head. "Doctore, I hear not, and naught but the lark would sing at this hour. Again I ask what necessaries are needed for your questionary." Hearing only the sweet clamour in his ears, Dee continues, "It is the most heavenly sound, a rich and lulling harmony. It bids me listen." His eyes flutter, and his arms begin to undulate up and down, beating the air like a heron flying off from a lake. And I fain would. Even as he stands upright, Dee's head and arms drop. Rigid against the mast's tabernacle, he drops into a trance. Shakespeare's eyes widen in wonder as his master's voice modulates queerly.
Good, Samuel. Hold acquaintance with the waves, and deliver the unstrung vial that is lost and shipwrecked from itself. One face, one voice, one habit, yet divided. Rescue the deceitful maid and perish the man. How this may be, and yet in two, as you will speed, preserve it you.
In the rosy light of that winter morn, John Dee breathes peacefully, his chest barely rising and falling as some celestial wonder breathes intelligence through him. His face softens with a lilting cadence of his words. His usual sternness dissipates.
One face, one voice, one habit, yet divided, puzzles the Moroccan.
Will stammers, "This is a strange transformation. Have you ever seen or heard the like?" He fears that Dee is bewitched. Cuthbert was right. Jews, astrology, men speaking devilish gibberish. This infernal ship is damned and fated to drown us all. He catches sight of the sullen-eyed mariner pointedly glaring at him. Fearing the ogre will lay hands on him, Will cranes his head, seeking a way to wiggle out of this demonianism. A hint of morning light betrays panic in the boy's eyes. Samuel Palache stays him in a vice clutch before he can flee. Fearing one Semite and now held captive by another, Will is forced to become as docile as gelatin. Turning back to the possessed, the Rachel's master gently prods that which speaks through Dee.
What significance is this to me?
Your noble help will serve a noble spirit.
After a pause, the voice softly intones further.
Though your name be lost, your actions will ne'er be forgotten.
Ire rises in the captain's voice.
What say you? Serve a spirit? What means the...
Palache is genuinely puzzled. Will touches his master's arm. It is cold as death. "Good sir, are you in pain?"
"He who abideth with you,"
the otherworldly voice advises the captain. The old tar barks out a skeptical roar of laughter. "Do not vex him, Captain, sir. My master is entranced," or the like. Will cautions, now believes the heretofore unbelievable. Palache guffaws, delighted with the strange play before him. Had he not already pocketed their convoy payment, he would have taken them both for rogues.
"There is no noble spirit that dwells with me. My lads are good and able, but there is naught that is noble about them."
Mustering courage, Will tells himself, "Never mind childish fears." He asks his benefactor, "And what for me, good master? Shall I prosper?" As the day's light quickens, banishing the night, Will is aware that much of the activity aboard has ceased, as those above decks stare at them, as confounded as he is. "By how much the heavens excel the earth," the alien voice tapers to a whisper from the necromancer's lips. "So much doth what is given thee from above excel all earthly treasure. The best of you is diligence. Work, rework, work, rework, work, rework."
Heyday, another riddle.
Non-believer Samuel Palache shakes his head in derision while appraising the old man's face. Samuel's raucous laughter penetrates Dee's awareness, and, through his nose, he breathes in a lungful of frosty air, as if he had breached the surface of the ocean after nearly drowning. Dazed, the necromancer's knees buckle, and he sinks to the deck. "You should distrust your informer, whether angel or devil." Captain Palache jests at the inexplicable.
"He is woefully ignorant of my affairs."
Shivering, weak, in recovery, the aged philosopher informs,
"You would not be such a scoffer if you knew that I have it from the Holy Spirit."
Barely able to lift his arm, John Dee indicates the sky brightening with the dawn.
The word of God is living and powerful.
His arm and his voice drops.
I am a sometime messenger of heaven, and but pass on that which I am bidden.
Another laugh, this time not so disdainful.
Bidden, like Moses or Elijah,
the haughty sailor snorts, his eyebrows furrow. Palash knows not whether to give the prophecy some credence. He has seen mountebanks who professed communication with spirits. As well, he has witnessed the like from holy rabbis who, after giving their lives to studying the doctrinal books of the Torah, were reputed to commune with the patriarchs. He thinks back on what was foretold. A sea rescue. Plausible. Better to keep an open mind with the infamous and learned Dr. John Dee. If nothing else, it will be a beguiling anecdote to amuse the Prince of Orange.
You are fortunate.
Gathering strength, Dee continues.
The word is not given to me often. Heaven must desire you to be forewarned. Surely a future or past charity of yours is pleasing unto heaven.
The word, whispers Will Shakespeare, who, tutored by a rational world, knows not what to make of such an irrational morning. How can this be?
Strange your herald angel did not speak to me in either Hebrew or Arabic, my mother tongues,
hoots the captain. The perplexed crew is reassured by their captain's good humor. The old doctor seems to be doing better. Reminded of their departure by the rising sun, they return to their respective nautical duties. The morning's chill revives the scholar, and he reaches for Will's arm and stands erect before answering Palash.
Aye, that is most strange. Yet, when the music comes, music heard so deeply that it is not heard at all, I see their thoughts. Not see, per se. My imagination senses a presence, and, loosing all my vigor, they speak through me to others, betimes in a foreign language.
You are in the right.
It is most strange to have been delivered to you in English.
Looking at Will, he poses.
Perhaps celestial powers meant for Will to partake of the word as well, and therefore in his tongue.
Both of Dee's listeners have the same thought. The man must be mad.
Hebrew?
The player questions doubtfully.
Can you speak Hebrew?
Hush, no one bid you speak, says the permanent scowl.
Despite the reprimand, Will pushes to know more.
Where did you study it, Dr. Dee?
In Antwerp, with a rabbi. But, Will, that must remain our secret.
Pointing at a flickering lantern, Dee fixes an unwavering eye on his doubting Thomas of a captain.
As all things on earth have an affinity with their correlatives in the heavens, so might this little flame share knowledge with the divine fires above us in the skies. I tell you plain, the everlasting flame within us that is our soul does share with God, who, you know, is all fire.
There is a silence as both listeners contemplate this inexplicable man. Palash has heard of European Christians studying the holiest of holies, but never with a Jewish rabbi. He thinks of what monumental daring that was against social norms and the commitment needed. Such a man, daring 1,000 devils, might indeed be conversant with angels. Who was this old man with the triangular grey beard and deep searching brown eyes? What matter of men were these English? Perhaps they are not the obese, mindless eaters of mutton that he had always believed them to be. Mystified, Will's scarf slips absently to the deck. But the Church teaches that the divine language of angels was lost to the world when Adam fell. How is it that you can understand what they say? Noting the utter confusion in the young boy's face, Dee stoops shakily to fetch the dropped scarf and gently winds it about the boy's naked neck.
They speak to me as they did to our father Adam, in visions rather than speech.
Do they not speak in the chosen tongue of Hebrew? Demands Palash.
You mistake me. Not in the vulgar Hebrew of your nation, but the celestial speech of paradise. If our Heavenly Father created this majestic existence with the word, or what we natural philosophers nominate as celestial speech, it is the beginning of all things. Then must a God-fearing and thorough scholar endeavor to understand the word, to enrich his enlightenment and guide others to theirs.
Understand the word? Will struggles, lost in doubts. Though he is not religious, this is near heretical. Why waste time pursuing what cannot be known? You cannot know God's mind.
Because our souls cry out for it, interjects Palash sourly at Dee's servant, and then shoves him toward the taffrail in irritation. His perpetual scowl deepens.
But it is forbidden, comes Will's weak response. Palash isn't so sure the impertinent young rascal is wrong. Still, he is very certain the boy needs another lesson. Respect for his elders. He seizes and twists the boy's scarf.
Leave off. Let the boy be.
John stays his hand. Bewildered, Palash loosens his grip on the upstart. The greybeard wraps a protective arm around the boy's hunched shoulders.
I swear to you by the living God, and by my hopes for eternal salvation, that I have ever practiced magia naturalis, natural magic, which is not forbidden. I revile the diabolical, and reverently confine myself only with spiritus mundi, and the wisdom of the ancients who discovered the sympathy between the divine and earthly worlds through the right use of prayer. In the hands of sanctified adepts, it is the pathway to universal learning.
If you say so, master. He pulls his wool cap down around his ears. Sensing his charge's doubt, Dee lifts his hand from Will's shoulder and kindly cups his mistrusting face.
I am drawn to the unknowable, as I am drawn to food and drink. Unlike the beasts of the field, the Lord gave us rational minds and free will to piece out this, his creation.
Do you really believe in what you say, sir? The question seems a simple one to Shakespeare. It is given with such heart-wringing dismay, the philosopher drops his hand, startled.
Aye.
John looks out at the rising sun.
I am as certain of that as I am of the coming of this new day. The Bible speaks of angels, and I tell thee, they have made themselves known to me.
Palash nods to the men at the windlass, as the anchor is winched up. Then must I believe, says the boy with a servile tone, and turns his face away. At the helm, with many men about him, Captain Palash informs the pilot of the change of course to Illyria, which he hopes to make by late afternoon. As the island is situated off the coast of Catholic France, it resides in dangerous waters for a vessel sailing under the Protestant Dutch flag. Hence lookouts are trebled to scout for enemy ensigns. Sailors grumble. The captain promises his men to be back in Antwerp's safe haven by the following night. To further mitigate the nuisance, he promises a tankard of rum and a guilder to each of his men after they have safely left Illyria behind. Though this raises a massive cheer, Will spies several men standing mute, critically apprising their English cargo. As the Rachel leaves port toward Illyria, Shakespeare wonders, "With what riotous madness have I entangled myself?"